Can we hear a huge round of applause for our fantastic drama girls on the stage? Hi, everyone. Hi, namaskar. So many familiar faces, so many new, fresh faces. Welcome to We the Women. Before I start the day's fabulous proceedings, I just want all of us to put our hands together for the fabulous girls we just heard on stage. And I have only one other request. I know the United Kingdom and the British community is known for its stiff upper lip and its quality of understatement. But just for today, we're going to drop that. And we are going to be fully desi. What this actually means is, if you like something on stage, clap, cheer, whistle, dance in the stands. I mean it, dance in the stands. Really, don't hesitate to show your love, because you're going to be seeing fabulous men and women on this stage, and I think they need to both see and feel your appreciation. Let me start by expressing mine. Give a round of applause to yourself. I know all of you have fantastic stories. We're going to try and make this as interactive as possible. The reason that you actually see chairs right at the edge of this platform is that we don't actually believe in a conventional stage and audience separation. We want to bridge the emotional distances between all of us, and that's the whole point of this festival. For any of you who may not know me, just a little bit of an introduction. My name is Barkha Dutt. I'm a journalist. I've been a journalist for 30 years. When I was in my 20s, who's in their 20s here? Raise your hand. That's a lot of the hall. When I was in my 20s, my first big assignment was to report from the front lines of a war called the Kargil War between India and Pakistan. And at that time, I guess many of you would have seen a movie called Sher Shah. Raise your hands if you have. Sher Shah was made on the life of a soldier called Vikram Batra. And Vikram Batra was known for one phrase. Anyone knows what the phrase was? Ye dil mange more. And the story behind that phrase is, when I was at the front line as a young reporter, I was 26 and he was 24. And most of the soldiers I met were in their early 20s. And I would ask them, aren't you scared? I would ask them, aren't you scared? And they thought that was such a peculiar question to ask of a soldier. And one of them, and we didn't know at that time that he was going to become the legend that he was, Sher Shah was his code name, he threw his head back and he had this twinkle in his eyes and he laughed and he said, "Are, kya baat kar rahi hai? Hey, what are you asking? Ye dil mange more, the heart wants more." Yeah? And at that time, this was a Pepsi slogan, which, because of that interview that I had the honor and privilege to conduct, it became a national motto. I grew up as the daughter of a journalist who was India's first woman to report a war. My mother's name was Barkha Dutt, and when she began in journalism, she was 19 and she walked into the offices of the Hindustan Times and she said, "I want a job." And they said, "We don't hire women in the newsroom." And she said, "What can I do here?" And they said, "Well, you can cover the flower show in the city." And she said, "I'll take what you give me." And she rose to become the head of the bureau. And then in 1965, when a war broke out between India and Pakistan, and she'd established herself, she said, "Let me go and cover this war." They said, "Are you crazy? You're not sending a woman to the war front." She said, "Okay, can I take a few days off?" So they gave her a few days off. She went alone. She had a cousin in the army, and she covered that war. She died when I was 13 years old. But the reason I share this story is I realized early on the importance of powerful female role models. Why are we here and what is We the Women about? Well, first, London is the center of the universe, isn't it? Second, there are so many people with links to India here, Indian students, but also those in the diaspora with roots and history that is linked to India. And our idea was today to celebrate the change makers of our community, those from India, but those also from here, who have done the community proud, changed it, impacted it, inspired us, altered us in some way. What is the festival about? The festival is your festival. It's not my festival, it's our festival. The festival is about community. It's about a shared space. It's about a space for celebration, but also sharing. There are sometimes painful and vulnerable stories that get told, not just on the stage, but from the audience. And we'd be grateful to you if you open up to us, because this is a safe space. It is also about inclusion. And therefore, you will see many men on our stage and delightfully many men in the audience. So a big round of applause for all the men here today. Because there can be no we the women without the men in our lives, right? And we are here to celebrate men who champion women, men as allies, but also to talk about how we bring up our boys being as critical. For those of you who are parents, you know that this is as critical as how we bring up our girls. So We the Women is going to be about community, celebration, inspiration, joy, fun, but also pain and vulnerability when it needs to be. And before I actually bring Parv back on stage, because I do want to talk to her and understand how she became this drummer girl, I encourage you all, take photographs, clap, applaud, whistle, cheer, ask for a song when a big star's on stage, and we'll see if we can get them to do a little jig for you. One only per star. I can't do more than that. So just remember, don't make impossible asks. There are mics on either side. Because it's such a big hall and it's such a full hall, if any of you have a question, we'll be asking you to come to those mics and ask your question. And for those near the stage, I'm here and I will bring the microphone to you. So let's get this off the road, right? Thank you very much for coming here. It's going to be a brilliant day. And I want to welcome back on stage Parv Kaur, who opened this festival for us. Let's hear a louder roar of applause for this young lady here.
Thank you so much.
I'm not used to seeing you without your drum. I almost didn't recognize you.
I'm in heels.
Oh, you're in heels.
I'm used to Moje, so it's amazing. It's amazing. Thank you so much.
Okay, so how did this happen? How did you start playing the drum? Tell us a bit about yourself. Where are you from?
I'm Parv Kaur, British born, from Birmingham.
Okay.
Good old Brummie.
Yeah.
And I think the reason was no. No, you can't do it. And that's why I started.
Who said, no, you can't do it?
I think it's more about the community. I think our Asian community, we're talking 30, I know I look 21, but this is 30 years ago when everybody said, no, you can't do this. Nahi changa lagda, you can't go on stage, you can't dance around.
Kyun nahi changa lagda?
I think it was like a taboo. It's such a male-dominating industry itself.
Yeah.
There's only men in the venue.
Come, why don't you sit? Why are we standing? Yeah. Yeah. Go for it.
And I think
so who are these people who were saying mat karo ji?
You got to understand, in the Bhangra industry, it was very male-dominating. Mm-hmm. So in the 80s, 60s especially, when I was growing up in the 80s, it was just Bhangra bands, and it was just male. And I think it was only that the men went to the wedding, so no women. It was men. The men were caterers, the cameraman was caterers. And I think my father, who is in the Guinness Book of Records for starting Bhangra music in the UK.
Fab. Yeah.
And I was his little daughter hiding behind the kitchen curtains, watching them rehearse. And I was like, I want to go. And he's like, oh, what are you going to do there? I said, I'll just play anything. I'll play the tambourine. And then I realized when I was going to these Bhangra shows, going to these weddings, the only person that was up front was the singer and the dhol player. Tambourine wale, the piche si dholki wale, tambourine, keyboard. I learned every instrument, then realized the only person up front is the singer. I can't sing. So the singer and the dholi. So I thought, you know what? I'm going to grab that dhol. And I can't believe that 30 years ago, little old me, 8 years old, on a platform, big Bhangra throw, just playing the dhol in the back, and that's where the
But did you teach yourself?
So I think because the band members all tae, chache, you know, they're all related, it's kind of like a family group, and I was secretly watching them like really intensely. learning the beats, going home, revising. Koi parai nahi karni si, just Dhol and Dholki. And then I realized, actually, I do want to be like them. He was like, oh, you won't be interested. I actually thought, nah, I'm not going to be interested. But I can't believe I'm here.
Yeah.
I can't believe it. So thank you so much.
Once you started playing, did the family come around? Did the community come around?
No.
Or were they still judgy?
No, it was very difficult that I knew I was talented, my own family knew I'm talented, but people just looked at me and thought, nah, she's not talented. She won't even be able to hold it.
They would actually say that
They would actually say that. And I was really struggling to cope with that, to be honest. I was only young. And even though my dad was like, oh, mera pot aaja, like, you know, it was like a loving family.
Yeah.
When I went in the outside world, it was brutal. I really felt alone. And then I started my own group in 1999 called Eternal Tal.
Eternal Tal?
Eternal Tal. So I started my own female group. Dad wasn't happy.
All-female group?
All-female group. In some cultures in the UK, you can only have restricted female in one sense and males in the other. So we used to hire males. But predominantly, we were a female band. And I had to secretly train and secretly do these gigs because nobody...
So you had to hide and play your dhol?
I used to hide my dhol in my friend's garage. Wow. I used to go on the bus. I used to pretend it was a school bag. My mom used to say, oh, the bada bag hai thwada. I'm like, Hanji, mother, it's a big day today. But I used to secretly just do my, prom, opening of a school event. I just loved the sound of it. It's becoming part of me without realizing it. And I just had to continue. I just had to.
So here's what I'm going to ask you. Having got to Eternal Tal, what would you say to young girls here? And before you answer that question, are there young girls here who have a dream that is being held back by extended family, neighbors, Dadaji, Chachaji, anyone? Or you can all do what you want to? Can you all do what you want to? Okay, here's the question. Show me your hand if there's a dream you have that you can't pursue. Whoever's stopping you. Anybody? 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 Someone? Where? Here's a young girl. Come on. You're young enough to jump on stage. That is our youngest possibly participant here. What is your name?
Advita.
And how old are you?
I'm 9 years old.
And what is your dream?
I want to become an IS officer.
An Indian Administrative Service officer. And who is saying no?
My old friend at school.
Your friend at school is saying no? Why is he or she saying no?
They said it's too impossible.
Ah. And what did you say?
I said I just want to follow my dream and I'll let no one stop me.
I need you to go and give this young woman a hug for me. Can you do that? Because she's the older version that represents that nothing is impossible. And she's the younger girl who told her friend that nothing is impossible. Can we have a big round of applause for her? Okay, thank you. So, Parv, may you keep marching to the sound of your own beats. May all your dreams come true. May you answer every no in your life with the way you have with music. Today, we will be honoring and celebrating change makers, and the whole spirit of this festival is that sometimes you'll see really famous people on this stage honoring others whom you may not know as well, but today you will get to know them. So to honor Parv Kaur, but also to welcome our first superstar speaker, put your hands together for Rashmika Mandana. Let's give it up louder. Let Rashmika feel the love. Hello. So good to see you. Come on here. Can I request both the lovely ladies to come here in the middle of the stage? So first, it is Rashmika's first ever trip to London. And I am not hearing a loud enough welcome. Can you imagine this superstar, one of India's highest paid, if not the highest paid female actor, known as the blockbuster queen? I'm like, will you come to London? She said, I've never come to London. I'm like, we have to change that now. So let's welcome her again, like in properly. And before we get the conversation going, can I have the first Changemaker Award on stage that I'm going to request Rashmika to present to Parv Kaur, who is a female Dhol player. Yes. And Rashmika is going to do the honors and present it to Parv. Come on, guys, show some love. I think everybody wants one photo. You have to keep clapping. You can't stop. Thank you. Parv, thank you so much. Thank you. Come, Rashmika.
Welcome to London, Rashmika.
Okay, guys. How about I get to do? Can you hear me? Okay, 1 minute. I think they can't hear you.
Is this good enough?
Yes.
Yeah, working?
I think she's just a little soft-spoken and overwhelmed right now.
Yeah, I really am. It's such a lovely crowd. Thank you so much for being a part of this whole grand gesture. Thank you.
Okay, so because it's her first trip, I want you to make her feel extra welcome. So how are we going to do that?
Oxford shopping.
What? What?
Shopping.
That dance, shopping, all that later. I think we can just clap really loudly one more time.
Oh, thank you so much. Really, thank you.
Welcome, Rashmika, to We the Women. Welcome to London.
Thank you. I am here because of you, so thank you for bringing me here.
Thank you. Thank you for coming all the way. I know you have film shoots on. I know you have a new release. You had one release last week. You have a new look out, which you can look up on social media. I mean, you know, Rashmika looks like sort of peaches and cream, like this gentle young girl, but you should actually look up her new look. It's just the opposite of the young woman we see on stage right now. And that's what being a fantastic actor is all about, right? So, Rashmika, let's start with you being the daughter of what you have often called middle-class parents.
Yes.
You did your bachelor's in journalism, psychology, and English literature.
Yes.
You almost became me, but then thankfully you became you.
Oh, it would have been lovely either way.
No,
so really
you're a star, and we're all so proud of you. Tell me this, how does somebody with no godfathers in the industry, no exposure to the film industry, literally middle-class family, I know you win the fresh face competition and so on, but how do you even think of movies? And how did, you know, we just had Parv, and she said, when I told my family I want to play the Dhol, they were like, have you gone mad? So when you get your first audition, and you're paid 25,000 rupees, the princely sum of 25,000 rupees as a sign-up check, and you call your parents and you say, I've got an offer. What did they say?
As in, I think in South Indian families, what happens is, back in the day at least, this whole concept of entering the film industry was like a wrong thing to do somehow, because I feel like they didn't have the right knowledge as to understanding how film industries really work. And my parents, of course, because I was the only child till I was 16.
Yeah, and then you have a younger sister.
I have a younger sister who's like 13 years old today. We have like a 16-year age gap between us. So she's like a little baby to me. But because I'm the only girl that they had, so they were like super possessive of me. So they didn't want me making any wrong choices in their terms. And they did their best to protect me in, with the best of knowledge that they had.
What did they want you to do?
They wanted me,
say
my
be
dad.
Journalist. Say be a journalist. No, honestly,
actually,
what did they want you to do?
My dad has a business back in Kaur.
In coffee?
No, we actually have a wedding hall.
Ah.
Yeah, so he's into hotel management.
Okay.
And he wanted me to go back and help him with his business. But obviously, the destiny had something else planned for me, and here I am. But I'm very, very grateful that I'm getting to be here today and speak to all of you. Thank you. I feel really honored.
When you clap, you have to show that this is the best audience ever and it claps the loudest ever. So when you clap, you've got to do it like end to end, right? Thank you.
I feel really special, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I remember the conversations back home during when I got my first paycheck weren't easy because, you know, in co-community, again, nobody's ever entered film industry. I think I'm the first one in a whole community to have entered the industry.
Were people judgy?
Extremely, but also I somehow, since back then itself, wouldn't give a lot of thought into what other people said about me. I don't know, I think it's just given in a personality. But yeah, conversations were like, are you sure once you get into it?
By the way, we have pictures on of a younger you. I don't know if you
God.
can see it on the monitor there. And guys, there are monitors up there also, so you can have a look. How old are you there? You think you know?
No,
Okay,
I
that
don't
went away
remember.
too quickly. But young Rashmika.
I don't remember.
Yeah.
I think around the 4th or the 5th grade. I think so. I'm not too sure.
So the community is getting all judgy, but you are determined that you're going to do what you want to. Are you scared that with no sort of family links to the industry, in an industry where nepotism is such a big debate, right, that this is going to be really tough for you?
Well, you know what, honestly, I do? I just put my head down and I keep working. I don't know what's going to happen with each of my films. I don't know what the reaction to all my films are going to be like. I don't know what the reaction to each of these characters are going to be like. But I know that I just need to keep working. I just need to keep going like a rocket and not stop. And that's what I've done
Rashmika
over the
Rocket.
last...
I think we should brand that, right? Rashmika Rocket, how do you like that?
As in, like, the way I've been welcomed in different industries, different languages, with my first film being Kirik Party, which I was offered.
25,000 rupees. You still have your
Yes.
first check?
No, I like that.
You spent it?
You know,
Can I ask you,
honestly-
what did you buy with your first paycheck?
I gave it to my parents. I didn't know what to do with it because I was like, now I have a check in hand. I don't even know how to deposit this because, of course, your parents are taking care of all your money and they're giving you pocket monies and everything, right? So you don't know what to do with the check. I'm like, okay. And I, by then, hadn't even told my mom and dad that I was going and auditioning and I was thinking about film industry. So I was like hiding that fact. But suddenly I got accepted into this film and I have a paycheck and I'm like, Mama, I need to tell you something. Okay, don't get mad at me, please. But here's a film that I'm doing. And she's like, what is wrong with you? Like, how can you just accept paychecks from, you know,
Someone you
we
don't
don't know? And then there was like a whole debate at home. But my parents also, you know, wanted to support me in doing what I wanted to do. And I didn't even know acting was something that I wanted to do. But I didn't want to miss out on this opportunity. So I was thinking, okay, one film and out.
So what is your favorite Rashmika film, guys? Pushpa. Pushpa and Shrivali is what we are hearing. Who said that? You?
Chava. Hey!
Okay. Can you, the girl in the green, can you stand up and go for me to the mics? Is there one on your side too?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you go there and tell me what you like about Rashmika and which of her films you like the most? Go for it. Tell us your name.
My name is Sampada.
Hi.
Rashmika, I've seen your movie Geeta Govindam.
Thank you.
And that was my second movie watching of Vijay Devarkonda because I like Pelli Chupulu.
Ah, yeah.
I mean, you're deliberately mentioning Vijay, right? you're trying to convert my very serious conversation into some gossip conversation. Shame on you.
Absolutely not.
Joking. Keep going. Yeah.
But what I loved about Rashmika seeing is the aesthetics. The aesthetics you bring to the screen, they're so beautiful and I love it.
Thank
on my
you.
TikTok For You page, they're like South Indian aesthetics and there's one picture of Rashmika and I'm like, yeah.
So I think we might have one track from Pushpa. Are we going to ask
Yes,
Rashmika
please.
to...
Yes, please.
Oh, shit.
Don't have it yet. I'll let you know if we have it. Thanks for that. Let's keep the conversation going here. You go from being this girl who gets scolded by mummy for saying yes to a film offer to being one of India's highest paid actors, men or women. Actually, I don't even want to say female stars. You're one of India's highest paid actors. How do you stop money from changing you?
Oh, it doesn't really get to me. This is something that I've had multiple conversations with my friends because I have friends from back school. And constantly I've been hearing this thing where, you know, when you get the fame and the success, you tend to change. And I don't really agree with that. All my friends from back school, they in fact suggest that I change today. They're like, listen, life is going to get really hard.
You need to be star-like.
Yeah, because they're like, how are you able to handle this, you know, going into multiple languages, going into multiple industries and working like this, but you're still you. And somewhere, I don't know, I just find it so much harder to change personalities rather than, you know, just like I truly believe in being kind, being nice. I think that's just me, and that there's no pretense in that. I just feel like that's my way of life, and today I have the privilege of, you know, staying true to who I really am. And I really think that, you know, not many people are given that chance. We always have to be like water trying to fit into different, you know, shapes of vessels. But I didn't really have to do that.
Is nepotism... Okay, let me see how the audience perceives it first. Do you guys think nepotism is a real thing in the industry? If you do, raise your hands. Show me your hands. Show me your hands and keep them up so my cameras can pick this shot up, right? So that's like what, 80% of this hall actually thinks nepotism is a thing. Now, if nepotism is a thing, how much did you have to battle it?
I wouldn't call that a battle, ma'am. I just feel like tomorrow, if I were to have kids and they made a choice of wanting to enter the industry, they will want, as in I, as a mother, will help them get into the industry. So that is a privilege that the kids who have support like that, it is a privilege to them, but also once you enter the industry, if you're not strong in your own craft and your own talent, you will not sustain. So it might be like, it might be a easier first push, but to make a name and sustain what you have started, that's an entirely different battle. Like,
what do you remember being your toughest moment to get to this point of being the Rashmika Mandana?
I feel like maintaining the success. Like, for men, I feel like it's about getting to that success. But for women, it's like we get to that success, but to maintain it, that is the real battle.
You know, that's... I'll share a little story. I was once interviewing Hillary Clinton. And Hillary Clinton was then Secretary of State of the United States of America. And I said, what's the toughest thing about being you? And she said, you know, I learned that if you're a woman who's successful and you're in the public eye, you have to grow a skin as thick as the hide of a rhinoceros. Because once you're successful, you'll get a lot of love, but you'll also get a lot of scrutiny, a lot of hate. And that, to the point that you made, that you get there, but you know, staying there can sometimes actually not be a joyride, but be quite harsh. Have you had that experience that, you know, everybody and their aunt will have an opinion on you, they'll troll you, they'll write it, you know, on your social media pages, they'll all have an opinion on how you look, what you weigh, body size, color of skin, personal life. You know, you had a broken relationship that was written about in media, you have an ongoing relationship that's written about in media. Everybody makes your life their business, and you're a woman, and you're a young woman. And then they're going to have all kinds of opinion. To talk about that journey, that struggle, those moments when sometimes it feels very harsh, very cruel.
Well, I feel like we do live in a society where everyone has an opinion, and everyone having an opinion is being celebrated about. So I just believe that I signed up for this. I signed up for being a public figure. And now I cannot choose for people to write only the good stuff. about me. I'm okay.
That's truly democratic, right? Yeah.
I'm okay that people write the bad stuff or not so great stuff about me. I'm okay with it because I know that I signed up for it. But at the same time, I just feel like how, like you rightly said, once you become an actor, once you're in the success, it's not a joyful ride. And I can agree with you on that because even today, despite of having the success or the number my film makes and all of that background, I still am having to fight for every film that I get. You know, there are some films that
We have some of those pictures up there. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that happened.
That also happened.
That
yeah.
also happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like today, we are all having to fight for the films that we are getting and you want to get.
Yeah.
It's a constant battle. Nothing is going to be easy, and that's just the way of life.
So I'm going to come to your most controversial film. You can say it louder. Okay. Super success, highly debated, highly controversial. There are those who argue that cinema has to allow for characters that are not likable. And there are those who found the movie very disturbing, very misogynistic. I want you now, with some space between the success of the film, the noise around it, to tell me how you saw it.
I saw the film as a film. Like, for me, example, if I were to give an example, when a hero is smoking on screen, like, people smoke every day. Like, it's become a normal in the society. Now, if you're saying that the hero is influencing the audience to smoke, or maybe, like, if the hero on screen don't smoke, it's not necessarily that people are not going to smoke as well. It's like, I just watch a film as a film. I don't like go to a film to sort of influence me in any way. If the heroine is smoking, it's not like I'm going to go and start smoking.
So you're saying
So
that
it's
this burden on cinema that, like, you know, you are responsible for shaping minds is misplaced?
Well-
Are there any roles or anything you would not do
well,
for the role?
for the role, like, I personally would never smoke on screen. Or
Okay.
personally, like, I just don't like this whole concept of smoking. But that's my personal opinion, which I would like to keep it to myself. And if someone for a character comes and asks me that she needs to do this, I'll be like, I might have to let this film go. You know, because
I think we have clips from the sets, but go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, so I just treat a film as a film. Now, when I personally choose to do a film, at least the character that I have control over, I will play it a certain way for my personal beliefs. But if I'm a part of an animal, I will still say, go watch a film as a film. Now, if you're someone who's going to get influenced by, the film, then watch your kind of films.
Yeah.
Like, nobody is forcing anybody to go and watch every film. If that was the case, every film would be blockbusters today.
And also, I think there's a kind of cancel culture that I'm not comfortable with. I mean, I think we're allowed to not like a character. I think we're allowed to talk about representation, but to ask actors not to do certain roles. I mean, think of Tarantino. I mean, no Tarantino film would ever get made. Billy Bob Thornton would be out of work. I am going to take one question, if anybody has, on Animal specifically, because it's been so spoken about, so highly debated. Anybody here? Yes. Can I just request you, as we're talking, to go to the mic? The reason we have to do this is there's so many of you, so the ushers actually can't reach you in time. As she's walking up to the mic, were you taken aback by the debate around
Not really,
around it?
ma'am. See, there are gray characters in each one of us. We're never black and white. We have gray in us. It's just Sandeep Redivanga just spoke about a messed up character. That's about it. And seems to me that people have celebrated it because it's made the numbers. So I didn't really take it as something that I have to get disturbed about this whole conversation. No, I was like, we made this film. It's worked. People like it. People dislike it. It's their own personal thing. Like, we have just made a cinema, and I just think people should just go and watch a film for the film and not really judge the actor playing these characters.
Like,
because,
don't literalize it,
yeah,
basically.
It's
yeah?
acting for a
Yeah.
reason. We are pretending on screen, you know?
Yeah.
Like, our personality is different, the actors are different, so.
What's your name?
Hi, my name is Rajvinder.
Go ahead.
Welcome to London, Rashmika.
Thank you, ma'am.
The question I have is, now Animal was a big success. What was the most challenging thing did you find in that movie that you would like to share with us?
Challenging thing?
Like to get into that character, maybe? Was that challenging to like Ranbir after that character? I mean,
Yeah, probably.
how utterly unlikable was his character? Ranbir is lovely. I love Ranbir. The character. I'm not confusing the actor with the character. But go ahead. Yeah.
Performance, getting into the skin of the character, I think I'm someone who completely surrenders to the directors I work with. And that's exactly why I'm being appreciated for my performance in these different characters that I'm doing. But the toughest thing for me was having to do that confrontation scene in like one shot.
It was awesome.
Thank you.
It was awesome.
Yay!
Okay. Anybody else with a question on Animal? I saw yeah, in the red. Can you just help us get to the mic? While we're doing that, there's been this huge debate around Deepika Padukone losing a film because she asked for flexi working hours, and it is reported more money. I actually want to talk about money, and we'll come to Deepika later. As one of India's highest paid female actors, do you think we're at a point where men and women finally have pay parity, or is it still a struggle?
Well, when you say the most paid, I don't think I am.
One of the top.
One of the top. Also, I don't think I am.
Really?
Yeah. Because today, as I have 4 more films starting to roll, I know the conversations that I have with them personally. And it's always a debate, personal debate, about do you want to get paid or do you want to get the respect for doing these characters? That's a constant battle because we all have bills to pay. We have a lot of, people who's working like in this village of ours that we have to pay salaries to. But at the same time, there are so many people who are making the films who say, okay, fine, you know what, the budget is tight, so we really have to cut short on the remuneration. So would you be still open to? So now, for the love that I'm receiving from the audience, I'm still like, you know what, I will
Forgo the fight over the money.
Yeah, I will let that go. I will pay it from my pocket. It's fine. But I want to do this film for my audience.
But hold that thought there. I find, I don't like generally cliches about men are like this and women are like this, but my lived experience tells me that we as women are really bad at one thing, and I'm going to ask you to raise your hands if you agree with me. You just heard her say, she said, I'll pay this from my own pocket, but I really want to do this film. We tend to come from this mindset where women think our work will speak for itself.
It doesn't.
Are we, those of us who are still shy about asking for more money, raise your hand. Raise your hand, I want to see that. That's at least like, so I see somebody here, so many, I want to hear from you. Can I ask you to come on stage? And then ma'am here also. One at a time, so why don't you come? Come and sit next to me. So Rashmika just said, I'll pay for it myself. Does that happen to you? Are you apologetic or defensive about money?
I am. Right now, I'm dependent. Right now, like I'm not independent right now. But
What do you do?
still,
What
like,
do you do, or what do you want to do?
So I'm building my own fashion label. I'm based in Mumbai, so I'm building that at the moment. Yeah, that's so excited for it.
Yeah.
So yeah, but I'm still dependent on my family, and I'm very hesitant when it comes to asking for money. And I'm actually, I have that sort of hunger where I want to start like making my own money, and there's a lot I put on the side. And I've just put it on the side thinking that I'll only buy it when it's my own money.
Right.
So, yeah.
So can I also ask you to come on, and I'm going to ask you to jump off, but meanwhile I'm going to ask you, are you defensive or apologetic about asking for more money?
Well, it depends on each project, honestly. When I feel like I am doing, hi ma'am, when I am having to give my everything. Depends on the number of working days. Honestly, when I have 100 days of like full-on work going, then I will expect a certain amount because it's those 100 days and
But
I can't do anything else.
hard, or are you like squeamish about that? Or do you need someone else to do it?
Well, someone else do it. I can't have this conversations. I'm terrible with money conversations.
Is it because we came from middle class roots, or is it because we're women, or is it both?
I think...
I heard someone say both. Yeah, yeah.
I don't know, ma'am. See, since the beginning, I've never been great with having money conversations. But also, when you see this kind of money coming from that kind of money, this is already massive. So I feel like I'm so grateful for getting what I'm getting today.
Yeah.
You know, maybe that is...
But then that's also like this, right? Like, that's also a female mindset. Oh, I mean, I never thought, like, I'll tell you, my first salary was 8,000 rupees. And when I got 8,000 rupees, I said, oh my God, I never thought I would get 8,000 rupees. I'm so grateful I have 8,000 rupees. So tell me about yourself. What's your name?
Yamini.
Yeah.
I've trained as a garden designer. So first job, you're thinking, is somebody really going to hire me? Yeah. Maybe I should reduce my prices. And you're thinking, should it be like the bare minimum? Am I going to make any money off this project?
Yeah.
What should I do? You really lower your prices to get your foot in the door.
And is that a female thing, or is that like everybody's struggle?
I think mostly women struggle with that. I don't know.
Do you all relate to this? Huh?
I think it's everyone.
The men are trying to say, hey, this happens to us too. Okay, can I ask you to step off because I see ma'am here. Let's bring her up. And then I know, I haven't forgotten you. Your red is impossible to ignore, so I'm going to come to you. But Rashmika really touched a nerve here, and I think you opened up something. So if you don't mind, I want some of these. Because where else are they going to get a chance to sit with Rashmika on stage, right? Ma'am, your name?
Veera.
So tell us about yourself. And why you raised your hand when I said, are women defensive about money?
Well, I have worked when I was younger, and every time I thought I deserved more, I didn't get what I thought I deserved. And the point was, how do I ask for more? Yeah. Because here I am, they feel that this is what I deserve and this is what they're paying me. But again, they thought that she needs the job. So
I think that's a really important point, that it comes down to people thinking the woman really needs the job. You know, how do you see it changing at all?
yes, I think the younger generation is more vocal about it. And
Okay, I'm going to thank you, ma'am, for sharing that input. And I'm going to take one more question there, and then we'll keep our conversation going. Yeah, go for it.
Hi, Rashmika.
Hi, ma'am. Hi.
So my question was about the animal movie. So that's
Yeah,
what Barkha Dutt called me.
Yeah.
So
Sorry, we went somewhere else with that, right?
yeah, exactly. I was thinking, will I remember the question? I was also going into that conversation about the money part.
Yeah.
Anyway, so the question was that will you accept anybody like character in Animal, which Ranveer Kapoor played?
In your life?
In your life.
In my life.
And will you suggest any
Interesting.
women to accept such role, character in their life?
Very interesting. You know what? I actually have an answer to that because I truly believe that if you love someone and someone loves you, the changes will happen.
You actually think you can change people?
I actually think.
You know that that's a young and romantic idea.
No, ma'am. No, I will tell you why.
Nobody changes.
No. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why.
The older women in this hall are going, nobody changes.
No, I'll tell you why. I said that statement is because, like, example, when you grow up with your partner or someone from a younger age, you're still forming a personality. Yes. You still are figuring out what you like and what you don't like. And when you grew up together, like suddenly when you remember, you know, your best friend or your partner being a certain way, you know, back in that, like, maybe a decade earlier, suddenly to the person who they are today, you're just like, do you remember how
different it was?
Yeah, and today, do you realize how much we've changed together? Like, I feel like the changes can be made, but only maybe I'm just talking about those miracle like partners or situations. I don't know.
Women here in 30s.
Exceptions. Thank you.
Yeah,
women,
say.
Yeah, women sitting here in 30s and 40s will definitely believe that you cannot change a man.
Okay, after this, since I promised an inclusive space for the men, after this we are going to hear the male perspective. But let's have a show of hands across genders. Do you believe you can change a person you love? Raise your hands if you can. Okay. Can I ask you to come on stage? We haven't had a man on stage. Let's give a round of applause for the first man on stage. All right. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
I'm Keshav Singhal. I'm an orthopedic surgeon.
Okay. And are you from here?
I'm from Cardiff.
From Cardiff. So you raised your hand and said that people can actually change people that they love.
Absolutely.
So give us an example.
The example is from my marriage and from my parents'
Is your wife
marriage.
here?
No.
So we can't test this theory, but go on.
Well, I mean, she has changed me.
Yeah.
And I think women actually have a great power of influencing their men, positively as well as negatively. I believe in my case, it's been a very positive experience. She has tempered me, she has encouraged me, she has stood like a rock behind me. And I see that if the women is not perhaps in the same page as the men, then it can be a destructive influence.
So, what were you like that your wife has changed about you positively?
Well, I say she has tamed me.
Tamed you? Nah. You'll have to do better than that.
Well, she has controlled my temper.
I hope you didn't take it out on her.
No, never. but you know, I think she has a great perspective, things that I may not see with a male mind. And I think women are much more intuitive. They can actually see beyond the obvious. And I think that's where she has helped me.
Thank you for sharing that. A round of applause. I want to come back to you. I just wanted to take that segue because I think one of the things about this festival that we try and do is to give you also a moment that, you know, that you'll get to talk to your fans directly. Here's my question. Let's go back to the question you ducked on Deepika.
I did not duck.
No, joking. I'm kidding. It's a larger debate. It's not about individuals. I personally believe that men and women in any workspace, if they're parents, men also, should have flexible hours when they're young parents. I believe in family leave, not maternity leave, because I believe that men should be encouraged to be hands-on fathers. So for me, the debate is not around Deepika. It's actually not even around women. It's just how do you manage the rest of your life with your work life, and is that a flexibility that needs to extend to both men and women? Or are there certain professions that aren't, like I'll give you my profession. I don't have a structured profession. You know, I was in New York and a terror attack took place. I flew back. I was somewhere else and the Air India plane crashed and I flew back. So we understand that we sign up for a non-work-life balanced life. We choose that because we love our work and we make that choice. So it's not a gender debate. I'm just asking you about this debate ongoing in your industry right now about flexible hours, and is that something that both men and women should have the right to?
Well, I do work in multiple industries, which is, for example, in the South, keep it Telugu industry or Kannada industry or Tamil industry, we work 9 to 6. Like it's our office going hours. We just work 9 to 6 and we come back home. We work out, we spend time with family, and we, you know, go to sleep and head to the shoot the next day. Now, in Hindi, I've realized it's a 9 to 9. It's 12 working hours. So now, me as an actor, I am open to both of these working hours because this is what my film requires.
Yeah.
But like, of course, now today, the whole country is debating about flexible hours and everything, but that is up for discussion amongst the teams and figure out, okay, if okay, if the team is working for 9 to 6 or 9 to 9, it's their personal choices. So that's what I believe in. I feel like every firm have to have that discussion and be open to how many hours in the day they want to work, because some firms, you can start 9 to 9, but actually carries on till the next day 9 p.m. So you're working like 36 hours, 48 hours. There are actually firms who work these round the clock,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty normal. So, like today, when the debate is going on, I know that a lot of people are having opinions on it, and it is rightly to do so that you've gone and asked your director, okay, this is the time frame I want to work in. Can we do this? And of course, it's their personal conversations, it's their personal debate.
Yeah.
But just to throw a little light on these things, there are much worse scenarios happening where you're like working 2-3 days without going home and, without having that reset of like a little nap and everything. It's very normal.
Yeah.
So,
and it happens for the medical fraternity. It happens, I think, for reporters.
Exactly.
It happens in movies. And I personally think that if you want a very flexible life, you choose your profession based on that. Personally, that's my personal opinion.
And also have these conversations. Be open to having these conversations. If I want some, like example, if it's 9 to 9 and they push it to 9 to 12 in the middle of the night, I'll go and tell my directors that, sir, I really had some other meeting post 9 p.m. So please, can you let me go for that? And it's open for discussion. It's not like, okay, this is the only way to do things. This is the only way things work. It's not that.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Which of your characters would you most like to go on a holiday with?
This is like, wait, the conversation was going like this and suddenly...
It has to be an element of surprise, right?
Well, I think Lily, dear comrade, I get to play cricket with her, so that's great.
Do you follow cricket?
Not to the T, but I do love the sport.
You do?
Yeah.
Yeah. If you hadn't been an actor, what would you have been?
Well, I'm very fascinated with human psychology.
You studied psychology?
Yes, I did. And that's where I found this fascination for human psychology. And I love getting to know different people. I just feel like all of us are so unique in our own ways and so fascinating in our own ways that it just excites me.
Yeah. If there's one thing you could change about yourself, what would it be?
Well, I wish I could say no more often.
Yeah.
It's a problem.
What have you said yes to that you regret?
Well, I don't know. A lot of things very recently.
What can you share, for example?
So after this air crash, I've been really having this anxiety inside me because I'm on a flight literally every day.
Sure.
And that just takes a toll on you in some way. A little turbulence happens and you're like, Swami, I hope I make it, I hope I make it. It's gone to that, guys, really bad. So I feel like I wish I had taken the things I've planned for the next 3 months, which is like a lot. I can't, it's a lot, guys. So I wish I had cut back on those things a bit. Yeah.
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 And how do you feel about your personal life playing out in public?
I think that's the love that I receive, but also with love comes the interest about you as a personality.
So do you have a message for Vijay?
Hi. I hope you're having a good day today.
That's very formal.
Well,
Thoda to aur kuch.
Kuch nahi hai.
Kuch to aur. I mean, you've got to give him a better message than that through our platform.
All the best for everything that you're doing today. I don't know.
All right, that's just me taking your tip. Listen, before we honor you and we let you go, what is your advice to young girls like yourself who are anywhere, who are not necessarily connected to the industry that they see for themselves? What's the one thing you'd say to young girls and young women everywhere?
Young girls, boys, women, men out there. I'm someone who came from a small town called Kaur, and I am in London talking to Barkha ma'am and talking to this lovely audience. And if I have been able to do this, then trust me, anyone is capable of doing whatever you choose to do in life. So keep that dream going.
Thank you. Now, I had promised you one track. One track. And I'm going to allow just one die-hard fan on stage. It's going to be one. It's going to be only one. And it's going to be, no, hang on. It's going to be this woman here. Come on up. Come on up. And I'll do just one. One, please, please, please. You have to respect my rules here. Come on up. And the man. All right, hang on. One man. No, please. Okay, hang on. Okay, these are the moments. I think she missed, her family missed that photo. You have to give her another hug.
Okay, come here.
Oh my God, and I think he's shivering.
Oh my God. Oh, thank you so
And we
much.
are ready.
Very, very huge friend of you.
Okay,
And you're being
okay. Calm down, breathe. And here we go. We're ready? Okay, guys. Go for it. Go for it. Come on.
पीछे चलूं जैसे मंदिर की सीढ़ी पे चढ़ूं सामे तेरे बगल बैठूं ऐसे जैसे शिव के बगल गौरी मोर सामे ओ डगर जहां तेरी नजर ले जाए रे प्रेम नगर सामे ऐसा में अरे सामे आजा सामे बलम सामे परम सामे सनम सामे अरे सामे आजा सामे
Thank you. And it is time. How did you feel about that?
So nice, guys. Such a lovely time I've spent with all of you. Thank you so much.
But we're not done yet.
Oh, okay.
We are today honoring the change makers of 2025. Rashmika has been the blockbuster queen, the national crush, now the international crush. Can we please have on stage our trophy? And the trophy is just coming on. And I don't know if Ritu is here. Is she here? Is Ritu here? Okay, well, Subodh is here. This is Subodh Gupta, one of the world's best-known artists. Let's hear it up for him. And Bharti's here, and I'm going to request them and me to present Rashmika this trophy. Can I? Can we please have the honors here? Okay, you have to look there. Before everybody goes, I want to read out the citation. Rashmika Mandana, blockbuster queen, rewrites the rules, right? So can we send her off with some love? Thank you. We'll catch up, yeah? This way. And now I want, as she goes, you can clap again. And now I want to welcome Subodh Gupta and Bharti Kher, and I want you to clap very loudly for them. So, how many of you saw in Kensington in the last few days a cycle rickshaw stacked with tiffins? Or did you see that photograph on Instagram going viral? I saw some hands there. You saw it? Yeah, I saw it on Instagram. Can you come to the mic and tell us what you saw? Come, just come quickly. Come quickly. I can't hear you from there. Come on. Don't take so much time. Come quickly. What's your name?
My name is Tanya.
Yeah.
Hi, sir. I'm a big fan of you. Like, I wanted to be an artist at one point of time, but society and parents didn't support much, but that's a different story. But I did see that picture stuffed with tiffins, and it just came once or twice, but I was so happy, and I was looking forward to see you today and hear about your story. So, yeah.
And you said you saw that image on Instagram?
Yes. And yeah, so people, if you read the comments on that, like I happened to read it, people were confused. What is it about and how, what does it make sense and everything. So maybe when we talk around, so we can find.
Okay, so I want to tell you, Subodh and Bharti are very dear friends of mine, but apart from being dear friends of mine, they are, you know, two of the world's foremost artists. And Subodh came from Bihar, and Bharti actually came from right here in the United Kingdom till she made India her home, so she has that hyphenated identity. And this is a very unusual, you know, we've been talking in the last conversation about relationships and love. This is, by all accounts, it's an unusual relationship. I'll start with you. You came from Bihar. You didn't grow up with a lot of money. You didn't grow up speaking English. You taught yourself how to speak English. How did you get interested in art? How did you enter this world of high glamour where the Serpentine after party in London, in Kensington, has the Subodh Gupta installation? Subodh and Bharti's arts are pretty much unaffordable for regular salaried people. You grew up, I would even say, almost poor.
Yes.
Tell us about Bihar. And just hold the mic a little closer.
Well, thank you. Thank you for everyone to be here. Thank you, Barkha. Even I don't know how I become an artist. Honestly, I grew up in the small town called Kaur and a station name called Danapur. There was a railway colony. 99% of the population work in the railway. My father was in railway. My two brothers was in railway. I mean, they retired. And my brother-in-law in the railway too. So I came from the railway family. So I'm a railway boy. And one thing, something with this small, very little town has a interesting, due to the railway colony, has an influence of the British influence. So there is a railway cinema, the Hauji Club, and 2 swimming pools.
Oh.
And it's called officers' clubs. We're not allowed to go there.
You were not allowed to go there?
Because we were not that officer's son.
Right. British colonial hangover, basically.
Hangover.
Yeah.
So, well, but interestingly, I used to draw from my school. I don't know why I'm drawing, but I used to draw. And in India, most of the people who grew up looking the visual arts, they often only look the calendar art or the other small things.
Yeah.
So I used to also copy the calendar. No, just to draw calendar, Ram, Sita, Hanuman, Lakshman. And well, I grew up, and then when I went to the school, pass out from the school, even I don't know then that I'm going to art school. So.
And you spoke no English then?
No.
कुछ भी नहीं?
नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं.
एक word भी नहीं?
नहीं. No.
स्कूल में नहीं सिखाते थे?
सिखाते थे, रेलवे स्कूल था.
Right.
तो राम भरोसे. Yeah. So, but there was in that small town, there was a small theater group, 5 theater group. And somehow my mother used to take me to watch theater. And the railway cinema, when you theater is, cinema is happening, this is become a 3rd class, and the back one is a 1st class. But when theater is happening, this become a 1st class, and that one become. Sure. So we used to go. My mother used to take me. And I think that influences me. That influences to become an
artist. Or actor.
Yeah. So I joined the theater group and doing everything. I'm making posters, makeup, acting, stage design, everything. And after 4-5 years doing that, some friend of mine told me, you making nice poster, why not to go art school? So yeah, here you go. I went to art school.
Amazing story. Bharti, your journey was somewhat different. Yeah?
Yeah.
You were from here.
Yeah.
And where did you grow up?
I grew up in the suburbs of London, so I grew up in Surrey.
Yeah.
I knew I wanted to be an artist from, I don't know, from the age of 6. So I had unusual parents, and
what do you mean unusual?
They're Asians. They didn't push me to become a professional. I.e., everyone in my family, my cousins, everyone is a doctor, a lawyer, an accountant, or a dentist.
Engineer, you forgot.
Engineer, but mostly in England it would be like within the law and or banking, certainly. My parents were really they were really easy, and they really supported, because I loved art and I loved drawing and I liked making things. And I had a really, really amazing art teacher at school who basically taught me how to see the world. And so I knew that from the age of, I don't know, 13 or 12, that I was doing life drawing classes and I was going to go to art school because this is what I was going to do.
Yeah.
But what I didn't know what I was going to do, the only thing I didn't know, that I was going to end up living in India.
Yeah.
And going on this sort of 6-month trip that turned out to be the rest of my life.
Amazing. Now, here's you with your clipped English accent.
Yeah.
And here's Subodh with his self-taught English from Bihar, Bihari English.
No English.
Spoken English.
No English.
No English.
Mic mein bolo na.
No English.
No English.
English.
Huh?
Yeah.
How does love happen?
Well, you see...
What language do you talk in to start with?
Yes, it is. This is what you have to understand. The language of art is a really fundamentally intrinsic and true and honest language.
Yeah.
And I think we are...
I think we can clap for that. Yeah. Yeah.
So we connected intellectually, but also somehow spiritually in the art, because we met in Gurry Studios. I went to look for a studio one day.
That's Delhi, by the way, for anyone who doesn't know.
I was walking in and he was walking out, and he followed me back in, and I asked him, I sort of looked at him, I said, "What, are you from here? Can you show me, are there any studios here? I need to do some work." So yeah, he showed me a studio.
And you said what?
Well, I saw her walking inside. I'm going, oh, I must, she's so nice. Yeah, so I follow her.
That's pictures of the younger Subodh and Bharti there on the screen, by the way.
I follow her, and yes, so come and see my art too. And she came to see my work.
And were you established by then? Were you this famous
No.
Subodh Gupta, or you were like a struggling artist?
Very a struggling artist. I got the Lalit Kala Academy Gadi Studio scholarship. I used to get 1,000 rupees a month and work. So studio was the biggest
1,000 rupees a month?
1,000 rupees
How
a
does
month.
anybody live on 1,000 rupees a month?
I can live in 5 rupees.
How?
The India is the only place you can live without money.
It's true. Because?
Because, you know, somehow everybody, even you people you don't know, you know them. So...
And you can just go to anybody's house.
Yeah, and you get food.
I'll tell you, from my travels across India, the poorest home will feed you.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that is what makes our country so great.
Yeah, so that's exactly. I didn't have money to sometime to travel even in the bus.
Yeah.
Bus ticket could not buy. And I was the happiest person. I was very confident. And I knew what I'm going to do. And I was making art fearlessly. I had money to buy the material, like color and paint.
Yeah.
And that's make me happy. And it was one of the senior artists called Sanku Chaudhary.
Yeah.
And he given me a studio. And I was very happy working, sharing a studio with him in Gadi Studio.
And it didn't bother you that he had no money?
No, because I was also kind of a struggling artist. Look, so, you know, when I met Subodh, I thought his work was amazing.
Yeah.
And, you know, I saw his painting and I was like, Jesus, this guy can paint. And I was very attracted to that, like his art and his confidence.
Yeah.
And I was also I went to India when I was 22. I didn't really know anyone. I had some family, and within about...
But you could speak Punjabi.
Yeah, they spoke Punjabi, but, you know, they were...
You can speak?
Yes, a little bit, but I didn't speak Hindi.
Okay.
And not very well, and really badly. And after 3 weeks, I kind of was like, I can't live here. This is just not going to happen for me. I went and lived with a friend of my dad's and decided that, okay, I'm going to stay in Delhi because I tried to go off and do like my solo trip around India, which was not a very successful endeavor. And decided, okay, now I have to work here. So I decided that I'm going to work. And when we met, we had the same drive, the same ambition, and the same journey. So we did it together and we grew up together.
So, you know, when I was titling this conversation, I called it a couple's canvas, but my producer, my team wanted to call it From Bartan to Bindis or From Bihar to Britain. Because in a way, those journeys cover some sort of running, recurring themes in a lot of Bharti's earlier work. I know you've moved on to other sort of manifestations of your creativity now. But for you, the Bartan, Subodh, it really remains an essential part of your expression. And I don't know how many of you know, but Subodh, because his roots are so important to him, he's actually taken his art back home to the Bihar Museum and has never tried to, as he rises up the sort of social elite ladder, disown those roots. So can we talk a little bit about the Bartan?
Sure. When you are an artist...
So we'll just hold the mic up a little.
When you are an artist, you always look for the language.
Yeah.
A language become very important. I trained as a painter, and still I paint.
Yeah, we have some of
the painting is the most
some of the stuff up on screen. Yeah.
Painting is the most important for me, and one of the toughest medium too to paint. But you know, time passes. You making art. 15 years after passing art school, I did only painting, nothing else. No sculpture.
Yeah.
So once I got the UNESCO scholarship in Delhi, and UNESCO scholarship was 3 Indian artists and 3 European artists. We worked together in one place in Sanskriti Kendra, in O.P. Jain place in Delhi. During that time, I thought I'm going to experiment and do something. So my first sculpture installation, I thought I just went back. Anything you write or anything you think, for me, is an art. I always go back my home, back to where I'm coming from.
Back to your roots.
Back to my roots. So I was remembering what is the most important thing I grew up with. And I remember we sitting in the patla and eating a lunch, breakfast and dinner. A whole family sitting on it. Later they have a table and chair, but mostly we grew up with the sitting in the patla. Okay, patla is the most important for me. It's like for anybody who have a chair. For us, is patla. So I collected the patla.
Patla is the?
Pidha, what we call? Stool, wooden stool.
Muda?
Muda.
Yeah, Pidi. I think Punjabis call it Pidi.
Yeah, Pidi.
Pida? Acha, Pida.
Pida. Exactly, Pida. We call Pida. So we collected those. I think I collected 30, 40 of them. And I started doing painting and putting objects and playing with it.
Yeah.
And I did every patla, I choose to one dream of mine. What is very important? And I try to put that. So I will put some herbs like a haldi in it. Then I will put some kind of food, memory, I will paint on it. Then I did the bulb was hanging in my home. And I remember from childhood that bulb. So I even put that bulb in it. So that's how I made like 29 patla, and it's called 29 Mornings. I given the title of that was my first installation.
Amazing. And that's been a recurring theme, but I just realized that I haven't actually gone into the audience at all. And if there's anybody who's been following Subodh and Bharti's work, or even if you haven't, if you have a question, yes. Can I ask you to go to the mic there? Please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
So my name is Mukta. I have a question for Subodh. When you decided to become an artist, take up artistry in school, did you face any opposition from your parents? Because being in the railways is possibly a very stable job, right? And art wouldn't pay much, thinking about it back then.
Very interesting question. Other day, a year ago, I got a call from one of the British artists. and he's a contemporary. And he said, Ki, I am making book of artists from the world. And I want your picture when you're 5 years old. And I looked at my picture and I couldn't find it. So, honestly, I have two elder brother, 3 elder sister. I'm the youngest. So when I think my mother and father, they already got my elder brother have a photo. I don't have it. So totally, I was like, and my father died very young. He was 45 years old only with a stroke. And then I have to grow up, and then I was free almost. You know, there was nobody caring so much, okay, what I'm doing, what. So I found my own way. And I think they did not, yeah.
Do you compete? Do you compete? Like, are you competitive with each other?
I think, yeah, we are. And it's really healthy. And sometimes, I mean, in the past, perhaps when we were younger, maybe it was a little bit unhealthier.
Yeah.
But now we're kind of like, we're a bit older. And so, yes, we go to each other's studio a lot. He is my second eye. If Subodh comes, or if I go to his studio, if he comes to my studio and there's something, we just go, finished? No. Out we go the door. And it's literally that one, the communication is much shorter, but it's very, I trust him instinctively, intuitively, in every way to tell me if this is good to go or if it's not good to go. But it's also that we go to work every day. We're kind of workaholics, the both of us. We work 6 days a week, and we'd work on Sundays if we probably could.
Yeah.
But because we like what we do, so when he's gone to the studio, I'm like, oh, what am I doing here? I better go. I've got to go.
Yeah.
Got to get to work.
I have time for one more question. Yeah, if you could get to the mic stand while I continue the conversation. Bharti, love and art, both of you would argue, conquers other differences. But does it really, in that, maybe the initial chemistry, connect, interest is because, art is a big glue. But when you had to actually move from here and make India your home, you maybe dream in a different language, and he dreams in a different language. He dreams maybe in Hindi or Bihari, you dream in English. Does that or has that impacted your communication? Because daily life isn't talking about art all the time. So what do you fight about?
Where do I start?
Just start anywhere.
Where do I start?
Anywhere. It's all relatable.
The thing is, people have this idea that a relationship is just, it's not. It's like hard.
Yeah.
And then you have kids and you put them in the mix, and then it becomes even harder. And then you have a career, and then you've got to travel.
Yeah.
And then you've got to manage your house and your studio and your relationships and your talk and all your everything. And you've got to make money, and you've got to get them into school, and you've got to pay the bills. So how do we manage that? We're the same as you.
Yeah.
We're the same as every single other person in this room. We're facing our challenges on a day-to-day basis. But somewhere along the line, going to the studio gives you tremendous resilience, because art is a career and it's not.
Yeah.
It's a journey, it's a calling, and it's also a great healer. So the studio sorts out all your everything for you.
Yeah, it's a kind of catharsis. Yes, ma'am, your question.
Thank you all. My name's Preeti. I have a question which is not really about art as much, it's about culture in general. Subodh, I grew up in Bihar. My parents are still in Bihar. I was there up until I passed out of high school. And as I saw more of the world, and of course I grew up with a little bit of shame, and initially when I moved out, I had doubts about growing up in Bihar. But as I saw more of the world, I realized that Bihar, and specifically people in Bihar, are not all that bad. They're very good people. They always sort of encourage their kids. What is your view, and Bharti specifically for you? I understand you got to know India a bit later in your life, but now that you know India culturally well, what are your views on why is Bihar perceived like that, and how can it change? How can it be changed, Bimi? What can we do?
Bihar has a really one of the most important for me. And you know what? When anybody asks me where you coming from, I used to feel same before telling them that I'm Bihari and come from Bihar. So I always used to say, came from the Veda, Buddha is enlightened.
Yeah.
And it's true. Yeah. And Bihar is a place really, so many things going on there. And I'm very proud. I tell you, it's make me really proud to see the Bihar Museum. Bihar Museum is one of the best thing happened to the country, not only through Bihar.
Yeah.
And the architecture is Fumakio. Maki Fumakio is a Japanese architecture. He was no more.
Yeah.
And I will say not a single contemporary museum exists in Bihar right now, except the Bihar Museum.
True.
And in India. Yeah.
Fabulous.
Yeah.
So, we could talk forever, but I have to say thank you to Subodh and Bharti. But I know that they're here for the day. I know a lot of you might want to talk to them in the break, catch up with them, look up their work. They're absolutely fantastic, true sort of ambassadors of the India story. So can we have a big round of applause for Subodh Gupta and Bharti Kher? And may I please have on stage, from our side to both of you, a small token of our appreciation, which is the Change Makers of India Award to both of you. Could you please, that's from us. Can we hear it for Subodh and Bharti? How are we doing? How about giving yourself a round of applause? Because you've been an absolutely fabulous audience, and if you've liked what you've heard so far, I promise you the quality is going to remain there, and I want your quality of participation to remain exactly as it has. You've been absolutely fabulous. And what we're going to do now, how many of you watch Britain's Got Talent or have watched it? So do you know anything about the young girl who's going to step up now? She started singing when she was 10. She was born in Kerala, moved here at a very young age, literal child prodigy. And when you hear her sing, you will know why. Please put your hands together to welcome Souparnika Nair, all of 15 years old, on stage. And we are waiting for her. And come on, let's give her a big round of applause. I want you to welcome her with energy and feeling. And it's over to you.
I let it fall, my heart, and as it fell, you rose to claim it. It was dark and I was over until you kissed my lips and you saved me. My hands, they're strong, but my knees were far too weak to stand in your arms without falling to your feet. But there's a side to you that I never knew. All the things you'd say, they were never true. And the games you play, you would always win. But I set fire to the rain, watched it pour as I touched your face. When it burned, well, I cried 'cause I heard it screaming out your name.
Was she not absolutely incredible? Can you believe that she's 15 years old? You started singing when?
I was 5 years old.
5. I said 10, so I was wrong. Do you remember the first song you sang?
Probably the first song I sang was maybe like Let It Go from Frozen.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also the song I sang right now.
Adele?
Adele.
Yeah.
She was one of the first singers I listened to when I was 5.
So are Souparnika's parents here? Are they here? Are they backstage?
I think they disappeared.
They've disappeared?
Yeah.
What kind of Indian parents are these? All right, we'll be meeting them later in the day. Souparnika is going to be opening every session. So for those of you who are going to be here in the day, we are going to actually be able to hear much more of Souparnika through the day. But I do want to know where Dr. Nair and Mrs. Nair are. Are they anywhere backstage? Could you please send them on ahead for just a moment? Oh, okay, we're trying to find them. Is that you? Can you come on up? Why are you in the shadows and hiding? Come on up, come on up. Come on up. Come on up. Come on up, jump up. Jump up. Can I just come in the middle? It's proud dad and mom. You're from?
I'm from Kerala.
And you?
From Kerala.
And your name, sir?
Binu.
And?
Ranjita.
So when did you discover your daughter's a genius?
I mean, she was quite small, and from a very young age, she used to hum to tunes. Then we didn't arrange any music lessons until she was 5 or 6. But
so this is all just Prodigy, basically.
Not sure. Maybe the circumstances where she grew up.
Yeah.
We used to listen to a lot of music.
What music do you like?
I was trained in Carnatic music. I used to do Carnatic concerts.
That's pictures of the family. Yeah.
And Ranjita was a Bharatanatyam dancer, and she used to play mridangam as well in school. So we have a background at home.
Yeah.
So maybe it's where she grew up and picked up music.
And you're a Bharatanatyam dancer?
Yes.
Yeah?
I was a Bharatanatyam dancer.
Was. Okay, so tell me, when you decided to go professional, because this is now going to be the rest of your life, how did your parents react?
I mean, they've always supported me from the beginning. So, yeah.
And what is your dream? You're 15, so you've got your whole life ahead of you.
I mean, my dream is to be like a singer-songwriter. So I just want to release like music and sing around the world. Yeah.
Okay, let's hear it for Souparnika and Dr. and Mrs. Nair. And she is fabulous, and we're going to hear her again in session 2 and session 3. So do appreciate her music, and let's have a round of applause.
Thank you.
Yes. Can I just request you, Souparnika, to not forget your music? Thank you. We have promised you all day that you will hear a complete gamut of perspectives, and not just from women. And you just heard Subodh, with so many men in the audience. There'll be so many men who will be coming on our stage. And now it's time to look at actually a conversation with 3 men who, from very different walks of life, one leads Monzo, the other's an influencer, the third's an entrepreneur, actually shared their perspectives as digital desis who have deeply influenced their own spaces professionally, but also in the world of creative space. And to introduce them and to be in conversation with them, I want to welcome on the stage my friend and senior journalist. She's been with Bloomberg at CNN. Please put your hands together for Malika Kapur. I want to show Malika some love, guys. And this is for you. I'm going to hand it over to Malika, who will introduce our guests now. I know one of them is stuck in traffic.
Yes.
We'll bring him on as soon as he's here.
Perfect. Great. Thank you, Barkha. It's this side. Barkha and I were in journalism school together. We go back a long way. We've spent many overnight shifts hunkered over a computer in a lab. Great. So when Barkha and her team and I, we were envisioning today's program, we were thinking about whether we want to do a session on digital desis, people who have mastered the digital space to supercharge their careers, or a session on male allies, male champions. And then we got lucky because we have an incredible cast of characters in our next panel, and they've done both. So please join me in welcoming T.S. Anil, the CEO of Monzo, Akash Mehta, the CEO of Fable and Main, and Rahi Chadda, who is a content creator and a model and one of the most followed South Asian models online. Great, please. Please. Gentlemen, welcome. It's great to have you all with us. And yes, the first time we've had men on stage this morning. So you're in a good position.
No bad thing.
No bad thing. I want to begin with you, T.S. What does being, or should I give you a minute since you've just literally run onto stage?
Give me a minute.
I'll give you a minute.
We'll start with Akash.
Let's start with Akash, exactly. Akash, I'm curious, how has your South Asian culture and your heritage influenced what it means to you to be a male who champions women?
Oh, I love that question. So growing up, I'll be honest, I was always a lot more feminine in energy. And being a South Asian male, being more feminine, it's often not a good thing. You get told by a lot of aunties, and especially uncles, like, tone it down, you can't be that feminine. And it was my sister, who I think from my mum got this, that she explained, we all have an inner Shakti and an inner Shiva. And Shiva is your masculine energy and Shakti is your feminine energy. And for me, that was so beautiful to hear it from someone so close to me like my sister, like, embrace it. That's your super gift, that you are able to have more feminine energy that maybe can connect you more with traditionally more women who have more Shakti within them. So I think, having this South Asian heritage, this culture, and having my family kind of teach me this from a young age made me kind of have solace around women a lot more, and I felt a lot more safer around them. So I think since a child, they've been my tribe, and very proud today to have a company with, majority women. Yeah, so that's basically why.
And Rahi, in your world, which is very, very glamorous, and it's a world of extreme luxury and glamour, that's what that's what the persona is. What does male allyship look like in that sector?
For me, I would interpret male allyship as being a brotherhood. I know in the context of today, it's really about, men and women, but I feel for me, allyship is really about brotherhood and how men can come together to support one another. I feel it's a very broad context.
Yeah.
For instance, Akash and I have a male allyship. We have a friendship, we have a bond, we support each other. But it goes beyond that. It's also about how our upbringing has influenced us, how the women in our life have shaped us. For Akash, he said that's his sister, predominantly. For me, it's my mother, and the values that she's taught me, the strength that she's taught me. It's a very broad context, but I think it's a very important topic to discuss, and it's something where we should really talk about how men can nurture each other, create a space of emotional intelligence, whilst at the same time not being afraid to express their vulnerabilities and to really show a side of them that can inspire other men.
I'm really glad you brought that point up about being a male ally can also just mean men supporting men. Yeah. Because immediately when you think of male allyship, you think of men supporting women, and masculinity can come in various forms as well.
It's
right?
a spectrum.
It's a spectrum, exactly.
Yeah, and that's what's so beautiful about understanding masculinity, not from a toxic perspective, not from something which is, thank you. It's really about how can we raise our men to really appreciate women and to, thank you.
Yeah, and T.S., You work in a sector very different from theirs. You are the CEO of Monzo, Britain's largest digital bank. How has your understanding of what it means to be a male ally developed over time? And as the CEO of a company, I'm sure that looks different. You have to think about it differently.
Yeah, first off, Malika, thank you for giving me the 30 seconds to catch my breath, because I came literally running on. Horrible traffic in Barkha was killing time as well, so sorry about that.
No, it's fine.
So my journey of allyship, like both of them, starts with a strong mom who worked a 9-to-6 job her whole life. Really hard job, but she also, like all the women of her generation, and actually even now, burned at both ends. She was every bit a full-time mom and a wife and taking care of us and everything else while holding down a really difficult job. So, you see strength and you learn to respect it and respect it everywhere it comes, right? But to your question about my journey of allyship, I think it's a few things. One, certainly in how we live our lives and the choices we make personally. In the context of my work, it's at two levels. It's about how we can support our women customers, and I'm going to talk about that in a second, and women colleagues, right? And that allyship, therefore, just pervades everything that you do. In the context of Monzo and our customers, right, the number of things we build that try and demystify money, that abstract away the complexity so that people can make sense of their money. And what that means for women is actually even more powerful most often, because women have been sort of excluded from the financial sort of inclusion of, not just in terms of giving them accounts, but in terms of teaching people, right, how to manage money for so long that the gap there is even wider.
Yeah.
Like we launched a product on, helping people invest money, right? And 45% of the people joining were first-time women, right? So, because women have traditionally been told that, investing is something the other sex does, or your partner does, or someone else takes care of.
Leave
right?
it to dad, leave it to the husband.
Exactly that, right? So for our customers, we're constantly building amazing tools that help them stay on top of their money. But it goes beyond that. So in our app, we have the Share With Us feature, which was built to have customers tell us about a money problem that they're having.
Mm-hmm.
But over the years, that feature has been used for women to report domestic abuse or economic abuse crime as well. So we actually have 7. So even just a few days ago, right, we get maybe 6 to 10 of these a day, where someone discreetly in the app does a share with us, and we reach out to the emergency services, right, and give them access to credit. There was one woman who had escaped domestic abuse and had gone 200 miles from her home, and then she used the Share With Us feature, and we got her help, right? So the idea being that, look, we're the bank, we sort of sit in the front of your financial life, and we want to give you the tools to manage it better, but it transcends so many different adjacencies where you can have an impact.
Yes, how many of Monzo's customers are women? I mean, just as a percentage.
Half our customers are women.
It is half?
Half our customers are women, and which is exciting. Actually, here's a more exciting stat. Almost 40, so we also bank small businesses, and 40% of our small businesses are women-owned enterprises.
Wow.
Right? Which for the UK, that number is 15%, but it tells you that if you build something that actually treats people the way they want to be treated and give them the tools to manage it, right, you have disproportionate impact.
That's phenomenal. Like Barkha, I've been a journalist for a while, and I'm always struck when I interview really strong male leaders. More often than not, people will talk about the influence of a female member in the family. Rahi, I'm going to come back to you, because I want you to share with the audience just how much of an impact your mom has had on your personal journey. You've broken molds. You've gone to a place, you're one of the most followed South Asian influencers online globally. And you say a lot of this is thanks to mom.
Always.
Always. So tell us about your mom.
What can I say? I think what I really loved about her was her drive and conviction. I think, like a lot of people in this audience, I was born to immigrant parents, who come from South Asian backgrounds. They don't have much, but they've come to the West because they want to have a better life, and they also want to support the families back home. I think that's a very common story that many people in the audience will share. But what I love about that generation in particular, of course, they didn't have social media, but they had a very strong survival instinct. And, that's something that my parents have, especially mum. And I think that when it came to me choosing a career that was just all about being a creative, that was something so out of her comfort zone. It was so out of her depth. I mean, she knew I was always a very flamboyant child to deal with. But, you know, she was so supportive and encouraging of that. And I wouldn't say my dad was so supportive in the beginning, but, you know, they come around to the idea. But for her, it was really about whatever you want to do, just do it, but make sure you're in it to win it. Like, this just can't be a phase in your life. If you're gonna have this career, really, of course, have conviction, but be very serious about it. And I really appreciate having that energy in my life up until today. It's that, you know, parents can play a very big role, but not just parents. Like Akash and I discuss this all the time, having just one ally or one person who supports you or really sees that vision in your journey and can be that voice of reason and can give you that clarity. It's like they can be your unpaid therapist, you know? And then as you do it, right, exactly, thank God. And of course we show gratitude for that, but as you achieve certain accolades in your life, you always have to give thanks to that one particular energy. And Mum is just that energy in my life.
That's fabulous.
Thank you.
Before I move on to Akash, I have a question for the audience. And I'd love you to raise your hands if you've had a nani or a dadi oil your hair when you were a kid, right? Yeah. And they've told you stories while doing that, right? And that is really the inspiration behind Fable and Mane, isn't it? That's where it started. So again, you have a strong female inspiration over there. I'm really curious, how do you take this really ancient, rich, rather sensorial Ayurvedic experience, you know, and capture that and turn that into a digitally forward brand for a global audience? How do you translate what this audience understands about Nani Dadi oiling your hair to a global audience?
So I think the first is, and it's exactly how we started Fable and Mane, we spent more time on the kind of why and the purpose of what we wanted to do and see in this world, not the products. This wasn't really a business. So for us, me and my sister thought about that 4,000, 5,000 year legacy of Ayurveda that when I was a little baby, I just understood as like my nani's secret, like, you know, recipes or magic potions. Over time, you realize this is something being passed down by generations. So when we created Fable and Mane, we thought, well, that kind of simplicity of just not overthinking it and keeping true to your authentic roots and just letting it grow on its own and not being like it's daunting, just me and my sister have to do it. It's all of us are doing it, all our community that's building Fable and Mane with us. And what I thought about, which I think was quite a game-changing moment, was Ayurveda 4,000 years, 2,000 years, 1,000 years, no one was overthinking it then. It was just part of the journey of what we now know as Ayurveda. So maybe today, if we just do what we're doing in a very digitally native world, social media, we're trying to think about all the generations from Gen Alpha, Gen Z, millennials. We're thinking, well, maybe in 100 years, someone will say Ayurveda is Fable and Mane to them. It's not something 3,000 years, 2,000 years. So we don't have to put too much pressure on ourselves. We just have to exist with that authenticity and just chill, have fun, and be unapologetically us. And that's what we do. And that's something, again, my sisters taught me. I'm the corporately trained. I worked in, you know, like big brands, and I was like, but it has to be carved out, and it should be on paper. And Nikki was like, relax, just chill. Nani, somewhere up there, will be looking down and protecting us no matter what. And she's done that. So.
Yes, I want to come back. I know you wanted to get to the point you were going to make about what Monzo is doing to support your women employees. Tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, so look, we're on this mission to build how a bank where people change their relationship with money completely. And so therefore that's for our customers, but also for our colleagues, right? And so what it means for us as it relates to our women colleagues is a whole bunch of policies which are clearly at the front end of what I think the world should be doing. So, for example, you know, obviously, you know, caregiver leave, parent leave, and stuff we've had, like everybody has for a long time. Obviously, it's much longer and so on. But in addition, it's also knowing that there are other moments that need care. So, pregnancy loss policy, right? So we allow for you know care leave when someone has a pregnancy loss, whether it's elected or not, by the way.
That's
right?
great. Yes.
And,
yeah.
and that's kind of important because one of the things that we did, which I hadn't realized how impactful it would be, but I actually had a woman colleague tell me that the fact that pregnancy loss in and of itself is a thing, but also if we elect to do it, right, even that is taking the taboo out of it and creating a context where someone can make the choice and get the care that they need.
And there's no judgment.
And there's no judgment, right?
Yes.
And so there's policies like that, and we obviously extend that policy to the partners as well.
Is that a new policy?
We've had it for 3 or 4 years now.
So fairly new, okay.
Yeah, fairly new, absolutely. I mean, the company is new.
Right, yeah, yeah.
So yeah, it's been around for 3 or 4 years. So it's a bunch of policies like that. It's a bunch of making sure that it's possible to have real conversations about anything authentically, right? And I'll give you an example of one particularly interesting and difficult one, which points to the fact that even though the last few decades have seen enormous progress from the perspective of women inclusion, women rights, and so on, I think we all know that it's not evenly distributed, right? So even in the most advanced companies, most advanced societies, you'll find stuff that just makes no sense, right? And so on. But despite that, we're also grappling with problems that are, in some senses, more evolved problems. For example, menopause in the workplace.
It's
right?
become such a big issue now. I mean, it's about time,
right.
And I'm glad you're addressing that.
So here's the thing with that, right? And this is an allyship in both directions, right? Because this is one of those topics where, as a male manager, it's important to be able to figure out how you want to have that conversation with a female colleague. But also it's about the female colleague themselves, because for so long, women have fought to be equal that the idea of bringing it up and saying I need some accommodation because of it is anathema, because people feel like, oh my God, that means I'll be judged. It means, somehow I'm not equal in the workplace. Somehow it seems like I'm not committed. Like all of those barriers that are in the woman's head are just as real as the man's awkwardness or ignorance or inability to have that conversation. So the first time I had to have that conversation was a moment for me.
How did you do?
It was great. The irony was that it's one of those things that, you bring up the conversation and suddenly magically it's the most easy thing to talk about, right? But until you do, it's the hardest thing. So I asked this colleague of mine, I said, look, I don't know what I don't know. So, just know that you can ask me for what you think might, what accommodation you might need. And my first thought was, and this was a particular, it's a strong woman colleague, and my first thought was she's going to be dismissive about it and say, what the hell, what do you mean, why are you asking me that? Am I not showing up like you want me to or whatever else? But it was not. She was like, oh yeah, I'm really glad you asked it, but no, I'm fine, and I'll tell you if I need something. I said, great. Right, so just
the fact that
it's a conversation on both directions, by the way, right? So I could be as open to having it, but if the woman colleague receiving it is somehow, has chips on her shoulder about being able to have a conversation about it, it cuts both ways.
Absolutely, absolutely. Rahi, you use digital platforms so well. I have to say, over the last couple of days, I have been trawling through all your social feeds.
I love that for me.
I have to catch up.
You have to. It is worth it. But I think you do such a great job of letting the person who is viewing you through your social feeds really get a feeling that they understand you. And I mean, you have 1.6 million followers on Instagram. That is staggering, right? And people really believe they get to know you. What are some of the strategies you use to present yourself in such an authentic way, to present yourself as a model, as a content creator, as somebody who's proud of his Indianness? How do you do that?
I'm still figuring it out.
Share some of the early secrets.
When I started social media 12 years ago now, there were no brand partnerships. There was a lot of uncertainty. As with anything new that you're starting, I think I did have clarity in the direction I wanted to take, but through the journey, you just figure it out. And I can't really take all of the credit. I have really been blessed with some really amazing colleagues and managers and agents who really have shaped, I would say, the direction, the path for me. I've met some incredible PRs and just brands that have really seen the vision, and that, like when Akash was at Dior Beauty, for instance, he was such a champion for South Asian creatives to really have a voice. And similarly, I've just been really lucky to be in rooms where people have just seen potential and wanted to give me that opportunity. And I think that's really helped shape my journey and continues to do it today. What I would say though is consistency in whatever you do is very important. And like I say, authenticity over algorithm always wins when it comes to social media. I think today we can really get caught up in wanting to have a viral moment and
Yes.
sometimes losing our voice or authenticity. But I've really stayed very true to my content. I really love creating editorial style content. And that's something that, you know, in today's day and age with TikTok and other platforms wanting such relatability doesn't always work. But for me, it's something that continues to, like, you know, suffice and prevail and succeed. Yeah.
Akash, before you started Fable and Main, you worked at Dior, and you were one of the only people of color in the head office. What was that experience like?
So working in luxury and in these big conglomerates, definitely, like, operationally, one of the biggest hurdles is if you don't speak French, for example, in one of these French brands, you're not going to be in the head office. And I learned that the hard way. Day one, I entered, and my team I inherited, and everyone was speaking French, and I was GCSE French, like, je suis allé à la bibliothèque, and I was like, that's what I know. But Dior was very nice, gave me lessons, free, and I had to learn very quick. I think a couple of months in, or even a year or two in, I started suddenly realizing, because I was so excited just to be there, you know, just to have a place in this company, that, oh yeah, I'm actually one of the only people of color here. And I've got to be careful what I say. So imagine in any hypothetical company, there was a hypothetical meeting. And in this hypothetical meeting, I was talking about a hypothetical situation that there was no people of color faces for this brand. And I was suggesting some people of color faces. And someone in the room said, what about Mexicans? They're dark enough. And I remember looking at my skin, and I was like, no one's even noticing that I'm in this room. That was actually the aha moment where Fable and Main was really my accelerated thought, because I said, I don't want to go to HR. And again, I don't like going from a place of, like, victimizing and kind of like blaming. Maybe that's their reality and it's okay. We have to always come from a place of empathy and love. Again, my Shakti spirit, my mom, my sister are telling me this, my nani. So I just said, let's inspire them by creating a brand like Fable and Main, which then we became the first, you know, Ayurvedic and South Asian hair brand at Sephora, that we could inspire them that we can exist. And today it's really exciting because from that conversation, I had a conversation with my hypothetical lead of that brand today. And she was asking, do you know any Bollywood or brown faces? And I was like, thank you, finally we're having this conversation. And I said, to be honest, I've actually got one in mind, but I'm gonna have it for my brand, and that was Kareena Kapoor Khan. So she's the face of Fable and Main today, which is very exciting. And I, again, thank that meeting of being the only person of color in the room, because that was something that inspired me to kind of use that as a passion driver to create Fable and Main, and I wouldn't have done it without it.
One thing all three of you have done really, really well is create a sense of community, whether it's amongst Monzo's consumers, amongst your followers, amongst people, your consumers. And I really want to spend a few moments talking about the power of and the importance of community. You talked about Kareena Kapoor Khan, who of course will be here, and I know you're all waiting for that, so hang on tight. But some of us grew up at a time when we remember Kapil Dev endorsing a product and saying, you know, Boost is the secret of my energy. And, you know, that was great. Some people bought Boost, but it didn't really create a sense of community around people who bought or drank Boost. So tell me, I mean, you've now signed on Kareena Kapoor Khan. How do you see that creating community?
So I think, again, starting everything with what's your understanding of it? So for me, community is family. And all I could do is, you can never plan for these things. You don't know what would happen, if it will be a success from a marketing term or from a business term. But when Kareena Kapoor Khan, she came to us and she found the brand, and she was really, you know, amazed by the story, and she was deep diving into me and Nikki and the Tiger, the Fable Fund, and everything we do.
Tiger, please take a look at his shirt. There you go.
We
We'll
give
talk
back
about
to
that in a
Tigers. We'll talk about
minute.
it. And the conversation we had with her, it felt like she was family from the first moment we came in. It wasn't about numbers and contract. It was about what can we do together. You know, she was that amazing. Like when we were saying, oh, like 12 months, 6 months. She's like, 18 months. I just, don't worry about that stuff. Let's just build something together. And that was the aha moment. I thought, she is family. And then when you have that at the core of what you're creating, then you think about what you're going to do together. So things like, for example, we have an opportunity to do an event with her later this year, and I might be in trouble saying it too early, but instead of doing a small, intimate thing, we're doing something for the community. You know, we're going to be doing a great pop-up in Dubai, and this is how we can leverage a partnership that comes with just a conversation and easiness and doesn't have to be so rigid to ensure our community can also feel part of what we're doing with Kareena. So, yeah.
Great. Rahi, for you, it is really all about your community online. Like I said earlier, you know, just by spending so much time on your Instagram feed over the last couple of days, I feel like I'm part of your community. How do you have that sort of genuineness between you and your followers, that authentic relationship? That feels like it would take a lot of work, and yet you do it really well. So how do you create that authentic communication with members of your tribe?
It's really about finding your voice on the internet. But one thing that has really helped for me is I've, through the years, learned to compartmentalize Rahi on social media and Rahi as a person in my personal life.
Is that hard?
I think through a lot of therapy, you can definitely achieve it, and a lot of self-awareness and inner work. But when it comes to answer your question, I really enjoy creating narrative storytelling, especially through the journey of luxury. So for me, that's always been my voice on the internet. So when it comes to some of the challenges I face, it's really about making sure that I don't work with every single brand that comes to me, you know, or offers me money. It's really about having that authenticity where I have to really understand what is the objective and alignment of the brand. Is that something that sits right with me, with my voice? Is this something that when I endorse or promote or work on an activation, the audience will really be able to feel inspired and they'll connect with me, they'll connect through the journey that I have with the brand. And I think as I've gotten older and, you know, social media and that space has evolved and changed so much, it's really about me also coming out of my comfort zone constantly and being like, how can I change my voice? How can I show my audience who's grown up with me that I've also grown up and matured?
So you would reject certain collaborations if it's not true to what you believe in?
Yeah, or if I feel that they're just using me as a tick box for diversity.
See, that's really important. I would imagine a lot of people do reach out to you because you're South Asian, because you're brown.
But also what they like to do is sometimes just have the one token South Asian person on the books who they can use to help make them understand, right, this is what we're doing for South Asian people, but they're not necessarily doing that. You know, large corporations and conglomerates and umbrella companies might just have the one South Asian on their books and be like, okay, well, you know.
DEI box check.
Exactly. And when we're doing our reports, you know, for our KPIs, we have that one South Asian person. But what are you actually doing to educate your audiences that what South Asians actually signify and represent, and how are you helping our community? You know, just having one person on the books isn't really going to, you know, bring about much change. How can you help our community beyond just having a Diwali dinner?
Yes.
Or beyond, you know, hosting a concert and, you know, having a lavish box, you know, and inviting people for a VIP experience? What change are you actually driving into our community? When I see South Asians, one of the common questions that still I get asked is, how did you convince your parents to allow you to pursue this career? Right?
Sure.
And I think South Asians have such a story, we have such a voice that still needs to be heard. But I think as a collective community, we have to come together to be able to really enforce that change.
Absolutely. So I totally understand checking the DEI box, but
Yeah.
we're also in a world where, yes, we're seeing DEI initiatives being rolled back across the corporate sector. Has that impacted you, and what does that mean for women in the workforce?
You know, Malika, when we committed to building a company that was strongly values-oriented, where diversity wasn't a poster in the office, but something we believed in as being the best way to build a company. We didn't do it because it was the flavor of the season, right? We didn't do it because there were political winds saying, oh, it's a good thing to do, right? We did it because of conviction in it. So if the political winds change or it's not the flavor of the season anymore, it's no reason to roll it back, right? It comes from a place of conviction and believing that you create the right context where everybody comes in, does the best work of their lives and is part of building something exceptional. And that's the energy you want to channel in the company, whatever form of diversity it comes from, right? When that's what you're seeking to build, that thesis hasn't changed. That belief that when we do that, we create great outcomes for our customers, that when we do that, we reflect who our customers are. And it's the best way to access the broadest pool of great talent, right? So yeah, sure, there's a political wind that may be for it or against it from time to time. There may be, media coverage that makes it feel like the in thing to do or not the in thing to do, but so be it. Those are not the reasons to do it, so they're not the reasons to stop doing it either.
That's fantastic. I wanted to come to you with a question about community as well. And in the financial year ending March 31st, this year, Monzo welcomed 2.4 million new customers. More than 2/3 of those came through word of mouth. And that really threw me off. You're a digital bank. You're a bank that lives entirely on the phone, and it's word of mouth that's getting people in. So tell me about that. And do you think word of mouth, is that more women talking to each other?
So here's the thing. So money is inherently social, right? In that so many of the things we do with money end up having a deeply social context, right? We settle a bill with a friend, we transfer money to our family, to our friends, we go out to a restaurant, and there's a bill to be paid at the end of it, right? So the way we've approached this all along has been to say, look, let the Monzo app and how money works in that ecosystem be magically simple for the people in that ecosystem, right? So P2P, transferring money from one person to the other, is the easiest thing. And in fact, we've become a verb, right? People will say, Monzo me the money.
Yes.
Right, which is really special, right? Because it speaks to how easy that is. So that builds community, that builds network effects. When people, when you're at a restaurant, even if you're eating by yourself, if it's above a certain amount, the app will trigger saying, do you want to split this with someone? Because it's, look, you're at a restaurant, chances are you're eating with someone, maybe you want to settle the bill, right? You want to take a holiday, and we create this Monzo splits thing where everybody on the holiday can charge, it and split the bills super easily. Which, by the way, was the other insight, that most people are awkward asking for someone to settle a bill with them. So actually, inside the Monzo app will trigger a follow-up if you haven't been paid back as yet, right?
Oh, that's handy.
Which is kind of an interesting way to make sure that you do get paid back without having to sort of, feel awkward about it. But so all of those aspects make us build a community of customers. But from day one, we have been obsessed with this idea of listening to our customers and building product alongside with them. In the early days, that would look like customers walking into our Shoreditch offices to pick up their card or just drop in, right? And just tell us something about the product. And then we took that to a digital sort of form factor. So our community blog post is insane. We have like 40,000 customers who engage with us all the time. They won't hesitate a nanosecond to tell us if they don't like something in the product. They won't hesitate to give us feedback. We listen to wish lists that they have for features that they want us to build. So all of that creates this crazy sense of community, which builds more affinity with the brand. And then ultimately what it translates into is that people tell their friends and family about us. So 2/3 coming from word of mouth is because someone told their friends, hey, you have to get this. Or someone said, what do you mean I want to transfer? No, you don't have a Monzo? Like, get one, right? So that sense of momentum, even at this scale that we are at now, like with over 12 million customers here in just the UK, right? That's just continues.
I think we have time for one more question, and I want to touch on this topic of responsibility and trust. And Rahi, you have people hanging on to every word on social media, on every post. How do you make sure you don't create sort of unrealistic expectations amongst your followers? Social media is a boon and a great way to connect, but it can have a dark side as well.
I think when it comes to the dark side of social media, I hear about this a lot, and I have to say I would say I've breeded a very nice, positive community, but I'm very lucky to have that experience, whereas a lot of people on social media have very different experiences. I think when you mentally check out and realize that social media doesn't give us validation as people, you're winning in life. you know? Thank you. You don't get caught up on how many likes and things that you're getting and how many views this particular thing has gotten, but you're actually doing it for the sake of creating art and for people to see, what you've actually created, and you want to share that with your audience. When you've got those sort of reasons behind it, I think it just makes you feel good about it in general. How do I sort of stay conscientious about what I'm putting out? Well, I would just say, because I work with a lot of luxury brands, sometimes it is tricky to not create a narrative which is sort of an unrealistic image,
But you also do produce quite a bit of content that's behind the scenes.
Exactly.
And
Well, I'm
Rahi
trying
with-
to.
Yes.
I'm trying to do that. And that was a very honest conversation. And I'm not going to sit here and, sound like I've got it all figured out and that it's all very perfect, because this is a very open and honest conversation that my team actually had with me very recently, where they were like, we need to show Rahi more behind the scenes. And Akash has told me this all the time, because I think now it's about me also creating a deeper connection with my audience. And that only comes when you show a more raw and unfiltered side of yourself.
And on that note, I'm going to say, please, I hope you've taken pictures. Please post about this event, because as they say, if it's not on the gram, did it even happen? Thank you. And as I promised, these are the men we love. Now you know why we love them. And with that, I'm going to hand it back to Barkha.
Don't leave just yet. Don't leave just yet. Don't leave just yet. How was that to hear from three men and a woman at the helm, right? That's what this is all about, an absolutely inclusive space. And before we let everybody go, and before that we have to honor them with their awards, one question to everybody from me each. What will you tell your 16-year-old self?
Akash, go first.
No, I've got you there. Go for it.
Don't be so hard on yourself.
So what were you hard on yourself about?
You just think life is over.
At the smallest thing.
At the smallest things.
Have all of you gone through that? Raise your hands if you've been a teenager and thought, oh my God, it's all over for me. Well, he's here to tell you it's not. Same question.
I think I would say spend more time with your family. When they're not longer with you, you miss it.
Anil?
I'd say it's going to be even better than you're thinking it's going to be.
Really?
And I'd tell my 16-year-old self that she is the one, yes.
Malika?
I tell my 16-year-old who's interested in journalism, follow Barkha.
Oh, that's so sweet. So, one thing you've learned about life that you want young people to know today. Anil? Oh, you have a mic. Yeah.
Back yourself. Right? At the end of the day, life will happen around you. The only person you're really going to be able to back is yourself. Come from that deep belief in yourself.
Rahi?
Yeah, literally, just to carry on from that, trust and believe in yourself.
If you don't see anyone out there that's done it, you can be the first to do it.
I'm the one supposed to be asking questions.
No, but now I'm in the chair.
I would go with Rahi, be the change, try and be the change so that others can follow suit.
So these are four fabulous change makers with roots and history to India who have really made the United Kingdom and India proud. That is the whole point of community here, the whole point of diaspora. And I want us to put our hands together as we honor these four change makers. Can I have the awards on stage? Malika Kapur. Yes, you. You don't have to look so surprised. Come on, guys. These are all my friends. You have to clap loudly. All right. And then we have Anil. Did we already do how many kids here use Monzo?
That's good.
Raise your hand. How many people here use Monzo? Oh my God, that's a lot. So that's Anil. Let's hear it for Anil. Let's hear it for Anil. And then we have Rahi. Rahi, before I give you this, firstly, you have to look there.
Okay.
And you have to tell me what was the hardest moment of your life.
Oh, there's been so many. When you feel like you're about to lose yourself and everything is over, and then the universe just sends you this this amazing this gift.
I mean,
and-
you have 1 million plus followers on
Yes,
Instagram.
yeah.
What is it that you want them to know about you and
Yeah.
about life?
that I'm not perfect and life is not perfect, but we can make life imperfectly perfect.
Here you go, Rahi. Let's hear it for Rahi. And to Akash, a young entrepreneur who has Kareena Kapoor as one of his brand ambassadors. She'll be here later this evening, as many of you know. You're like young.
31, not that young.
Yeah. When did you sort of choose this path for yourself? Ayurveda, fashion, entrepreneurship, welding it all together?
I think it was when I failed my second year at university doing engineering. It wasn't very good.
Oh, did you have the same desi pressure to be engineer boy?
Honestly, I did it myself. I think we are our own pressure sometimes. But I went back, finished my degree, but I said I'm going to do what makes me happy in life and not what is good on a piece of paper. So, yeah.
So let's hear it for Malika, Anil, Rahi, and Akash. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, Malika. And thank you, Anil. Okay, how are we doing? You know, my next speaker is so incredible. Everybody's incredible, but like some people have this amazing sort of mix of both legacy and independent accomplishment. And if you've been nominated for a Grammy 11 times, and you're also Pandit Ravi Shankar's daughter. So I'm told Anushka, like Elvis, is in the building and hasn't left. She's just arrived. So we're going to be waiting for her. And as we are waiting for her, this is the moment that we have an open mic, 30 seconds. So any thoughts on what you've heard this morning so far about dreaming, achievement, ambition, not to be apologetic, what you felt about your own life listening to all these incredible men and women, a story you want to share about yourself. I'm seeing so many young people here. There were so many hands in the previous sessions that actually went up. Otherwise, I'm just going to call on anybody myself. Come on. Come on up. Right, it's okay. So tell us about yourself.
Hi, everybody. I'm Asha. I'm an entrepreneur. Came into the UK just over 10 years ago. Worked at NDTV. Barkha didn't know me.
There's like an NDTV alumni association, I think.
Yeah, I work for NDTV Profit, by the way.
Okay.
Now an entrepreneur, sell books. Apparently one of the best in the UK. I'm very proud of it.
What is your brand called?
It's a book subscription called A Box of Stories.
Someone said, oh yeah!
Thank you. Yeah, being a producer, journalist to being a bookseller. A lot of fun.
Something you've learned about life that you want to share here?
It was tough in the UK to go and raise fund because I did not sound like them or look like them. But I think confidence worked.
Confidence and self-belief. Thank you for sharing your story. Let's hear it for this young lady who climbed up on stage. So as I was saying, I can now introduce our next guest. And I was saying that it must be such a heavy cross of achievement to carry when you have legacy and your own accomplishment, the whole world sort of looking at you agog, everybody sort of, following your life, its ups, its downs, 11 Grammy nominations, Pandit Ravi Shankar's daughter, but in her own right, a magnificent musician, an outspoken activist, a masterful sitarist. Can we please put our hands together for the legendary Anushka Shankar? I want to hear a louder applause. After so long, come. So can we show Anushka some love because she's coming through some horrid London traffic. Some horrid London traffic that gave me a few palpitations, but here she is, as promised. And wow, when I had to do your introduction, I'm like, 11 Grammy nominations. I don't know that there's anybody else about whom I know with links to India about whom I could say that. Is that like a big cross to carry in some ways? I mean, does it weigh you down, the weight of those 11 Grammy nominations?
I mean, it's hardly a bad thing, is it?
It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing, but type A personalities are like fretting all the time.
So to be honest, and hello everyone, first of all, it's so nice
Can we
to be
welcome her
here.
again?
And then, see, my experience of the way I came into music and my journey in the arts and in music, what I found very quickly is absolutely anything can be a cross to bear. Anything can be a pressure. Anything can be something that we use to beat ourselves up or set ourselves to an impossible standard. And it's about what I do with that in my mind and heart, you know? So if I see each one of those as a win, because I've been nominated from all the albums in the world in that category down to 5, that's already a win, whether you win or not. I'm human, so if I don't win, of course, I feel disappointment. But yeah, you're right. I'm maybe, I don't know, I haven't tallied it, but maybe I'm the only person.
I think
from
I
our
was thinking I
genre
couldn't find anybody
that has,
else.
You know, that has that many nominations. Obviously, there are many legends who have some wins. Every time I lose, Björk is one of my musical idols, and every time I lose, I kind of go, you know, even I think it was my last loss or 2 losses ago, I said, that was the same day Björk had her 16th nomination and didn't win. And I just thought, well, if Björk hasn't won one yet, this doesn't really mean that much.
Well, you won for us, right? You have one for us. Is there something wrong in the system? Is there an inherent structural bias? Is there a kind of, I'm going to use this word carefully, but is there I want to say not racism, but a lack of understanding of certain of our part of the world?
Okay, I try not to take our entire time answering this question, but I see 3 aspects to this. That one, structurally, arts should not be in competition with each other. So as a very system, it doesn't work. You know, we're not athletes where you're measuring to the second who's come the fastest to get the gold medal. You know, it's down to taste, it's down to feeling and emotional response and personal expression and taste. There's no way to really be subjective about who's or to be objective, I suppose, about who's winning something. So that already doesn't work. Outside of that, of course, the way that from the Western perspective, the music industry is broken down so that you can have, you know, 87, I'm paraphrasing, categories that take things right down to specific subsets for Western genres of music, and then you have global for everything else. Means that you've got everything from all around the world competing against each other. So it doesn't really make sense. So a lot of the, you know, African categories, like the African music is with the Indian music, is with music from New Guinea and South America. So you can't, again, be objective about what that means when you're comparing pieces of music. And so that's the cultural aspect. And then my final thing is gender as well. You know, it's not that women don't win Grammys, but I do see a difference in, like, level for level, what I may do and be recognized for compared to my contemporaries who may do similar things but are male. It feels quicker for men to get recognition for doing something serious or complicated or novel or pioneering, whereas with a woman, the language and what's spoken about is, you know, soulful, intuitive, impulsive. Like it sounds more like I just happened to fall out and just make something that maybe was a bit pretty.
But that language is so telling, right? The language is so telling because if there's a man who's emotional, you'll say he's empathetic. If there's a woman who's emotional, someone might say she's hysterical.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, I've had that, yeah.
Have you had that?
Yeah, of course.
What is the most annoying thing you've heard said about yourself?
No, I can't pick one thing.
Far from reality. Like, you know, how people in the public eye, you read about yourself. I mean, it happens to me. Like, I'm like reading random things about myself. I'm like, that's so far from the truth, but I'm not going to explain myself.
Well, every human is a full person, right? With a full spectrum of life experiences, negative, positive, strengths, weaknesses. And of course, if you're ever in the public eye, that does get diminished down to a story. And so because I've been doing this since I was so young, my story's been kind of written for me from so much before I had any real ownership or consciousness over how I wanted my story told. I was just doing press from when I was 13, kind of wide-eyed answering questions, no strategy, no, you know, so my story is just kind of out there with me not really having a way to shape it anymore. So I feel like that concept of maybe being someone who's been playing music for 30 years or been, you know, whatever that may be, it still kind of has I suppose, if anything, the only annoying thing might be 90% of the time when I do my work and then I'm sat down doing press, I'm still answering the same sort of 4 or 5 questions I was given when I was 14, 15.
Yeah, the questions haven't changed.
What was it like being Ravi Shankar's daughter?
I hope you don't walk away from this saying that.
I'm looking at so far so good.
So far so good.
What was it like being Ravi Shankar's daughter? Do you feel that was an opportunity or a hindrance? Did you really want to play music or was it forced on you? There's these kind of 3, 4 hit points that like haven't changed as a woman in my 40s from when I was a teenager. And it's like, you can find that online and then we can move on and have another conversation.
But I do want to ask you one question about your father. And the pictures are on that little screen there and of course streaming live. There was, in this Grammy moment, there was a time that you were actually competing with him, like you were both nominated.
Oh,
I mean, just imagine a father and a daughter nominated in the same category, like a forced or an enforced competition.
Well, my first experience with that was not obviously competing against each other, but my sister Nora Jones and I both received our first nominations in the first year. So, to get to be at the Grammys having my first nomination, and my sister had her first 5 nominations. Her album had 8 nominations that year.
Up with
was an incredible experience. So that familial experience I'd had.
Yeah.
But then, a couple nominations later, I was nominated literally against my father in the same category. And the reason I can't answer flippantly that question is because he passed away during that process. So we received the news of our nominations and his Lifetime Achievement Award just a few days before he passed away. So he passed away knowing he was being given the Lifetime Achievement Award, which I was very happy about. But do we swear on here?
Go for it.
I mean, it was such
We'll beep it.
It was a head fuck. It was a complete head fuck because my father had died, and 60 days to the day later, I was at the Grammys with this mix of emotions, knowing I was receiving his Lifetime Achievement Award with my sister. I'd kind of thought of what I wanted to say, but that moment of like when they're calling our announcements, and I've got all the adrenaline personally of might I win, and then suddenly it's not my name being called, but it's my father. So I'm also happy, and then I'm running up on stage to kind of lose, but thank people because I'm accepting my father's. I mean, it was crazy. It was a real emotional, crazy time.
Did you get past it at some point? Or
I'm
do you
here.
Still, I know. I don't mean literally, but there are these moments from our lives that My father died when the pandemic happened, and I was out there reporting the story, and I became the story I was reporting when my dad died, and till this date, that doesn't leave me. So I'm here, I'm okay, but there are parts of me that probably will never be okay.
That's it. I mean, losing a parent is one of the biggest, difficult experiences that can happen to us. And in my case, it was also my guru. And so I lost my kind of greatest musical collaborator. I lost my teacher. And then, of course, we had this Grammy experience going on. There was also a whole other aspect going on for me, which I connected 2 major life events that weren't connected.
Right.
But 5 days after my father passed away, Nirbhaya's attack happened.
Yes.
And I was in the grief of my father passing when that world news came. And so for me, I can never think about one without the other because they both multiplied in me to this point that I was just feeling this trauma bubble and grief and anger and outrage. It was all one thing, really.
Yeah. So just for context, Nirbhaya is, of course, the gang rape that takes place in Delhi. A young 23-year-old girl who's studying to be a doctor. Her parents who've literally done everything to educate her, and she's coming home from a movie and she gets gang raped. And Anushka, I do remember with so much going on inside of you, you chose, if I'm not wrong, because I think I did one of those conversations with you, you chose that moment to talk about your own experience with sexual abuse. And something in that gang rape of Delhi made you feel that you had to unpack that from wherever it was locked inside of you and speak about it. And again, like so many of us, and I say us, who have experienced sexual abuse as children, it is always within or often within the circle of trust. It is often people in the familial circle. And, in Indian society, I don't think we talk about this often enough. And so when you mentioned Nirbhaya, I remember that. When you did speak about your battle with sexual abuse as a young girl, Did you face pushback within the larger sort of family circles because this was someone familiar, known, trusted?
I'll just rewind a little bit. You know, in so many ways, like we touched on earlier, I had a very fortunate upbringing. I had a lot of, you know, incredible things in my life. And one of the narratives that, as a human and as a young woman out in the press, used to rankle me was this narrative that would be there that I'd just had a charmed life, that I'd had a silver spoon, that nothing bad had ever happened to me, and I'd just swanned into this industry. And, you know, sexual abuse isn't, you know, as I say, everyone has a spectrum. It's not like that was the one thing. But when you carry a big wound like that, and it's a secret, you know, it felt very disjointed from how I was seen compared to how I felt as a human. And I think perhaps my father having passed away made me feel a little freer to share my story publicly. He knew my story.
Oh, he
but,
did?
But any pain that he may have gone through with me sharing it in a wider context was no longer relevant.
Yeah.
I was in immediate grief. I was not thinking so much as feeling. But one of the things I really experienced about the gang rape in Delhi was, of course, it was my first time in my living memory that the whole world was talking about one story of sexual violence. I don't remember a prior time in my lifetime where everyone was focused on sexual violence. That was an opportunity. That was a moment. And any way that any one of us could help galvanize that moment or make that moment bigger felt important. But there was a little sub-strand of the narrative, which was that the reason, and I say this with no diminishment whatsoever, but the reason perhaps her story, as opposed to other stories, was being picked up so much was because of the strata she was from, because she was middle class, because that made it feel more shocking for people that someone from that class could maybe have it happen. That narrative really showed me how much misapprehension there is around who this can happen to and how universal it is. And so I knew that with my story, however much detail I chose or chose not to tell, but if people think of me as the person with a silver spoon or the person who's had everything, that for me to say, you know, me too, this happens everywhere, this can happen to anyone, that felt really important.
I mean, I think you make an excellent point about privilege and class. And one of the earliest stories I reported on was on the gang rape of a Dalit woman called Bhavri Devi. And, you know, 3 decades later, she has actually not got justice. But because of her fight, women in India now have protection against sexual harassment at the workplace because her case dragged on for years. And the Supreme Court then of India said, you know what? So this lady was actually gang raped for trying to stop the child marriage of a one-year-old boy. And among those who was accused of raping her was the father of the child. And she was enrolled in a government program to stop child marriage. So the Supreme Court held that this was her place of work and that she deserved to be protected at her place of work. And so born from this poor village woman who was still fighting for justice in her own case were these shields that now Indian women have at the workplace. And you're absolutely right that it's universal, and yet there is a class and privilege dimension to the stories that get told or the stories that get noticed. Your privilege, my privilege, everybody's privilege here, relative privilege. How do we use it to create space for others? I know you do it through your music. I know that your music is deeply experimental. It's been called genre defying. How do you, cognizant of that privilege that you have relatively, and I know you're an outspoken voice, create space for other women?
I mean, I can only speak for myself, but I try to look across the board in all areas of my life to see what I'm doing. And I think a lot of people in this room will share the experience that, like, we are often the one against whom bias is happening. And we're also sometimes in the position where we are in the place of privilege, where maybe we've come a certain way in the UK, for example, thinking that we are part of the culture, that we're colonized, that we've had racism here against us, that we've been held back. But then maybe we look back and think, okay, but what about the community I come from in India? Like, what has my community perpetrated amongst other people, you know? And so to kind of hold these multitudes within us that, like, maybe I come from a line of oppressed and oppressing at the same time is complex but important, you know, because we have to be able to hold both of those, to have empathy, to have the learning of how do we take our pain and our healing and then think of how we move that towards others as well. For me, because I make music and because I make art, it's not the same as having like a corporation where it's just about maybe numbers but I try my best to think in terms of like, who am I choosing to work with? You know, whenever I'm the person that's getting to make a choice of who I'm hiring or who I'm reaching out to, if there's a few men on board already from pre-existing relationships, being really active about making sure the other people are women, thinking not just in a visible sense also, so I can tell the story, but behind the scenes, who are the sound people, who are the lighting people, like across the board, you know, how are we diversifying? And it's not just in terms of gender as well, but in all ways.
Yeah. So we have time for a couple of questions. If anyone has questions, do raise your hand, and the mics, you know where the mics are. But my question to you is about living in the public eye, right? And it isn't just those cliched tropes of, okay, how, you know, was Pandit Ravi Shankar's daughter, what was that? Was that pressure? Was it not? Was it privilege? Your entire life plays out in the public domain, including your personal life, right? There are people who will be like writing about your marriage, your separation, your kids, your parenting. How do you guard against that? How do you deal with that? How do you keep yourself real? How do you surround yourself with people or forces of energy that keep you real and not the persona that others get to see?
I mean, I benefit from the misogyny that means that now, as a woman in my early 40s who's been divorced and had my kids, people don't have as much interest anymore.
Oh, really?
So I'm not written about the same way as I used
does that
to
free
be.
you or does that irritate you?
I feel very free.
Free, yes.
I feel very free. But,
yes.
but you know, it was unusual to be a classical musician,
Yes.
but because of the way I looked, the way I dressed, and the mixed cultures I came from the 1990s onwards, even as a classical musician, I was kind of put more in mainstream categories. I had that kind of public eye thing of like, oh, I was out with friends and suddenly it was written about and I didn't know someone was there. That kind of stuff was happening. And that doesn't really happen so much anymore. So it's a lot more comfortable. But I have to say, like, it's really important to think of the time. Like, in some ways, things are a lot better now than they used to be. Because even though I was in a more niche genre, I was still a woman in music in the 90s. And it's really important to think of what the climate was like in the 90s. So if you think of what was happening to mainstream pop stars like Britney Spears and the kind of like vitriol and judgment and standards they were upheld to, whether it's body weight or what they say, or it was the same.
Really?
It was the same.
Do you
remember?
Do you remember?
The judgment. So it didn't matter which side it was coming from. So the classical community, because I wore jeans, you know.
What would they say? What would they say?
It's just judgment. Who is she? Why is she playing, you know, wearing jeans? She's supposed to be representing our culture. She's not a proper classical musician. This is disrespectful. This is an outrage. Then you've got other people going, you know, she's too boring, she's too classical, this is not something I can, you know, and then you've got someone else going, you know, put her in a miniskirt and make her sing. It doesn't matter what she sings, but so long as she sings, even badly, we can make her a pop star, you know? And then you've got like, it just from everywhere, it was just this like, here's a girl. And how do we market that girl? And what is that girl supposed to look like? It didn't matter what I was as a musician. It was just this thing.
I hear you. Okay, we've got a couple of questions. We'll start with you. Hi.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Singh, and a British journalist, mainly working with the BBC, if I'm allowed to say that. And I have a connection with both of you. Barkha, I interviewed you for my biography of Sonia Gandhi, the first international one, and you gave me a lovely interview. Anushka, hi again. You very beautifully did some songs for the story that I wrote about how my uncle rescued the Dalai Lama in 1959. He was the Indian political officer detailed by Nehru to do that. And we met when you were in the studio. And what you produced was a beautiful blend for our movie of my book, of that story, of all sorts of influences. Would you please tell us and tell the audience how you came to perform those lovely tracks and what informed your composing?
Thank you for that. It's nice to see you. I think, you know, with anything like that, obviously when I make my own music, it's very intuitively led by where I'm at and what I'm dreaming of and what I want to tell. When I'm helping to tell a story for something else, the integrity of the work is about what is the story that's trying to be told, you know? And so I try and bring whatever my skill set is towards that. And I think with something like film, I try and bring my strengths, which are existing within these middle spaces. You know, I was raised as a classical musician, but I've spent 20 years now working in this kind of genre-less middle space. And so I'm good at that. Like I'm good at hearing how unexpected sounds may work well together, or how to bring someone's subconscious emotions to the fore by using a sound that they're familiar with, but not in a predictable way. Those are the kind of things I think about when I come to a work like that.
One more question. Yes.
Hi, Anushka. My name is Samir Berry. I'm from Delhi and living in London for 15 years. It's a thank you. It's not a question, basically. Thank you. 2005, you were nominated for Grammy. And in November, I opened the newspaper and it says Anushka Shankar is in Grammy, and my daughter was being born. So I named my daughter Anushka for you. So thank you very much. And I just wanted to thank you for this thing. And I still remember that big headline, and I decided.
And what does your Anushka want to be or do?
She's right here.
Where is your, can we have her on
Hi,
stage?
Anushka.
Where is Anushka part 2? Come on up. Run down here.
So Anushka is in Queen's Mary in London. She's doing her first year in law and politics.
Amazing.
So
Amazing. That's, and if I can ask you as a dad, can I have the Anushka on stage, but can I ask Dad, what inspired you about our Anushka here, to name your daughter after her?
It's just that when I read that headline, it made me feel very proud that an Indian name is there, and just brought tears to my eyes. And I said, I want to name my daughter Anushka and maybe reach the heights somewhere.
Fabulous. There's a mic next on the floor there. Yeah. So hi, Anushka and Anushka.
Thank you for having me.
This is so lovely. I just think that's lovely that somebody was inspired enough. Yeah, I love it. Do you like music?
I love music. I haven't listened much to you, unfortunately.
I was going to say, don't ask her about my music, please. Put her on the spot.
But I love everything that's Indian and Bharatiya, so classical music. People find it boring, but I don't find it boring because it just represents our rich history.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
And as a young woman, what are your dreams?
Personally, I want to do something that helps my country, Bharat, back home.
Yeah.
So anything that could help it, either from a law front or from the UN or volunteering in that way. Just something that brings change, because I think be the change you want to see. Because if no one does it, then there's no point.
So, to you, as we end, you're a parent. What is it that you would want? And by the way, is your mum here?
No, unfortunately.
Oh, we were hoping that we get to
yeah.
meet her because mum reminded me. As a parent, what is it that you want your children to know about this world that maybe nobody told you or nobody told us, because it was a different kind of parenting when we were growing up?
I was, from the second I was pregnant, I was really conscious that I was having boys. And I kind of panicked in a way, like, oh my God, what do I do? What do I do? And I realized suddenly halfway through each pregnancy that it was an opportunity to raise the kind of boys and men that we want in this world, So right from when they were toddlers, I remember my 3-year-old sat on the table with me and I was like, well, what if your friend got 2 blueberries for cleaning the dishes and you got 5 blueberries? And he was like, that's not fair. And I was like, exactly, that's what feminism is for. You know what I mean? Like just every step of the way we've been talking at the appropriate levels.
Yeah.
And I've got 2 little warriors. They care about the world. They're not quite idealistic. They're aware of what's going on in the world to an appropriate level.
How old are they now?
They're 10 and 14. And my 14-year-old is a fighter. Like he does not stay quiet if he sees something wrong, And so your question about what may be different, the main difference, I think, is around, emotional congruence.
Yeah.
Because I think we were raised in more of an externally validated way. Are you doing well? How are your grades? How are you performing? How are you? Whereas I think this generation, it's a bit more like, I'd much rather they didn't play my music, but were healthy, happy, balanced humans. So we talk in those ways about no, never. You never have to hug someone that you don't want to hug, ever. You have to be respectful, but you get to say no, from the beginning, because they need to know what that means for themselves and for how they treat other people.
So as we end, what next? I hear you that as we grow older, actually you feel more and more comfortable in your own skin. It's the exact opposite of the cliche of women and growing older. What next? I know the music will continue, but is there a personal
I mean,
pursuit?
Always. I mean, there's, music, touchwood, will continue. And I love doing what I do and I love making music. But it's also about being in this world, right? Like you talked about, like we live in this world. And for a long time now, whatever, I don't like calling it activism because I think full-time activists are people who, it's a different thing. But to bring, whatever message or whatever voice I can use.
And to lend your voice
and
to
to
the
do
issues
that
you
for
care
what
about.
matters. It's essential. It's urgent.
Anushka, it is lovely to see you. I want to, before you go, have this young Anushka and myself honor you as the change maker of 2025. Can we please have the award on stage? Okay, it's coming on in just a second. But in the meantime, as I present this to her, she's a legend. She's just hanging out here like some regular person. I have so much admiration and love for Anushka Shankar. This is for you. And from a young woman who was named after you. Could we have a giant round of applause for Anushka Shankar? Little more love, little more love. All right, everyone, you've been an absolutely fabulous audience, and this is just 1/4 of the day that we have planned for you. There's a lot more happening in terms of stellar speakers, music, great conversations, great dialogue, and a great audience. But we're not planning to starve you. So we do want you to step out for a half-hour break, 30 minutes, pick up a sandwich, have a glass of wine, have a glass of beer, and see you back at 2:30 sharp. So do take your seats before that, because seats are limited, and there are a lot of you. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you. See you soon. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. Some of you I'm welcoming back, and some of you I think I'm welcoming for the first time because the hall looks a lot more packed than it did in the morning. So, hi, London. You've been an incredible audience. We've had an incredible response to this inaugural UK edition. My name is Barkha Dutt. And I've been a journalist for 30 years, and I was talking in the morning, for those of you who weren't there, about growing up with a strong female role model in the form of my mother, who was India's first woman to cover a war. And she died when I was a teenage girl, which really, in a sense, drove home the importance of strong women role models, but also men who champion them. We the Women is an inclusive space. It's a space for celebration. It's a space for inspiration. I can hear a little child crying, and I'm wondering if we can cheer him or her up. I'm sure they'll be cheered up soon enough. This space is your space. It's a community space for us to share, to enjoy, to sing, to dance, to whistle, to cheer. And I did request in the morning, and I'm going to do that again. I know the UK is known for the famous Brit stiff upper lip and the understatement that is so unique to the humor and wit of this country. But we're going to ask you to go full desi and drop it for these few hours. If you like something that you hear, sing along, cheer along, clap along. If you have a question, we've got stands. We want this to be as participative as possible. You're all here in such large numbers that I want to keep space more for all of you and to hear your voices. You're going to hear incredible men and women in the course of the next some hours. And all I want to say at this point is that I am so humbled by the women and men who have chosen to be part of this day. So can I start by asking you to give a big round of applause to yourselves? We're going to kick this afternoon off with some music. The young girl I'm going to welcome on stage has been singing since she was 5 years old. For those of you who watch Britain's Got Talent, you may have seen her singing. She was born in Thiruvananthapuram. Her parents are from Kerala. Father's a doctor, mother's a Bharatanatyam dancer, and she's an extraordinary singer. Please put your hands together for Souparnika Nair. Let's hear the love. Louder, louder, louder.
A wave meant to wash me away, a tide that is taking me under, swallowing sand, left with nothing to say, my voice drowned out in the thunder. But I won't cry and I won't start to crumble whenever they try to shut me or cut me down. I won't be silenced, you can't keep me quiet, won't tremble when you try it. All I know is I won't go speechless, 'cause I'll breathe when they try to suffocate me. Don't you underestimate me, 'cause I know that
just so incredible. You know what? I saw somebody jumping to their feet. If more of you want to start this with a standing ovation for this young girl, it'll be incredible, right? Thank you. Before I introduce our next guest, do you do normal girl things also, or you're just a prodigy?
Yeah, of course. I love reading.
What do you read?
I like reading historical fiction, like Khaled Hosseini. And some favorite books of mine are like Pachinko, The White Tiger.
Oh.
Yeah.
And since you've been singing since you were 5 years old, did you have a kind of unusual childhood?
I think my childhood was normal. Yeah.
You're just like another normal prodigy. Yeah.
But yeah, my childhood was pretty normal.
What do you want to say to all the young girls here?
Follow your passion, follow your dream. I mean, just, go for what you want to do and don't step back from what you want to do.
Souparnika Nair is fabulous. She will be opening session 3 as well. Her family's from Kerala, Thiruvananthapuram. So she is really looking forward to meeting our closing finale speaker, Shashi Tharoor, who will be here later. So we'll have Souparnika back. Let's have a big round of applause for Souparnika. My next guest has an absolutely incredible story. How many of you here are from the world of finance or banking? That's a lot. Now, can you imagine giving it all up for comedy? Right? And that is, in fact, her story. She walked away from a life in the corporate world to basically make people laugh. And it was a punt she took, and now she is one of the world's leading stand-up comedians, also now an actor, a woman of many parts, with multiple Ivy League degrees that she seems to have buried or left behind somewhere in this new universe of stand-up comedy. Please put your hands together for the incredible Sindhu Vee. I want to hear a louder welcome. This is my friend. Okay, look, she's from my city, kind of. She studied in Delhi, so you've got to give a louder welcome applause. Welcome. You're sitting there, yeah. So,
Hi. So many people.
Banking and bonds to comedy. I know it's the most cliched question. Here's my question. Which is tougher?
Well.
Hold up the mic a bit. Yeah.
Okay, what's tougher? I think because I didn't really want to be in finance, but I...
Ever?
No, I was doing a PhD in philosophy.
Then what happened?
Arey, bahut lambi story hai.
Thoda chota mein batao.
So what happened is, the PhD was taking a very long time. And because it was in philosophy, it was. It was in America, it takes forever. And then because it was in philosophy, and I'm a Delhi girl, my father is Tamilian, my mother was from UP, it was already shameful that I was doing philosophy.
What did they want you to do? Engineering?
No, at least do economics, at least. So it was already quite shameful, and they were like, yeah, they would talk about, and people would say, what's Sindhu doing? And my mother would say, because she never wanted to say it was philosophy. And so this PhD in philosophy was already a big deal, and it was kind of embarrassing at home. And then I didn't want to do it because it was taking so long. So then I decided that if I stopped doing it, and I was also not marrying any of the boys my mother was introducing me to.
That's the main point. You buried the lead.
Yeah, but the thing is, I was fine to have an arranged marriage because all my cousins had done it, but show me a proper boy. I'm 5'10". So I was like, I said to my mother, they have to be taller than me, and I don't want a mustache. She said, you can't have everything. I was like, what do you mean? And so the boys weren't working out, and whatever.
Was there anyone who kind of made the mark?
There was one.
What was his name?
We
shouldn't tell.
No, I can't remember. But I thought he was okay. But then his mom called my mom and said I would have to leave my PhD and move to wherever he was a doctor in the United States. And my mother called me and said, you can do your PhD there. And I was like, I'm not leaving University of Chicago on a full fellowship to go to some bamboo town somewhere to do, and I knew that philosophy degree would fall even further.
Yeah.
So I said no. And so she said, fine. She said, and she kept saying, aise hi tumhara chalega, and you're 24.
Kya karogi?
Nahi, ab to bas budhiya ho ke tumko bas marna hi baki hai. And I was like, I'm 24, mom. Anyway, so what happened was I decided that I should quit the PhD, but I couldn't go back home and be like, I don't have a husband, I don't have a job, I don't have a PhD. I mean, the shame I would have felt. And my parents, like,
Is this like a Tambram thing, or is this like any Indian home, you think?
Why don't you answer? It's pretty much any Indian home. Like sab kuch fail karke you go home, no. So I decided to get a job. But I had never worked abroad. I'd always been a student. So I asked my friends, and they all said, you need a visa. Visa is going to be an issue. You need a visa, you need a visa. So I said, how am I going to get that? Because I had an F1 visa. They said, there's only 2 kinds of companies that will give you a visa. Consulting firms or investment banks. And I was like, what is an investment bank? Because I literally was a super art student.
Yeah.
So then they explained to me, and there were some MBAs they explained to me, and I was like, fine, I'm going to have to do one of these 2. And so I got my friends to help me make a CV. And the CV was,
And by now, how many degrees did you have? Because philosophy PhD is gone.
Is going on. But then I also lied to the university and said, no, if you let me go in public policy, I'll do a PhD there. Because public policy sounds more like some naukri can be had. And so I switched into that department. By then I'd done a year at Delhi School of Economics as well. So I call it 2 BAs and 2 master's degrees.
Okay.
But it was just, I now, in retrospect, realize I was just trying to spend time not doing what my mom wanted. Just kept, and
did she want you to get married more than she wanted you to have an economics degree? Like, which was the bigger one?
Studying.
Padhai.
And as long as I was studying and I was going to great universities, she was like, "Acha, main yahan bhi ladka dhoond lungi, wahan bhi ladka dhoond lungi." But they would never put marriage before studies.
Okay.
Never. And so then I got a CV and I applied to every consulting firm, and I did all kinds of jugaad to get my CV in front of people and this and that. I applied, and I thought consulting firms will take me, because no offense to any consultants in the room, but there's a lot of talking. Like I have sat with consulting people who say, in this circle, the place to be, and you're like, why are you doing sign language for what you're saying? So I was like, they'll give me a job. It's true, and I don't mean it in a bad way, I'm just stating what I saw. I applied to 18 consulting firms. I got 19 rejection letters. I'm not kidding. Someone heard I was applying and was like, no, don't even send your CV. But weirdly, I got several interviews for research at investment banks. And I'll be honest, there were parts of my CV that were completely made up.
Like
I can work Excel. Spreadsheet. I had no idea what is Excel, but all of my banking friends were like, no, put that you know Excel. So I was like, okay, fine, Excel. Never seen an Excel in my... I used to write XL, like extra large. They were like, no, EX. I had no idea. I had no idea. Oh my God. But there's a phrase in Hindi, especially in UP, marti kya na karti. Like I was doing whatever I could. I got 5 interviews from investment banks, and I got so scared because I thought, oh, now I have to get maths and this and that. And I got 2 jobs in Hong Kong, and I got a job in London, but the London job was more senior. And I remember in the interview, the first round, which was in Philadelphia, there was one, like we sat in a hotel room and these people came and interviewed you, and one lady seemed very sympathetic, so I thought I should tell her the truth. I literally started whispering, I don't know maths. And she was like, sorry? And I'm like, I don't really know anything about banking. And she was like, ha, 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 ha. Like she thought it was a joke. I thought she'll save me and say, do HR or nothing. Yeah. And I got 3 jobs, so I came to London to become a banker. That's what happened.
I mean, that story... That story... Hey, by the way, could we get the mics in the aisle for the audience? Because I'm sure they have things to say.
You can do it loudly.
If they want to heckle, I'm not... Okay, so here's my question.
And by the way, just
you didn't answer. What is tougher, comedy or banking?
Banking was harder because it wasn't my thing. I was just doing it out of sheer survival.
Okay.
And when I became a banker and told my mother, she said to me, she was delighted. She said, "Theek hai, you will die single but not poor. She was so happy. She was so happy. And, you know, it kind of erased all the other
But
stuff.
tell me, is it not at all different now, this pressure to get married? Is it just as it was?
You know, I have nieces in India now, and it's literally in one generation, it's been wiped out.
Yeah?
In my opinion, among families like, you know, 'cause listen, India is not one monolith. You
Yeah,
know
of
this.
course, of course.
If you talk about the big cities and the families where you could compare to how I grew up, my parents were professionals, I think it's completely been wiped out. Like, no one is going to their 21-year-old and saying, ab bas, shadi kar lo, bahut saavli ho. You know, that's the kind of thing I heard growing up my whole life.
Did people comment on the color of your skin?
My mother, she was from UP, she was so fair. And she used to always say ki hi. Her sisters used to come over, my mausis, who I love, and say, Sindhu ke features bade achhe hain, lekin hi bichari kali reh gayi. And which was crazy, because my dad is like Tamilian. He was like super dark. And I've said this on stage before. Are there any Tamilians here? Yeah. You know, Appa was so dark that Tamilians would see him and say, Pa, yanna karup. You know, to translate.
You have to translate
it's
this
like,
now.
oh my God, look at Captain Midnight over there. He's so dark. So how my mother expected me to be super fair, I don't know.
But how have you learned to laugh at this and convert it into material to make other people laugh?
I think because, Barkha, when I was growing up, I went to very good schools, girls' schools, co-ed schools in India. Every girl heard something about her appearance and it was linked to her prospects in life. Sorry, I didn't realize it. You know what I mean? And so I didn't feel like I was being singled out. I felt like all my girlfriends, something about them would be brought up, either positive or negative, often
but
about their
you
marriage.
became this hugely successful comedian actor. There are girls who get left behind because of this complex.
Oh, yeah, and I think for sure, and I felt unattractive pretty much all through my 20s. I think what happened with me was that because my parents never said marriage comes before studies, I sort of achievemented myself out of my kind of dagmagatawa self-esteem when it came to my looks. And I will say, it's very hard if I had stayed back in India, I don't know how it would have worked. I just happened to get a scholarship to come here.
Why do you feel that it may have been
Because when I
different?
came here, everyone was like, oh my God, look at your tan. Here, it was like, seriously, I'm 5'10" and dark. In 90s India,
that sounds like a model to me.
Now, India mein who was then modeling at 5'10" and dark? Like literally nobody. So the point is, I think some things happened that helped me put it in the rear view. But I think India is different now, as in it's at least acknowledged that that's not something you say.
Sure.
Do you know? Yeah, it is.
Anyone here who's been through this, something similar, relatable?
Yeah.
You want to stand up? You're next to the mic. Yeah. Is there a mic there? Yeah. Go for it.
Hi, Sindhu. I'm Padma from South India. And like you, I'm also was married to an Englishman. He passed away. So, but I had a very similar experience to you. Yeah. I could study as much as I wanted. Same story, PhD, keep going, then come abroad and make a name for myself. And then they'll call you back, And then look at her, you should have done like her. Same story. Yeah.
And how have you dealt with it?
How did you deal with it? You had to be better than everybody else. You have to be one up on the men and the women back home.
Does that get, thank you for sharing that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Does that get exhausting?
I think what was exhausting in retrospect again was that it wasn't enough to be good. You had to be first.
Yeah.
You had to be first.
Yeah.
And I remember my mother, and again, I bring up my mother a lot because Mommy and I were very close, and she was very funny. For sure, if I'm funny at all, it's because of her. But she had this very funny way of saying incredibly, ridiculously not nice things. She said to me when I started comedy, she was like, "Tum TV pe kab aogi? When will you be on TV?" And I said, "Why?" She said, "Look at Oprah." And I was like, "What are you talking about?" And she said, "What do you mean? She's still doing something. She also likes to be on." And then she said, and I say this, and I don't mean to offend anyone, but I gotta be honest. She said to me, "Wo to tumse bhi zyada saanvli hai."
Oh my God.
And I was like, "How can you bring that up?" And she said, "No, look, she's a billionaire. What are you doing?" And I was like, "Oh my God, this conversation." You always had to be first. You had to somehow make a mark no matter what. The thing that I really wish, I mean, you can't change the past, but the ability that I wish I had seen sooner so that I could have believed in myself a little bit more earlier is that you weren't allowed to do something out of the joy of it. If you were doing it, it was giving you joy, then what? Which is crazy because in the Bhagavad Gita, for example, they're saying follow your passion and you'll get where you have to go. Somehow all of our parents only remember Bhagavad Gita when it's time to criticize us. But when it's time to actually look at their behavior, they don't remember it at all. Do you know what I mean? So I think that was one thing, was always, what are you doing with it? So what, you're doing a PhD, but like, are you doing it at Harvard? Like, what? It was always like that.
What happened to that PhD?
Arey, wo to gal gayi. I moved to public policy, told them I would do a PhD, fat lie, got the job, and then left. But because it was a big deal job and I was the only one in the public policy school at that year who'd got it, they also became happy.
So I think everybody associates you with like comedy and laughs, but I don't know that it's as well known that you went through your own struggle with depression.
Oh, yeah.
And somewhere that struggle, interestingly, one random evening leads to a comedy club, if I'm getting this right.
Yeah, sort of with some years of gap in the middle.
With like I'm compressing it. But, and that's how, this is not like a choice. You experience it, you're battling your own demons and depression, and then you end up in, being the amazing Sindhu Vee. Can you talk about that?
Sure. I think when it came to depression and all the anxiety, so basically I was in finance, I had a baby, my first child, and I loved my job. So even though I found it difficult by then, I mean, because I was in sales, so I got to meet a lot of people and do a lot of chatting. And so then I took my full maternity leave, and then I went back to work. But what happened there, again, was that I was so fixated on the achievement of being a banker and earning money and having achieved something, that being just a housewife felt like a failing. But the thing is, I used to miss my child a lot.
Yeah.
I used to go in the bathroom and cry. Then I would call my mother and she would say, like, sabko apne bachchi ki yaad aati hai, go and work. So you'd be like, okay, so you would think it's about me. But I think what happened was, and I assume there are women in the audience who'll understand, when you become a mother, and you want to be with your child, and your identity gets really scrambled eggs. Because up until then, you're an achieving woman, you're this person in this job, that's what you're doing, and then you have a child and a lot of things start seeming less important, but those things are the things that gave you name,
but you
status.
Think you think dads go through that too?
I mean, I don't know.
Please clap.
I don't know if dads go through that because I don't know what dads feel like when they become dads. I also think that by and large, the requirement for men to stay home with their kids is at least marginally less. Do you know what I mean? I don't want to make big sweeping statements, but I think for me, and I think for a lot of moms, you want to be a mom, but then you also want to go to work, but then you miss your kid, and then if you're not working, then who are you? And that really scrambled my brain because as Padma had said, my entire life had been about achievements.
Yeah.
And then being at home with a baby is not considered an achievement. It's like, now you're just a housewife. That was hard. And so instead of thinking about it and saying, no, I'm someone outside of my achievements, I went and had a mini nervous breakdown because, no, it's fine, you can laugh. It's quite funny the way I said it. I think that was quite funny. Anyway, I literally went cuckoo, like I was on the trading floor and the floor was moving and I was like, I haven't even had bhang, what's going on? But, and I had to take a break. They were like, you need to go home. And I think it was that it took all of that for me to be able to separate myself from my achievements and just rest in the fact that I was just a person with a baby who wanted to be with the baby. And I was lucky that I didn't have to work and that my husband was in finance. And also he was very chill. He was like, bro, are you all right? Like, you don't have to do anything you don't want to. I think that was very hard. And then staying home for many years, I would say 2 or 3 years, I felt like I'd failed. I'd crashed out of banking. I didn't have an income. I was just a housewife, but I couldn't do better. So those were some crazy years. but I will say for anyone who's ever felt anxious or depressed, first of all, it happens to a lot of people, and you must ask for help. You must ask for help.
And thank you for sharing this in front of such a big audience, and not even to count the sort of millions of people watching this online. I do have time for one more question. I'm sure many of you have seen Sindhu on stage. Why don't I give the backbenchers a chance? But you need to come to the mic. Come to the mic. Go for it.
Hi, Sindhu. I have two questions for you.
Please.
About your internal evolution. The first one is, how has stand-up comedy changed you as a human being in terms of how you view the world? And secondly, when was the last time you felt you had grown as a comedian or as an artist? Not external validation, not clips at the Apollo, but when did you feel that you have gone a level up, and why? What was it that
And
made you
before
feel
she answers that, that is somebody who's also in comedy, Papa CJ from India. We can give him a big round of applause.
And by the way,
welcome him.
Yes. Not only is Papa CJ a big comedian from India, he's one of the very early mentors that I had in comedy. So these are some loaded questions. Let me tell you guys, these are some loaded questions. So the first question, CJ, you said was, how has it changed me as a person to do comedy? I think I feel very confident in saying that I am one of those people that has been lucky enough to, in this lifetime, figure out what I'm here to do. And I know it sounds like such a big thing, but honestly, this is my calling. And so once you know that, you can sit in your space much more chilled, I'm not, whether I get a movie or don't get a movie, or win an award or don't win an award, or have the best gig in the night, it doesn't matter, because I know I'm in the right place. So that's been a huge thing. And I never had that, because it was always what achievement. So that's that. The second question about when did I last, well, very, very good question, because a few nights ago, and you'll understand this. So I'm writing a new show. Please come to the Work in Progress anytime, by the way. And it's going on tour next year. And there's a little bit that I wasn't sure was working. Some days it would work, some days it wouldn't. Yeah. And I woke up at night and I was like, oh, this is the formation. And then I started scrambling around, and I wasn't home. My husband and I were traveling. I started scrambling around for a pen. The first thing I did was smack my husband in the face. He was like, what's happening? And I was like, no, I'm looking for a pen. And because you forget by the morning, you think you'll remember. And I wrote that down. And it was so important to me to get those words. It may not stay in the show, but like, mujhe khujli mach rahi thi. I couldn't, I was itchy. I had to get it out. Then I feel like, okay, I'm probably actually a comic.
Yeah. What is the least funny thing you've heard about yourself and the most funny?
The least funny thing I've heard about myself. Yeah. The other day someone said, and I don't really read comments on Instagram unless somehow they get put in front of me, like people write them on a story and send them to me. Someone said, look at this auntie. Look at this auntie who grew up in India thinking she can tell jokes for money to explain to people what India is like. Bro, the post was on mangoes. Like, I don't understand. I was like, why is this funny? I was explaining how good mangoes in season.
And you have a mango dal that's famous.
Yeah, and I love mangoes.
Yeah.
So I was like, you can't get langda here, you can't get this, but chalo, dasheri to mil raha. Like that kind of thing. And this person decided to go down that road. So that was not funny.
Right.
Also, auntie, I mean, come on.
Yeah.
And what was the thing?
And the most funny.
Oh, man. The most funny thing I've heard about my comedy is my son going to university and saying to me, and he's totally British, they're born and raised here, looking at me and saying, mate, I'm the mitochondria of your comedy career. Now I'm going to uni. What are you going to do? That made me laugh so much, because I didn't know he knows the word mitochondria. I was like, that is impressive.
So I want to end by asking you about identity. Right? As your son said, so much of your material is derived, I don't know, fictionalized or otherwise, from your family, from your parents, from your husband, your children. And I think somewhere you said that, India is just part of you. When you come on stage and you speak to an audience, you carry that whole big fat suitcase called India with you. In terms of identity, how do you see yourself?
Oh, I'm Indian, for sure. There's absolutely no doubt. And I would say in terms of my identity and how I carry it, you know, you said it's a big fat suitcase. My Indian identity, because you never think you're carrying your arms, legs, eyelashes, nose,
That's right.
teeth.
It's just part of you.
That's my India. That's what I'm carrying.
That's beautiful.
So that's what I'm carrying. I'll always be Indian, no matter where I live, what I do. And that doesn't have to take over everything.
Yeah.
It's just there. It's like the sky. Whatever you do under the sky is still there. It doesn't have to take up, you know, more space than that.
Ladies and gentlemen, Sindhu Vee. But before we let you go, suspense hai, suspense.
Bataiye.
You don't have to do anything. We have another legend coming on stage. Sindhu's spoken about all the sort of, you know, her journey in comedy. But there are women who came before Sindhu, who came before me, and they had to fight a lot harder. And to honor Sindhu Vee as our change maker today, I want to welcome on stage legend Meera Sayal. Amazing. Can we have a big, 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 big round of applause? Hello. Hello and welcome, welcome. And 1 second, may I have the award for Sindhu on stage, please? Okay, so this is what we do at We the Women. It's an intergenerational conversation because women who came before us made it possible for women today to be who they are, and we've got to open the door for women who come after us. May I please ask Meera Sayal to present to Sindhu Vee the Changemaker of the Year award. Big round of applause, guys. Come on, show them some love. Yes.
Thank you, everybody. Bye.
Thank you. But can you leave the mic? Oh, she has a mic. Okay. So, Meera, before we start, can we please welcome the amazing Meera Sayal? You know what? That's not loud enough for me. She's amazing. I mean, there would be no sort of name that you would take when you think of women or men in entertainment, in the movies, in television. Before Meera Sayal, goodness gracious me, the Kumars at number 42.
Yeah.
Anita and me, so much.
Thank you.
So much to talk about.
So much.
You. Thank you for being part of this.
It's a pleasure.
I am an absolute fan, and so thank you for doing this.
Oh, well, I can fangirl you too.
Thank
we can
you.
do it. We can have a mutual session.
Thank you. Talk a little bit about how tough it was, because I think that intergenerational sort of moment that we just saw on stage is really important.
Yeah.
And I think people forget as more and more doors open for men and women of color, but in particularly women. We forget sometimes the battles that had to be fought for all of us to be in this moment. So take us back to when it all started for you and how tough it was.
Well, I don't know if there are many people of my generation in the audience. I'm sure
many
there are
of us
a
are
few.
there. Yes.
So really, I was born in 1961. So I grew up in the sort of formative years were in the 60s and 70s. My parents came over from India in 1959. So I was one of the first generation born and brought up here, I guess. So we were the little bridges. We were the people that were shapeshifters, you know, very Indian inside the house, very English outside the house, bringing the culture into the house, diffusing it, forming a new culture as we went out. So in that sense, it was very creative. However, we were invisible in terms of representation. We all used to play this game when I was little, which was, quick, there's a brown person on the telly. And everyone would just run because anyone that looked vaguely like us was such a point of contact. Unfortunately, sometimes it happened to be a white person blacked up, which was a bit disappointing. That did happen too. But in terms of representation, when I was growing up as a little kid in the 60s and 70s, I couldn't see anyone that looked like me on the television, certainly not on stage, not in music. Our culture was separate. It was Bollywood movies. It was the Punjabi folk songs or the ghazals my father would sing in our musical evenings, but there was no crossover.
Yeah.
Now, for my parents, that didn't matter so much because they had their whole rich heritage. But for kids like me that felt British and Indian and realized...
It was confusing and isolating?
Yeah, isolating, but also the invisibility of it. Because it really is true. If you don't see yourself out there, you feel invisible. You feel unrepresented. You think, am I really here?
Yeah.
So seeing... I think that's why I started writing, really, and where this desire to write and perform came from. Not that I had in my head that I wanted to be famous, but I thought I have to record our lives. Because if I don't, how will people know we're here? How will they hear all these stories that I hear every day from my aunties and my uncles and my parents? How will they know? We will be forgotten history, and we are part of history. We are part of Britain. We deserve to have those stories told.
Amazing. Now, you said you didn't see people like you on the telly, but there's also another problem that when we do see people like us on the telly, we see absolutely stereotypical versions of ourselves.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, well, if anyone can get hold of archival material of comedy programs in the 70s, there is a program called It Can Only Happen in the 70s, and it's fascinating to watch. And what they do is they play clips from 70s television to millennials, and it's really worth watching their faces. Because they will see the sexism, the racism, every single ism, their jaws drop, and they go, really, this passed for mainstream television? But it did. I mean, the black and white minstrel show was still on television when I was a kid. It didn't go off the air till the late 1970s, I think. So that gives you a sense of what the prevailing culture was. And yes, of course, if an Indian did appear, generally they did the head waggle and they, you know, it was all of that.
Or the accent, the fun made of the accent.
Absolutely. On the other hand, I can see that it was television grasping to acknowledge a new community that was in their country. The problem is when those programs are written by an outsider, by someone that isn't part of the community, of course it's going to be a stereotype. That changed when we started owning our own narrative, when we wrote the roles. And then you can do them with truth and nuance. If somebody else is writing them, of course they're going to jump to stereotype because it's based on ignorance. They have no knowledge, actually, insider knowledge.
How different is it today?
Oh, it is different. I mean, it doesn't feel it sometimes when you're in the middle of it and you think, why is progress so slow? I still think we have a long way to go in representation. In the theatre, for example, I think we're still battling to be seen as mainstream. Very few West End shows with brown faces ever really make it yet. But it's only when you look backwards and you go, okay, if you put those programmes next to what we're doing now, of course there's been change. It will be very sad if there hadn't been, because there were 2 generations on and there's so many talented people. I think you have to accept that you're always going to have to fight your corner, though. You have to be vigilant, you know, you can never be complacent.
What was the toughest thing in your journey to be the Meera Syal that we know and love?
God, I sound like an ancient building.
No, no, it's not in the past. It's not in the past. It's an ongoing journey, but and I'm sure it still has moments of really tough things. I don't think we live in a perfectly equal world. I don't think we see our stories in the way that we would tell them
Still
about
not.
ourselves. And then you have a hyphenated identity, as you said. You know, you have Britain in you and you have India in you, and it's all a khichdi, as it were, right? So what has been the loneliest, the toughest, the most painful part of this journey, or is it, ongoing?
I think it's still trying to get the stories on that you want to be told in the way you want to tell them.
Yeah.
I'm really fed up of seeing the same old tropes.
Yeah.
I think
cliches.
We are kind of stuck a little bit. People love to see us in a wedding film. God, they love a wedding film. Any chance where they'll take it, which is great, and we all love weddings, but I feel like sometimes we're stuck in this trope of Indians can only be culture clash funny, and there's arranged marriage and there's love marriage, and who they're going to... We're so much more than that.
Yeah.
Have those stories, but can we also have the other deeper, more layered stuff?
Yeah.
Can we have the stories where we're just in there and our race isn't a
Like
part of it?
regular people.
Yeah.
And not the sort of set-piece brown character.
Absolutely. But actually, can we have us telling the stories that other people seem to want to tell about us all the time?
Yeah.
That's what feels frustrating.
Absolutely. I'm going to take a couple of questions. So if you have questions, do raise your hand. And the mic is there, but you've got to show me where you are so I can actually find you. I'm seeing a hand go up there. You can... Is that... Oh. Okay. Think of your questions. Yeah. Come to the mic and let me keep talking to Meera in the meantime. You grew up in a mining village.
I did, yeah.
Can you talk about what that was like and, you know, being the daughter of immigrant parents in a mining village in England back in the day when it wasn't possibly, nobody would have forecast that, you know, one day Rishi Sunak could be the Prime Minister of UK, right? What were those years like?
Well, on the one hand, of course, we were the only people of colour that I think all of those villagers had ever met. So we stuck out like a sore thumb. This was a tiny little community in the middle of the countryside. And I ended up there, well, my parents ended up there because my mother came from Punjab and she grew up in a village. And she was so homesick, as you can imagine. And she said, the only thing that is going to make me like this bloody country is if we have some green fields around me. It's the only way I can cope. So when this little mining cottage came up, we grabbed it. And of course, you know, all of our Indian friends were going, what's the matter with you? Well, you want to buy a house where you have to go outside to do your toilet. What's the matter with you? At least have a bathroom. We didn't have a bathroom.
Really?
No. We had an outside toilet.
You mean you actually did not have a loo in the house?
No. We didn't have a loo in the house. Does anyone else grow up like that? I did. Hello. Yeah, it wasn't that unusual.
Did you grow up like that? Yeah. In the second, you want to stand up and just reach the mic? I can't see the mics because of the light, but if you can reach the mic, that would be great. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Sampada, and I grew up in Visakhapatnam with my aunt. So in the house, there used to be a toilet, but then there was also a separate section for the toilets in the backyard.
Right.
So yeah, that's how I grew up.
Right, but you grew up in India.
Yeah, but then there were toilets in the house and also outside. So
but
I
there's
knew
someone
that
here,
system.
anyone here who grew up here? Could you come to the mic? That would be great.
Can't believe we're having a big discussion
about toilets. I can't believe we're having a big discussion, but since the hands went up, you obviously touched a nerve there.
I touched a nerve.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Sana Kardar, and my grandmother's house had a toilet like that, where there was no toilet inside, and where the sheds are usually now used to be the toilets.
Right. It was considered hygienic to have the toilet outside the house, so ours was at the back of the yard.
And was in Surrey.
Right, oh my gosh.
Wow. Okay, this is really the last question I'm taking on toilets. Go ahead.
This isn't really, well, we could follow on with toilets, but I wanted to ask you, what's next? Because we miss you. Why? Where are you? That's all I want to know. Where are you?
Well, I've been doing quite a lot of work. It's just probably not, because comedy is such a sort of accessible thing. I haven't done a comedy for a long time, but I did a play called Tupperware of Ashes at the National Theatre last autumn, which was a play very dear to my heart about a middle-aged Indian matriarch who has early onset Alzheimer's, and it was completely sold out, got an Olivier nomination. It was a huge hit. Thank you. So I always keep returning to theatre, but I've been in a number of sort of streamer series. What I haven't done is a mainstream comedy, and of course those are the things that people remember most. But I'm very grateful to still be working. It's been a tough time in the industry, so.
Is it because the industry is changing so fast, and also so much is about, like, you know, what's your Instagram follow? You know, is that stuff real? Like,
to some extent, it is. Yes. I've heard rumours that people cast according to Instagram followers. I really hope that's not true, because nobody will cast me in anything if that's the case. Yes, of course, the industry is changing. Of course, it's changing, and I've got the big three disadvantages. I'm old, I'm brown, and I'm a woman. So that's the Venn diagram of no work, isn't it? You know what I mean? That's where you're supposed to sit in a corner, become invisible, and go, "Hi, hi, just leave me to die." I'm not going to do that. But yeah. So ageism, sexism, all of the isms, which is why I do keep creating my own work as much as I can. I've also written a memoir, which is coming out next year.
What is it called? Can we ask? No.
I'm not supposed to say.
Okay.
I do have a title, but it's not been announced yet. So I've been working on that too.
We'll take a last question there.
Thanks. My name is Bharat. I had a question about your point around representation. So you mentioned that it wasn't the case that there were folks from our community represented in the time you were growing up or making a name for yourself. But then arguably, I think people would say that there's now over-representation of people from our community in different walks of life. Many of us are here today. I just don't know what to make of that. Should we be proud of that, be worried about the people right here who grudges that position in the first place? Thank you.
Okay, where do you think the over-representation is? I'd be interested to know.
Yeah.
Oh. If you were to listen to some of the noises that are coming out of sort of, if you like, some political voices in this country, you tend to think that they believe that, certain communities are now, really batting well above their weight.
Right.
And I don't believe that. It's a question I'm asking you because of where you came from and what you're seeing today.
Yeah. I think, unfortunately, those kind of remarks are what happens when we're all fighting for the same few crumbs. The industry has been really stretched over the last couple of years. A lot of people are not working. A lot of opportunities have been lost. That was a consequence of the pandemic and the writers' strike. If America coughs, we get a cold. I mean, we are still linked to the industry very much. So, of course, what happens is that's divide and rule. So people tend to, when they're not working themselves, when they're frustrated themselves, will tend to go, well, they've got too much of the cake. So I think you just have to take that in a measured way. I also think you have to be careful about window dressing. It's very easy for people to say, because there's a black receptionist at the desk and there's a brown woman showing you to your seat, that they're getting everywhere, they're taking over. Have a look at who's in the boardroom. Have a look at who's actually commissioning the programs, who's in control of budgets. You will find we are very much underrepresented there. There's a bottleneck. There's a lot of young talent. There's a lot of people that are put on trainee schemes. That's where you tend to see a lot of so-called glut. We need to, we're not being filtered to the top. So we have a way to go. I know, it's frustrating to hear that. But it's why I always take the time to try and talk to people and go, you have to really understand how hard every one of those people that you think have muscled in have had to work to even get to this bit. And there is a glass ceiling, and we haven't quite cracked it yet, not in every area.
Okay, last question, yes.
I just want to say thank you very much for paving the way for the next generation, and that comes from my daughter, who's an actor.
Oh.
She's currently acting in a play in Birmingham, Marriage Material,
oh,
and
fantastic.
she always says to me, people like Mira say, I'll pave the way for us, otherwise I wouldn't be anywhere. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, that really does have to be the last question, so go for it. Go for it.
Squeeze in. Hi, I'm Natasha. Hi, Mira. Hi, Barkha. Thank you very much.
Hi.
I saw you in a Tupperware of ashes. I happen to be a psychiatrist, and I thought it was a marvelous depiction of a subject that's very, very dear to my heart. My mother died of Alzheimer's a couple of years ago.
I'm sorry.
And as a psychiatrist, I think it's really important to fly the flag for mental health.
Yes.
It's very treatable. I wanted to speak up actually when Sindhu was here. She's very brave to have spoken about her own experience of postnatal mental health. So thank you for that. And I would like to see more from our Asian population about mental health, because it's treatable. You need to go and get help.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I totally agree. Thank you.
Can I just ask you in the end, this struggle, the tough years, then the good years, the love, it's all part of, as I said, this sort of happy mix and sometimes unhappy mix that's life.
Right.
If there's something that you've learned from just living, just the enrichment of experience, and that you could share with young men and women who are starting out, what would that be?
Right. I think it's to remember it's a marathon and not a sprint. If I'm talking to specifically people that want to be creative, young self-employed creatives, you know, you're already entering the one profession every Asian parent doesn't want you to do. So, you know, and it goes against every immigrant instinct to enter a self-employed creative profession. There's no security, there's no pension, you don't know what you're doing next. You know, you have to fight a lot of internal demons to even think you have a chance to enter this world. So be kind to yourself, find your tribe, get inspiration from other people that have fought before you, because there's always a pattern. It always feels like it's uphill. You always feel you take one step forward and two back, but actually all of these little drops eventually make an ocean, you know. And I love the saying that you plant an acorn so your grandchildren can sit in the shade of the tree. You might not always see the results of everything you want, but know that your contribution is changing things slowly.
All I want to say is so many women and men of this generation wouldn't be here if Meera wasn't there.
That's not true, but
it is
thank you.
true. It is absolutely true. Let's hear it for Meera Syal.
Thank you.
Absolute pleasure. And if you want to stand, you can, guys. Let's stand. And while you're standing, we can welcome on the stage a very special next speaker, business leader, Priya Agarwal Hebar, who's going to share a very interesting journey of being someone who loves music to now being one of the rare women in the management of mining. First, put your hands together to welcome Priya on stage. Let's hear it for Priya. And can I have the award for Meera on stage? All right, the award is coming. Hi, Priya. How are you? And oops, I'm going to just request, that's okay. I'm going to request Priya to present the Changemaker Award of 2025 to Meera Syal. Let's hear it. A big round of applause for Meera. Welcome, Priya.
Thank you. Hi, Barkha. Nice to see you.
It is fabulous to be here. And guys, I want to just say, while I'm putting my earring on because women have to multitask, I just want to say that Priya's been an incredible champion of the festival. The festival and this beautiful studio would not be possible without her support. So the reason that we're all here in such large numbers is thanks to Riverside, Vedanta, and Priya. So please, let's have a big, big round of applause for making this moment possible. Thank you.
First and foremost, Barkha, you really do the impossible, because it's the first time in 35 years of my life that I'm talking in front of my father.
Oh,
and I'm very nervous
who's
because
right
I've
here,
spent
by the way,
the last 35
in the first
years
row, so he's going to be
watching
kind.
him. So
Thank you for doing this. So let's start with music, actually, right? Because this conversation is about music to mining. And I think while you've done many panels where you've been asked all the sort of regular questions, and we'll get to that about being a business leader, not many would talk about their first passion, which is music. Do you remember that moment when you heard maybe the first piece of music or the first song and thinking how much it just transfixed you and then changed you?
So I'll start very early days when we just moved to London. I was about 10 years old. And you know, my parents decided one day, my father decided that we need to move to London. He needs to find new opportunities here. And you know, one night I was told by my parents that pack your bags, we're going. And I was an excited young girl. I was 10 years old. I'd been to London, I think, a couple of times before on holiday. You know, for me, London was Toys R Us and like all the fun things and Hamleys and, you know, there was Trocadero that time. That was my imagination, this very excited young girl going to London to live, you know, this new exciting life. But things changed as soon as I came to London. You know, one of the first schools I went to was in the south part of London. I'm not going to name the school. But at that time, London was different, and especially the outsides of London was different. And everything sort of started becoming a reality for me then. No one sat next to me.
Really?
No one wanted to talk to me. I spent days in fact, there were people who saw me and just by looking at me said that she must not smell nice. I used to have a bath 5 times a day because I felt like I was unclean.
So really active racism.
Active racism. And every day I would call my parents. There was this line where you could do like a reverse charge call, and I had a line waiting for me behind because I used to spend hours just on the phone telling them that I need to leave. I don't want to be here anymore.
And how old are you at this point?
About 11, 12 years old.
And that can be really scarring, right?
Yes, it was really scarring. But I think that was the time that music came into my life. And really, really, it was my safe space. It was my space of happiness. So I remember my mother had gifted me my first, it was not an iPod that time, it was something else, but it was the CD players.
Yeah.
So I used to just spend hours with music, and that used to be very, very healing for me. And that was when sort of I felt that this is the healing that I need, that I want to be a part of. If I can create this to heal others in the world, why not? And that's where the music journey started.
Do you think that you were able to leave that scarring behind? Because childhood scars sometimes never really leave you.
I think it was, I didn't think I would.
Yeah.
I thought it was a part of, I thought it would become a part of me. I became a very reserved, shy child. I didn't know, if you put me in a room with a lot of people, I used to just withdraw.
Mm-hmm.
But with the support of family and the support of my father, who says all the time as well that you need to be 25% better than everybody else to make a mark.
I mean, every person who's been on stage right now has said that one of the things about being Indian and Indian parents is that they'll tell you to be best.
Better. Yeah.
Good is not good enough.
Best, yeah.
Better ho, best ho.
Yeah. No pressure.
No pressure.
But then I think overcoming it, and then the journey that I'm in today, I think that for me was the driving factor for what gets me out of bed in the morning today, because of the things and the atmosphere that I'm in. And this whole conversation about women in mining, we'll talk about that, but it's I think that was the most grounding journey for me. I think if I didn't experience that, I wouldn't be who I was today.
And I'm going to come to that in a moment, but one more question about music. I don't know how many people here know that you actually professionally trained to be a DJ.
Yes.
Which is just like, it really is like these unknown. Yeah, feel free to applause. Because to go from being this young child, uprooted from your reality in a school where somewhere you're made to feel less than, you escape into the world of music, and then you become a DJ. Is that your sort of way of self-expression? Is that your way of pulling the introvert in you out into sort of a public space? So
my music journey started, I played the guitar, I played the piano, I sang, I was doing all the grades. I was aspiring to go to Juilliard. There was a lot of music in my life, and then this whole venture into becoming a DJ was exciting because outside of work, in a mining company, you're spending like 12 hours a day with 60, 70-year-old head honchos. Mm-hmm. All day long, you want to come home and feel your age. Yeah. So, and you want to also have people. So you come home, and it's being a DJ. You can sort of mold get into the whole music, but also have people around you enjoying the music with you, and it's building that community, those few hours of just complete joy and happiness, and having. It's part of that whole inclusivity and feeling of how music brings joy to people's lives.
Absolutely. Yeah. And if anybody related to Priya's story of growing up here, how she escaped into her passion, do raise your hand. We'll have time for a couple of questions. Yeah, why don't you go to the mic?
Hey Priya, you've inspired me quite a lot, obviously. So my stage name's AJ Sony, and I've been through mental health battles myself. I've been through depression, I've been through bullying, I've been through trolling, I've been through abuse myself from young age. So I'm autistic. I do spoken word and poetry and rapping. How did you overcome your mental health challenges, and how do you, when it comes to rejection, how do you overcome rejection as well?
So that's a great question. And, I think it's a journey. I don't think one ever can really fully overcome rejection. It's about how you pull yourself and ensure that, the one thing that I can, and what I tell my family and friends as well, when I'm not feeling great, I start feeling better when I find somebody else who's in a similar situation and we help each other feel better together. It's when you're feeling down or when you're feeling, away or, discriminated, it's always the best feeling is to help another come out of it. And you come out of it yourself as well. I think it is the one best secret and mantra that you can use. Help others and you will feel better yourself.
And I just want to say thank you also to stand up in front of a big hall and share your own
story. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that. Let's talk about mining and women. Like we've spoken about music and in a way what sort of support it's been for you. Mining, it's still a very male world, right? How tough was it for you as a woman leader to break into the world of mining?
So more than tough. So what I spoke about in terms of this whole inclusivity and the feeling of being felt one, equal. For me, my journey at Vedanta started in that manner. I'll tell you a little bit about, I was in my journey for music and I opened the television one day and I saw that I've become the board member of one of our companies called Kane. I had no idea this was going to happen. And this is what my father does. He likes to throw you into the deep end. And so I went to the board meeting, had a lot of, very, very anxious because I had no idea. I had no clue about what this company was, what it did, and anything. And the board secretary comes running to me and says, Priya, chairman's daughter, the kind of ideas you are going to bring, we are looking forward to having your ideas in this board meeting. And that was it for me. I was terrified. I said, forget ideas. I need to first figure out what I'm doing here. So, but I think that was a journey of change. And with the support of everybody, I think, and the company and its progressive nature, today, half our board is women. And
that's great.
I think across the world, mining companies, I think Vedanta has taken a leapfrog where nearly 30% of employees across our organization is today women. And 2019, it was illegal in India for women to go underground.
Really? We
fought, and in 2019, we got an allowance to get women underground. We were the first company in India to get women underground.
That's fabulous.
And these women have broken every stereotype you can imagine. And you should just meet them, whether it's driving the forklifts, whether it's doing anything. The first all-women rescue team of India is at Hindustan Zinc. These women went to South America and came second. And these women don't look like the global women, tall, strong. But they came second, the rescue team of India, and it gave me goosebumps. I'll tell you a little bit. We're talking about, I was hearing the conversation since morning. We're talking about urban and semi-urban India, where, of course, there's a lot of progress. But there is a very far gap when it comes to rural India and women. And last year, I went to Udaipur to one of our underground mines, and our head of security, she came to me. She's part of the LGBTQ community, and she came to me and she said, Priya, can I tell you one thing? I had two dreams in my life. I wanted to adopt a daughter, and I wanted to buy my mother a house. And because of Hindustan Zinc, I've achieved both.
That's amazing.
I had tears in my eyes. Amazing. I had goosebumps in my body. And that really is, for me, that's what changed everything. That kind of impact to be able to even have the opportunity, a little bit of an opportunity to have that kind of impact on people's lives, nothing can be better.
Amazing. I have time for one more question. Anybody? Yeah, okay, quickly. Yeah.
Ajit is my name, no better introduction. I'm ex-Vedanta.
Oh, lovely.
I fully endorse every word of what you said. Pioneer work done by the group in India, but you guys have done so well. That's the reason we're all here. India is poised to become economic superpower, third largest 2047, developed nation. Leave aside definition. Economists are saying, so not me, unless the large workforce of Indian women is made to go through reskill programs. We don't go there. We don't just make it. People like you, leaders like you to roll out your mindset. Pan-India.
I'm going to add just a question
What
to
are
that.
you doing for that?
Yeah, it's a great question. And I think since, we've spoken about music, we've spoken about mining, but championing more women in the workforce, in leadership roles, just a last comment on that.
No, that's absolutely spot on, because unless 50% of our population, which is women, get into the workforce, how are we going to achieve that $5 trillion economy that we're talking about? And it's extremely important. And the government is doing fantastic work in putting lots of policies out, but every corporate out there has to make that. And this is an argument that me and my father have. In fact, for me, I come from those sort of naive beliefs that it doesn't matter. It's true, and that's where we should end up. It doesn't matter if you're a man or woman. If you have the talent, if you have the capability, it doesn't matter what spectrum of the gender you're on, you should be there. But in India, it is time that we need to push women.
Absolutely.
And we do need to, and that's his point of view. He says that, no, I want to hire more women. I know that there are men who are capable for this role.
But let's get more women.
But we need to get more women. And if we don't push them, because it's a mindset.
Yeah.
It's not that they can't do it. We are seeing every day that they can do wonders. Our company is running more efficiently. Vedanta Group CEO today, Deshni Naidu, is a woman. She is running the mining company from the front. So everything, and the idealistic world is, and something that troubles me, none of us are women leaders, we're leaders.
Yeah.
Why separate, I don't like when people, in fact, when you go to many companies, women isn't part of the diversity. Okay, you've hired diversity. No, diversity is a whole range. But, at this point of time, where we are as a country, we're very, very far behind in our gender equality, and it's time that we need to push.
Well, a big round of applause for Priya Agarwal Riverside. And can I please ask for the award on stage? This is from us. This is from us for all the changes that Priya has spoken about. Our appreciation for you. And thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. Thank you for being an incredible participatory audience. The hall is full, and we've got two very exciting speakers coming up next. The next speaker I'm about to introduce is a close personal friend, but he is also somebody who I think has literally created a subculture, thanks to his movies. I don't think that there is an Indian who has not watched, who am I talking about? So can we do something to welcome him? Can we just go, Karan, Karan, Karan? Can we please have Karan Johar on stage? Louder, guys. Excitement here. Can we show him some love, guys? Okay, Karan is a dear friend of mine, and he has really stopped doing a lot of things he had to do to make it here. So can we please show him how happy we are to see him here?
Wow. Who? What?
What? What?
What? I know.
Okay, we just heard hot. Maybe it meant the temperature.
Sorry, am I audible?
Can you hear Karan at the back? Yes, yes.
Am I really audible?
Yes.
Oh, okay. This is a really cool mic then. Okay,
yes.
Because I can't hear myself.
You are audible. He's audible till the back?
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Hi, Karan. Thank you.
I can be louder? Yeah, that's why I feel there's something wrong with this mic.
Nothing wrong with the mic. I'm being told you can be heard perfectly.
Oh, okay. Then I'll just speak louder.
Okay. You can be heard perfectly. This is just our psychological Indian need to hear ourselves, I think.
Yeah. I know. Trust me, I'm exhausted of my own thoughts. I don't want to hear myself.
No, but we want to hear you. This whole audience wants to hear you. Millions of people watching this online want to hear you. And we all love you.
Oh, thank you.
We really do.
Thank you.
And I know how busy it's been for you. I know what it's taken to be here. And I'm sorry we kept you waiting just a bit Thank you, and we really appreciate it. Karan, do you realize how many people your movies and you have influenced? Like I just said in my introduction, it's like a subculture. You have been the architect of a subculture. Like, do you know that?
Well, the important thing is not to be aware of it.
Yes.
You know, the more aware you are of your achievement, that's where your achievement stops.
Yeah.
You know, I think you have to just keep going. I've always said that success and failure are neighbors, and both will come visiting, and you have to treat them both equally and treat them both with equal amount of like love and care, because it's going to happen. The moment you rest on a laurel, you will stay there. So that's how I've lived my life.
Have you had tough times as a movie maker?
You know, the first couple of years of my life were actually, like, they were God sent. I felt I was like Beyonce's song, Destiny's Child.
Yeah.
I really felt like things were just happening. Like I sat on a mountaintop and Shah Rukh Khan tells me that I will do your next movie when you direct it. Kajol comes on board.
Yeah.
Suddenly Kuch Kuch Hota Hai happens. And then Kabhi Khushi Kabhi Gum happens. And then Kal Ho Na Ho happened. And then I lost my dad. And that was the first real bump on my otherwise exceptionally smooth highway. Post that, I remember feeling a bit lost. Because up to that point, I was so completely indulged. I was an only child to my parents.
Yeah.
And I still remember, I knew nothing about the economic side of things, the business side of things. I had gone to, I remember I had gone to my first award ceremony way in New York, way back in 1999. And I had signed my first lot of autographs. You know, and I came back and my father asked me to sign a couple of checks. And on those checks, I wrote lots of love. And it's because it was how clueless I was about things.
Yeah.
And he came and said, for all those who, I'm sure all of you do, understand Hindi, he came and said, beta, unko तुम्हारा प्यार नहीं, तुम्हारे पैसे चाहिए. ये lots of love जो है ना, ये निकाल दो, बस signature अपना डाल दो. So I was like, oh God. And I remember he passed away on the 26th of June. Actually, we just finished 21 years. And there was a gentleman who walked in after the prayer ceremony and he said, you know, we haven't met, I'm your chartered accountant.
Wow.
And that's how little that I knew of the business.
Yeah.
So the real issues really began then, and I am totally grateful to my best friend from school, Apurva Mehta, who ran the company with me like a sibling. And we just kept going and, we rose, we fell, and we learned from our mistakes and continued. But real tough times, actually, if you ask me, Barkha, if I had to really speak about them, were social media. The advent of social media when Twitter began way back. It was such an amazing platform where there was an exchange of ideas, immediate validation, complete consumer feedback, so as you can say about your own product and work. And then there was the toxicity and the negativity and the troll armies and I got it all. And eventually I went from anger to indifference and now to acute amusement, because I'm like, whenever they write things about me, I feel like, wow, this troll army is so creative. I wish that they would exercise their creativity and do something better with it. Because they write such amazing things even when they're absolutely
wrong.
When they're absolutely pulling you down and saying the most amazingly negative things about you. And I get it all, from my fashion to, but even if I sneeze, apparently, I nearly thought that they would blame me for COVID at one point of time, because everything that happened, somehow I'm responsible. There would be even news anchors, and this was before, thankfully you were not in the zone at that time.
Yes. You have to say you don't mean
I remember there was a man screaming loudly, and we all know who he is, and he would say that, "Ye dekho, Bollywood," and there would be my face. And I was like, "Ye Bollywood ne kya kiya?" And again my face would pop up. I'm like, "Hello, screaming man. I am not Bollywood. I'm one member in an industry that is celebrated across the world. And cut us some slack and stop screaming."
Yes.
Because
that especially.
We were anyway scared of leaving our homes. So we were all in our homes. And then imagine hearing that gentleman in surround sound. It's not a very pleasurable thing, At one point you were like, my God, I might as well get the pandemic.
I mean, what would you say
home.
to this gentleman if you met him in real life?
I hope I don't meet him.
Did you not get like just indifferent to trolls?
Yes, absolutely. After a point, I had to be indifferent because there was like at one point of time, I'm like, then there was the beautiful word that got launched on my show, a stunning word called nepotism.
Yes.
And I'm like, I spoke about my father who passed away 21 years ago, and I mean, he would not have been, like, he would have been actually amused that they're calling me some flag bearer of nepotism, because I know that how tough it was for him in the business and what he endured and went through. And then, of course, I was given that first move advantage. And there's always that, foot in the door that you do get. After that, everyone knows that it's your own hard work and talent that can take you where it takes you.
And there's so many star kids who don't actually make it.
There's nothing. I mean, there are so many born to privilege. But it's that, yes, and I do feel that we have that first mover advantage. We do have that first access to work. And yes, we have that advantage. We cannot take that away from ourselves. We must admit to it. We must acknowledge it. But we also know that you are not going to be able to stick on if you don't have what it takes to be successful, which is pure organic talent.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, but this nepotism debate has really followed you in every interview, every podcast.
Yeah, it's right here. You can see it.
It's right here under the cushion.
Yeah.
Is it claustrophobic to be used as kind of, to be answerable for everything in the industry?
I mean, I think that this good thing about the way I look at it and the way I see when I get trolled or attacked, I feel, thank God, at least they're not being indifferent to me.
Yeah, they can't ignore you.
Because I feel love and hate are both forms of appreciation. When they love you or they hate you, they're still acknowledging you.
Sure.
But imagine if they're indifferent to you. That's the worst feeling. Imagine you've done something and no one's talking about it. So I look at it with all the negativity or the assault that comes my way, that I must be relevant. I must matter. That's why they're talking about me. Even when they're bitching about what I'm saying, what I'm wearing, what I'm doing, I'm like, I must really annoy people, And I'm like, how fabulous is that?
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? It's not about annoying. It's about, you have shaped in many ways cultural norms. And I'm not saying this in a sort of profound or trying to be profound way. I think we've all been shaped by some Karan Johar movie. Yes? Does anybody want to talk about how watching a Kejo film changed your life? Here, why don't you come on up? Come on up, since there's space next to you.
How welcoming you are, Barkha.
Yeah, I know.
Hi.
Thank you so much. Hi, Karan. Anil here. Lovely, wonderful questions, Bible. Thank you so much.
Can I hold this
From one journal to another, it's wonderful. I think, Karan, there's two things that I've noticed about your films. I think you've often said that you are really someone who, your films are a love letter to Indian cinema. I was watching Kabhi Alvida Na Kehna the other day, and I feel like the complex relationships, you take Kabhi Kabhi, you take Silsila, like Yash Chopra references are definitely there. Bombay Talkies, your segment, which I thought was outstanding, and it was a same-sex relationship story, which I thought as someone from the community, I must admire you and applaud you for that as well.
Oh, thank you.
We can clap for that.
Now, Rani in that segment looked stunning, and she reminded me so much of a Satyajit Ray heroine.
Yes.
So I love the way you pay homage to all these sort of filmmakers, and I'm so sorry, it's a very long-winded question, apologies, but it's just so much I have to say to you, because I also love the fact that there's a voice of innocence amidst everything.
So can I ask you, which film changed your life?
My Name is Khan. I think that just changed me completely, because obviously we knew you for you doing these very larger-than-life escapist sort of films, but that film, till now, I still cry. That scene when Kajol looks at Sam, I still always shed a tear. And that voice of innocence that you always bring to your stories, there's always that voice of innocence trying to get the voice heard. Take Rocky Rani, Anjali, who played that character, is a symbol of that. Kavish and Katikushi.
So he's a Karan Johar encyclopedia. I have to now ask you to jump off stage, but you can do a hug. Thank you. See, The hatred, so-called, is all social media
It's all
rubbish.
virtual.
When you meet people in real life, people are lovely.
I know that it doesn't exist. It's actually a virtual bubble. And I think a lot of people write things only to be noticed online. You know, and the moment you like write a puff piece or a hugely positive piece,
nobody
you'll
notices
like say
you.
100 views, and then there'll be like this big clickbait headline with something negatively written, and there'll be like 1 million views. So negativity travels, you know, online, and we all know that.
What's the cruelest thing as an adult professional, because I do want to take you back to your school years, which I know is a different experience. What's the harshest, cruelest thing that you've heard about yourself that you could not ignore? I've understood that most of us just ignore the rubbish below our posts or, you know, about us on social media because we know real life is very different. But something that rankled, that was horrible, that was too horrible to ignore.
You know, there was a comment once, and there have been several posts that, which was really tough for me because it made me think. When they said that, do you realize that you've denied your children a mother? And that broke my heart because that made me feel like for the first time I questioned my decision of being a single parent. When my kids asked me, you know, where they came from, I said to them that you came from Dada's heart. A story that I couldn't take very far because now they know the biology of it. But I believe very strongly that I have enough love in me for the both of them. I can be their parent, their mother, their father, their grandparent, their everything. They mean the world to me. They're the center of my universe. But that comment made me question or second guess.
I think we have some pictures of you with your kids, but
Made me second guess that decision. And for a beat, it made me wonder whether I had done the right thing. And then that very morning, I read that comment, and I had a moment where I just broke down. You know, I was sitting in my room, and I remember that day, and I just cried. And I went into their room, and they were about 5 years old at that time. And I looked at them and I said that it was a silly question to ask 2 5-year-olds. They were like, are you happy?
You asked them?
Yeah. And they said, yeah, very happy, Dada. And I said, why? They said, because you're our Dada. Oh. And in a sense...
I have to hug you.
Oh, thank you.
It's the sweetest and in a way saddest little moment of pain there that I could feel.
And I was like, that answered my question. And then I said, now, you know, bring it on.
After
say
that,
what you want to
mattered.
say what you want. I'm very proud to be their single parent. And it is daunting and also hilarious when you are on 2 WhatsApp groups with 30 mothers on one and 32 on another. They're in 2 different divisions, A and B. Anilji, namaskar. I just saw you. Sorry, namaskar. How are you? And I was like, every morning I wake up to such amazing women, 62 of them. And they always say, ladies. And I'm like, hello. I'm on this WhatsApp group as well. But they're so nurturing and so helpful. And they've really helped me, you know, through tough times when I really don't know. Because whenever I go to any parent-teacher meeting, I'm always doing 2.
Both
right?
roles,
And then I'm going and hearing both for both of them. And that's the joy of having twins. But it's also for me, the double whammy has been that I'm an only child and a single parent. So in many ways, it's very tough that, you know, I don't have a partner or a sibling, but I have a huge amount of love. I have so much support from friends. My found family is exceptional. They've been there for me, with me, by me, through tough times, through happy times. And I'm so blessed that I was able to create this absolutely beautiful found family.
Amazing. Before I take Anilji's question, one more just connected to what you've said. What was that moment when you decided to be a single dad and be both mom and dad and everything else in between? Do you remember that moment? Did you have self-doubts? How did you reach a decision?
You know, I always wanted to have, I felt I had a very strong paternal and maternal instincts. It happened when I was like, when I have my two cousins, Priyanka and Anushka, who I was always like a father to. And then when I launched Alia, and I felt very paternal towards her, right through the journey, I used to look over her like I would to a child. So I knew I had those instincts. But then there was another part of me that kept waiting for love. I kept waiting to be in a relationship of love. And I realized that love, if it happens, it does. If it doesn't, you can't just keep waiting for something that is something that may never happen. Or if it happens, it can happen not in the way you imagined it to. And at one point, I was like, now I have to just stop waiting. If it comes my way, it will. But what I do want to be is a parent, because I feel like these instincts are so strong. And they're an active volcano of love within me. And I don't want to wait for it to ever be dormant. So I want to kind of act on it. And I got all the help and legal assistance at that time and the medical assistance. And thank God for the marvels of medicine that was able to kind of bring Yash and Ruhi into my life. And it was about when I was in my 40s, and I just turned 40s when I started working towards it. And they came into my life when I was 44 years old.
And you weren't daunted by being a 44-year-old parent. Like a woman or a man might feel, oh my God, do I have the energy for these young...
Well, the two things I did do when I have them is, one is that I never read a book or heard a podcast
on how to parent.
On how to parent. Yeah. Because that's the one thing that, and I don't say those who do it are doing anything wrong. There's no right or wrong way of parenting. Mm-hmm. But I realized that your instinct is your superhero. Your instinct is what you're born with. No book can tell you, no podcast, no other parent can tell you how to parent your child. Nobody can. Your individual relationship with your child and your individual circumstance really is only yours. And I went and I tried to do that little podcast route and, read one or two books. And I was like, I'm not doing this. And I'm not calling other mothers and fathers and saying, kya karu? I was like, let me form my own way. That's the one thing I did, is I did not read or listen to a podcast. Second thing is I hit the gym, because I'm like, I need to live long. I need to be healthy. I need to eat healthy. I need to be healthy because I need to be an active parent. Lord knows I'm still not playing football with my son or attempting to go to an Olivia Rodrigo concert with my daughter because those things I've told them I can't do and I don't want to, but I will do other things. I will communicate, speak, give them quality time, and also give them a sense of a set of values that I was raised by, because I think we are defined by a value system, and that's what I want to give my children.
Absolutely. I'm actually told our producers pulled off a little clip of the kids wishing you happy birthday, I guess, a while ago.
It must have been.
Do we have the clip? Well, let's just hear it. Let's just hear it.
All right. It was my birthday and I got nothing from the both of you.
I got you this.
Oh, yes, you did. You made it so lovely. Thank you, Ruhi. And sir?
I gave you hugs and kisses.
Oh, and I should feel great about getting a hug and a kiss from you, huh? Next year, what are you going to give me, Yash?
I think you need a new clothes and a new wardrobe.
And
we think you should stop taking selfies.
Oh, God. Why do I need anyone else?
First, stop doing that mute.
Yash, can you stop? That's my pout. Bye. 2 drinks.
So, you know that why do you say that? Why do trolls not affect me at all? Because guess what I have at home?
You have 2 homes.
Yeah. I have in-house trolls, so how can any troll really bother me or affect me?
That was so cute. All right, I don't want to steal Karan all to myself. We have questions. I'll start with Anilji, and then we'll open it up. Anilji, can I request you to just come up so that I think the cameras will be able to pick up your question? Thank you. Sir.
Yes, very nice.
Bed jaiye, sir. Have a seat.
No, I just wanted to make a comment, not any question. Please sit, please. So, I remember Yashji, Gulshan Rai, another Yashji. They are legend. How they were ruling the industry, and he was going through his health problem. Still, he was very, very active. His father, and he has all the blessing. Couple of times, we were in the plane, we were in London. Talking a little bit here and there about how he used to love him, how he used to love him, and he has really, and the Hiruji, what a lady. She stood by him, amazing. She been there. It's all about the family, parents' blessing, and the mother support from inside, outside. That's what Karan is today.
Oh, thank you.
I wish him very, very best. I've seen his journey from meeting his father, I don't know how many years, must be 25 years back or maybe more, around that time. And I was very young. I was going to these people all the time. I was very fascinated by Bollywood. So I will make Gulshan Rai a friend, my much elder to me. And then they used to come together and they used to talk about. And Karan was around. Yes, Ji. I wish you very, very best.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, we'll step here. So I'm going to open this up for questions. And there are so many questions. I will start with the young lady here in the row 4. Yeah. Come to the mic. Sorry, I'm going to take as many as I can, but you have to be patient with me. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you, Barkha. First of all, I'm 55-year-old, so calling me as a young lady is...
You look very young to me with my old woman eyesight, but okay.
And Karan, I am an IVF specialist, and I'm clinical lead for world's first IVF clinic, Born Hall. So your story, when I read your story, I thought you have broken so many glass ceiling in stereotypical Indian male. And congratulations. That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you for saying that. I'll take one more question here from... Oh, is there anybody here? Come on up. It's easier for me to get those close to the stage up here. Yes.
Hi, Karan.
Hello.
This feels very surreal. But anyway, my question is actually...
What's your name?
My name's Moya.
Yeah.
My question actually is about your journey into going from your... It's a very odd question, but it's about going into your journey in fashion from when you were in sweatshirts to now some fashionista that you are. And looking at things like how people struggle with weight and if that has had an influence. I was very interested to know what your journey was and how you've got to this stage where you are such a fashion icon.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's very kind. Thank you so much. I mean, my brush with fashion happened like with, I used to always absolutely obsess about like what people wore. Like you mentioned Yash Chopra, and you know, his films always, the characters were always so beautifully dressed and his aesthetics were always on point. And I remember when I was young watching films like Umrao Jan and Pakiza and Mr. Yash Chopra's films, even the aesthetics of the 60s and 70s and Guru Dutt and all the immaculately dressed men and women. And everything I loved about fashion came from Hindi cinema. And I grew up loving it and just watching it with awe and admiration. Then when simultaneously, like she mentioned, I did fight huge amount of weight issues as a child, and you know, you face that amount of like bullying that's attached to it, and then it becomes a thing. Then I developed body dysmorphia, like I used to feel very uncomfortable in my own skin. So I've been through a journey, and then starts the process of trying to lose it. The diets, the regimes, every kind of diet. And at one point you have to stop and just learn to love yourself. If you can find a way to find a relationship with yourself, which is
we have pictures of you from
deeply
Cannes.
rooted in love. Yeah, oh my God.
How long does it take you to get ready?
Actually, truth be told, 22 minutes.
22, that's very precise. What are those last 2 minutes about?
I've timed it.
Last 2 minutes are what?
It doesn't take very long for most men to get ready, and even the vain ones. And the extra ones are then, they should just resort to others.
Are you vain?
I've become partially vain. I wasn't earlier, but I am partially vain now, because now when you lose the weight, you want to wear the clothes you love. But having said that, I'm all about people who own themselves no matter what their weight is. Because I love those people who are confident in their own skin. Because, you know, this is these are part of like what I train my children. You know, these words that labels like fat and you know, obese and all these words we use are scarring. You know, they're terms that people can live with. Your weight is not your identity. Your personality is your identity.
Absolutely.
You know, and I'm like, yes, Yes, I may have lost weight, but I also gained perspective over years. That even if I was a certain weight, I still want to feel comfortable in my skin. I work towards that every day. And I tell people, you cannot be defined by the way you look in terms of cosmetically. Because Lord knows there's enough that you can actually do with a doctor to make yourself better. So, you know, if you can afford it and there are means. And for those who can't, just you have to know your beauty lies in your soul, in your personality, in your inner self. And you have that glow that no one can take away from you. Because all the makeup in the world can't ever touch your soul. It can't cover it or uncover it. It's just going to always be out there. So I'm like, please, let's not make it about like how you look and what you wear, but who you are is more critical. Having said that, fashion is lovely. It's an art form. And for those who love it, more power to you.
Can we briefly go back? Okay, everybody has to sit down. Your standing is not going to make me come to you for a question. It's going to have the opposite impact. So if you want me to pull you out from the audience, take your seats, please. Can I take you back to your school years, where actually what you're saying today is not a comfort you had for yourself, right? You were, and I know you and I have spoken about this before, you were bullied, you were taunted, you were not a typical guy in the way that typical guys were meant to be. And there were, you know, there was a lot of discovery and a lot of heartache in that moment, in that journey.
Yeah. But I have to say that I was raised by very stable, sorted, and very much in love parents.
Yeah.
So I grew up in an atmosphere of love. And nowhere at home was I made to believe that I was unusual as a boy. It's the world outside that used words that called you, like the word in the 80s was pansy, which was translated as a boy who's effeminate. And you're called that word, and that word was...
Were you called that?
Yes, a lot. Every time I went out into school competitions, or even like my own building and apartment block was very protective about me. My own school was very protective about me. But we went into school competitions or went outside of our domain where I stayed in my residence. Yeah. And there were other boys and girls at my age who would say very mean and rude things. But when I came back home, Barkha, my dad would say, oh, dance, like, you know, to the dance I used to do from the film Sargam. I used to do Jayaprada's parts. You know, and my father was so proud, and he would make me dance for all his friends. Yeah. And not once did he think that this is unusual, that an 8 or a 9-year-old boy is dancing to Jayaprada's choreography. Yeah. And it's not bizarre, unusual, or strange. Yeah. Neither did my mom say anything. And so when I had that stability at home, that's what kept me strong. It kept me protected and kept me sheltered from the worldview. Having said that, when I went outside, there were people who told me, there was a man who told me he was an elocution, he was a public speaker, and he taught people public speaking. And he told me, you know, you sound like a girl. So bring baritone in your voice because the world will be tough.
Who was this person?
I won't mention
his
name.
No, not name. I mean, who?
He actually was somebody who ran a public speaking academy, and he actually came, and he was being very...
So you were taking public speaking lessons?
Yes, I wanted to like learn it and hone that craft. But what he took me aside and said that you sound a lot like a girl, and it's not going to hold you well in the world. So he started asking me to come to a special class where he would bring baritone in my voice. Now, not something that I would ever advise anyone to do what I went through. But he was being actually compassionate at that point. He was actually trying to help. Yeah. But I would tell my dad at home that I'm doing computer classes. Whereas actually I was taking this voice training where I was trying to bring baritone in my voice.
Because you were trying to sound more like a guy.
Like a man. And he said he also taught me how to walk better and train my hands. And he said life is like living in a box, like you keep using your hands like this so that they don't flip and flop. All this I did, all this I did to conform. Today I would never advise. If my son was a certain way, I would say be that way. But at that time, in the 80s, it was a very different time. The joke here is that I told my dad I was doing computer classes and taking money from him for computer classes, and then the computer arrived at our workplace. And my father said, here's the computer, you've been doing computer classes, abhi sikhao hum sabko. And I had never seen a computer in my life. And I didn't know what to say, that I was trying to sound like a man, not learn the computer terminology. And it was rather embarrassing. Because
so what happened then?
So he was very disappointed in me that for 3 years I was going to a class and I knew nothing. But I never told him that's where I was going.
So 3 years you went to a voice coaching class to sound more like a guy.
Yes.
And actually, you know what? You can tell that as a funny story today, but it's actually a sad story.
Yeah, it was not fun because I had to lie to everybody else what I was doing. I would go to this gentleman's
and just
house.
that you felt that pressure.
And he and his wife were very compassionate, and they would make me put things in my mouth, like one steal something or a spoon and go, and ooh, and like, I was like, at one point when I go back in time and I think about those days, and I was like, yes, they did bring baritone in my voice. Yes, I did start walking more like a man, talking more like, I mean, as much as it could be. I'm not saying that I became Rambo overnight, but it was just like, it was better. But I know that this is something that society at that point of time made you feel in a certain way and therefore made you want to correct. Today, you can't correct yourself. You're not flawed. You are who you are.
Yeah.
And you have to be who you are. And you have to be allowed to be who you are.
As a parent, you can clap for that. As a parent, how mindful do you have to be that when you're raising a boy and a girl, son and a daughter, because all of us are products of conditioning. And, you know, we fight it, but then we're still products of conditioning. How mindful do you have to be that you bring them up with the same freedom?
You know, Barkha, we don't realize at home, we're all parents in this house, I'm sure. We say things, we don't realize how deeply affecting they are. You know, have you not heard the expression, don't cry like a girl?
Yeah.
You know, what do you mean?
Yeah.
Don't cry like a girl.
Yeah.
It's everyone's prerogative to cry. It's everyone's prerogative to laugh. So the first thing is, you don't say things like that. The first thing you do is not buy pink for a girl and blue for a boy. Buy 2 pinks, buy 2 blues.
That's right.
The first thing you do is when you're encroaching them into class and saying that my daughter will also learn football. My son will also do dance.
Yeah.
They will both go to taekwondo. You know, and that's what I've done with my children. They both do dance classes, they do jazz ballet, they do taekwondo, and they play football. They do it together. There is no differentiation made at home. And I tell my people at home to not say these things, you know, that, she should wear dresses and he should wear shorts. Yeah. I'm like, please, let them wear what they want to. They will make their personal choices. And if he does want to wear blue, allow him to wear blue. Sometimes he comes back and says, I won't wear pink. In school, the boys say that only girls wear pink. And then I have to give him a long lecture.
Yeah.
You know, and after that, and I've given my son has a sense of humor.
Yeah.
So every time I give him a long lecture and I reprimand him, he takes a beat and turns around and always say, and now, any compliments? And I'm like, I don't know what to do because I burst out laughing. Like, he's just hilarious. But I do give those long lectures. It's, as I said, all these lessons all begin at home. What you say with your spouse, with your parents, to them, all is heard. So what you say at home is
Matters.
very, very important.
Okay, lots of hands. So I am going to take... Okay, where's the backbencher? Come on up to the mic. But you've got to be quick. Sorry. Come on, come on. Okay. All right, there.
Hi, Karan. Hi, Barkha. Thank
Hi.
you. My name is Sunaina.
Hi.
I have one request and one question.
Okay.
My request is, Karan, movies has been a big part of you. All our childhood, everything has been your movies. However, there's another very important part of you, and that's Coffee with Karan. And how about this lovely couch, this lovely audience, this lovely studio, about bringing Coffee with Karan to London?
Yeah.
Because half of Bollywood...
What I can say to you, and then you come quickly to your question so we can get others a chance, is that I don't know about the full show, but after Karan's conversation with me, we do have a Coffee with Karan moment with another guest.
Oh,
so,
amazing.
So your dream is partially, your request
Thank
is
you.
partially accepted. Quickly your question.
And my question is, your WhatsApp group, so the groups that you're on WhatsApp on, are probably one of the most exciting groups in my head. So this is my Sex and the City moment, but it's probably one of the most exciting groups in my head. So are you ever going to put those WhatsApp into a movie, into a book, into something that we can also enjoy?
Sunaina, if anyone ever got access to those WhatsApp groups about me and many of my friends from the fraternity, I think we'll have to move to London.
Oh, please, anytime.
we may not be able to continue living in our city because let me tell you, there is complete, honest, candid, and might I say sometimes very witchy
That's what we need to hear.
analysis, shall we call it, of our immediate environment and what's going on. We are fashion critics, we are movie critics, we are critics of everything on that group, and everyone has an opinion, and none of us can ever put those opinions out. And unfortunately, that's our fundamental right of like freedom of speech that we can only contain to that WhatsApp group and never let it out. And I'm sure we are allowed to speak our hearts and minds outside of that. But those conversations are very private.
Okay, I can take only one more question, and I am going to take it on this side. I'm so sorry, the young woman at the last row. Yeah, you.
Speak it out from there, darling.
Speak it out from there. Yeah, just project. Okay, hang on.
No, but I'll say it out loud. I can hear.
Take this.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Shipra Sharma. Thank you, Barkha and Karan, for coming here tonight. You guys are looking stunning, by the way. And I'm a big fan of your work. Grew up watching your movies. It's just been an amazing experience, the kind of cult classic cinema you have created on screen on the celluloid. It's amazing. My question for you is today not about your work, about your personal life, because everybody knows about it. It's all in public domain. I'm curious to know, as you as Karan Johar, as an individual, what is it one thing that fulfills you as an individual, as a person, and what's your biggest life lesson?
What fulfills me are three roles. One is the role of being a son to my dad and now to my mom. It's very fulfilling to see their joy and their journey of life unfold, to me changing my role from being a son to now a parent to my mom. In many ways, she's 82, and automatically those roles change. Just unfolding that emotion, unraveling all those emotions in front of her is a very fulfilling part of my existence. The second role is that of a parent to my twins, Yash and Ruhi. As I said, they are the center of my universe, the reason of my being. And the third is that of being a storyteller. I feel that when you are a filmmaker, you come closest to being God. You create your own universe. You can make people sing and dance, laugh and cry at your beck and call. What's better than that? I feel blessed are those who are storytellers and content creators. And these are the three roles that make me very joyous and make me feel very fulfilled. A life lesson, if I had to say, is like, I don't know, I don't want to sound like a Hallmark card, but like, if I could just say two words, and it's not a lesson, it's a request. Be kind. Yeah. It takes very little. It takes very little. I think it's so much harder not to be. It's so much harder on yourself not to be. Just be kind. It takes very little to smile, to be polite, to be gracious, courteous, and just as honorable as you can be.
And I can tell you from personal experience, Karan is probably the kindest celebrity that I have known. The kindest, really. Just a last question. How have you changed over the years? It's tough to remain real, grounded, and we're all altered by life. How is that Karan Johar, who was dancing to Jayaprada's character in front of the mirror, getting mocked for it outside, comfortable home environment of love, and then all of this celebrity attention, trolling, all of the ups and the downs, how have you changed? Are you different today?
Yes. I, for a very large part of my life, was a people pleaser. And now I'm all about trying to go within myself and not seek validation from others. And that's been the big change.
And that's the toughest thing to do sometimes, isn't it?
Is. Now, from spending evenings with people,
yeah,
I enjoy me-evenings, which are evenings with myself.
I love that word. Yeah. I hadn't heard that. Can we please have the biggest round of applause for Karan Johar? And yes, a standing ovation is wonderful. Come on, big, louder, 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 louder.
Thank you.
And I did promise that we cannot let Karan go without giving him the moderator's sofa, without giving him the coffee with Karan corner. But before we do that,
I have to apologize to all the questions that
got left unanswered.
That were
Yes,
left
I'm
unanswered.
sorry.
My apologies in the need for time.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for that. You need to come here and spend an entire day with us sometime soon. Yes. Like kick me under the table if there was a table. But before I hand over the speaking corner to him, our next guest is a very special guest. She's fierce, self-made, a polyglot, an actor, a politician, returning to screen after 17 years. And before we honor Karan, which I'm going to ask her to do the honors, can we please put our hands together for Smriti Irani? Let's show her some love. Let's show her some love. Before I hand over to Karan, I'm just going to request Ms. Irani to present Karan Johar with the Changemaker of 2025 award. Let's give it up. Okay, guys, I didn't think that was loud enough, so bigger applause. And now I will hand it over.
Now I'm going to go and take your seat.
You're taking my seat? Yes.
Ma'am, the stage is all yours.
Karan, let me take that for you. Yeah, thank you.
Well, the tables have turned, and I am so humbled that they have. I have to say, ma'am, I've done this before.
And I have to say, this is the first time he has ma'amed me ever.
No. You know that's not true. I've always ma'amed you. I don't know why that sounds wrong on various levels, but I've always ma'amed you. You know that. It comes from a place of reverence, respect, and also to tell you that I'm very deeply privileged to have the honor of interviewing you today. I've done it several years ago at the World Economic Forum that was in India, in Bombay, in Delhi, in New Delhi, and now many, many years later. And so much has changed, and yet so much has remained the same.
Indeed, I think as Ekta Kapoor has quintessentially said, rishton ke bhi roop badalte hain.
Yes. And it's strange because, not strange at all, but kyunki saas bhi kabhi bahu thi, which I know is such a defining part of your life, your career, and it is in many ways representative of you wherever in the world you go. Is making a comeback.
Is it?
Or so the buzz
Have I made any official announcement?
Can I officially announce it?
I don't know. You have to dial up your friend Ekta Kapoor.
I'm not allowed to. All right, let's just say market buzz says that this iconic show that single-handedly changed the face of Indian television is coming back in a new roop, in a new avatar, and with a new ideology, but with the same soul and tradition. And if it were to happen, so let's talk about it hypothetically, how would that make you feel?
Well, I think that since I'm sitting in front of one of the industrial giants of India, I must say that look at television today from a different perspective.
Yeah.
When we did television 25 years ago, we have to be cognizant of the fact it was never sold as an economic pursuit or a revenue-generating opportunity. Today, it employs between TV and OTT 2 million Indians.
Wow.
Television last year had a revenue of 30,000 crores. And OTT had a revenue of 24,000 crores. So it is not only the economic value, but more so, I think it's the cultural value. It is the emotive value that comes to screen, which is of, I think, a cause of celebration. I know there are many in the audience, in fact, one youngster here who has possibly kept photographs from when he was 11 years old, is today a podcaster.
Wow.
And he has been incessant in his pursuit of what those lines or what those stories mean. Yeah. So I think many a times we create stories without knowing the multi-generational impact of it. And Kyunki is one such story.
And it actually, in many ways, impacted the social fabric of our, of just the way life is and continues to be in an average home of our great nation.
Our big highlight was when in one of the movies, which was directed by you, Kajol walks up and says, "Are Mihir mar gaya."
Yeah.
And everybody on set said, "Did you see Kajol did this in a Karan Johar movie?"
Yeah, it was in Kabhi Khushi Kabhi Gham.
I believe so.
And I remember it was at that time, it was so it was a part of our existence. I remember walking in and my mother just riveted. And not only that, it was like dad who was also riveted. And it was both of them. And then I used to sit and watch it. And at that time, it was, I have to say this, ma'am, and I say this with only love and admiration, but it wasn't the coolest thing to say that, you're riveted by watching Indian television at that time.
I think movies were not cool from India. Songs were not cool, and
Nothing
neither
was cool. Nothing was cool.
television series. Why
Nothing
only
was cool.
single out Ekta Kapoor? But I think that
But I remember being riveted, and I remember it actually used to annoy me that Ekta and yourself had to be on so many platforms, always justifying,
I never justified anything.
Ekta was always asked that question.
That was her onus. I was only happy celebrating the paycheck.
No, but like Ekta had to go on and say that, that this is not regressive, that this is something that is value-based and has a certain deep-rooted culture. And brings me to my next question. Today in this hyper-woke era, if, again, hypothetically, because we're not allowed to officially speak about it, and I'm most excited if this is the truth, because I do believe that it will again change the face of like streaming and television today. Today, do you think that Kyunki Saas Bhi Kabhi Bahu Thi needs a new syntax, or you think that it needs to remain and retain its inherent tradition?
We created the tradition of Saas Bahu.
Yeah.
We created the template for emotive family drama. She was the first one off the block.
Yeah.
And when we started, we were given this godforsaken time slot at 10:30 in the night where India went to sleep.
Yeah.
And I think it was to the credit of Ekta Kapoor and her team that took an absolutely dead slot. And we were the tailwinds of Amitabh Bachchan in KBC.
Yes.
So the program was never positioned to succeed. It was always positioned as though it is a polite rejection.
Yeah.
And the fact that 25 years ago, the topics that came up in the show were marital rape, adult literacy, ragging on campuses,
Yes.
the right of a woman to choose to be in a marriage where the husband cheats on her or not, or walk away. These topics 25 years ago, and especially marital rape, were not topics that were widely spoken of, let alone be debated through a so-called fancy family drama.
Yeah.
So I think that she pushed the envelope even then,
Yes.
but she was not very verbose about what she was doing. Today, in the so-called woke generation that you speak of, there is a huge conversation around pay parity.
Yes.
That is a time where we broke that so-called glass ceiling, where the female protagonist unabashedly said that I am paid more than the male actor.
Yes.
And we set that template even in terms of parity. Yes. So if presumably this is to happen again, I'm sure given Ekta's inclination of pushing the envelope, she will do that again.
Well, Ekta is a game changer, a trendsetter, and I've always said this, a bona fide genius. Literally, that mind and how it ticks is something that I have deep amount of regard for. And when it comes to Indian television, like you say, speak about pay parity, women have always ruled. You began that. Like you being paid higher than the male protagonist.
I wasn't paid more than the male protagonist when I signed the contract.
It happened.
I had
because you created the legacy
I
of
created
that
that space, but I created that space in collaboration with the creator of the show.
Yes.
And I still remember that when we did that particular contract, that engagement, Ekta was very focused on the history we are about to create.
Right.
And everybody else was bothered about the paycheck. So she's always been focused about what is the new threshold that she can cross, or what is the new template that she can establish, or what new standard she can set. But I think that if you look at the Kyunki journey in totality, the most, I think, well-kept secret about Kyunki is that I had a contract to do it again in 2014. And I walked away from it because I had to serve in the Indian Parliament as cabinet minister.
Yeah. Yeah.
So there were two projects that I'd walked away from. One was a movie that I was doing with the late Rishi Kapoor.
Yes.
And the other was Kyunki Saas Bhi Kabhi Bahu Thi, where the set was ready. But there was a phone call from the Prime Minister's office that you have to take oath.
Yeah.
So I walked away from both of them. And with both Rishi Kapoor telling me, leave now. Because to serve your country is a greater service than just doing a movie.
Yes, absolutely.
Or to do a television series.
Something that I'm actually very intrigued to know is, what is tougher? The role of an actor or the role of a politician that you've played in life? What has been more challenging for you?
Well, since we are on the We the Women platform, just to be a woman is tough enough.
Well,
I had said this on one platform that when you're a woman, you're expected to look like a girl, work like a horse, and if you do kick around a bit, then you're supposedly very difficult no matter what your age.
Yeah.
So I think it doesn't matter whether you're an actor or a politician, period. If you're a woman, it is not essential that life becomes easy when you succeed. In fact, when you succeed, it gets a bit more difficult because then the backlash comes very finely dressed.
And so when you speak of backlash...
The tongue lashing is very perfumed.
Yes. When you speak of backlash, and of course, being, as you said, being a woman has been challenging, whether you're an actor or a politician.
It's challenging for others, not for me.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure with your personality, I'm
Yes.
sure you have taken those challenges head on. But do you feel sometimes you've been at the receiving end of mansplaining? Of like people kind of excessively trying to explain a circumstance or situation to you?
No, I think that it becomes difficult when you tell people and people presume that you will conform a lot.
Yeah.
That presumption comes when you succeed and you want to maintain success, and conformity becomes very essential because nobody wants you to rock the boat. And when you say that actually I was not born to conform, I was born to lead, that becomes very stark for people to accept. So I've never been a conformist. And when I'm very, very effusive about how I know exactly what I'm doing, that tends to trample a few egos.
Right, because predominantly, whether it's the movie industry, the television industry, prior to, of course, Kyuki Saas, or the political arena, largely has been male-dominated for decades, you know, but then women have always come and paved the way, just like you did. What was the one thing that you felt was most challenging being a woman, even in the political arena?
I think once they see you coming, once they know what you're made of, then it becomes difficult.
Right.
Till then, they presume and they give you that grace that maybe you're not as bright. And especially if you come from a media background, they presume that, oh, you must have been quite an idiot to have chosen the acting path.
Yeah.
So they don't see you coming, and it's easier when they don't see you coming. Once they've seen you coming and they know the hammer that you are, then every nail on the face of the planet runs before you strike them on the head. So.
Well, many nails have been struck by you on many heads, and we've seen that happen even at the electorate. But it brings me to that.
Really, I'm a very nice quintessential Bahu.
Yes. So it's something that I've been asked a lot, is my reaction and my dealing with success and failure. While there have been like huge victorious moments, you've had sweeping election results, there have also been those, like I know I've had films fail and down times, there have been those in your career as well. How have you managed to circumvent those times and deal with those
Every time I've been rejected, that becomes a step to new success.
Right.
So even when I did Kyunki, I remember the first day when I went to work, the watchman threw me out of Ekta's building.
Yes.
Because he said, you don't look like an actor. If I'd taken offense to his disposition, possibly I wouldn't be in that ecosystem to work with, to begin with. And I think that people presume that success is going from one celebration to another. They do not realize that success actually is consistently going from one failure to another. To not allow those times where you feel that you're beaten to keep you down. It is every time you get back up. And many in my own family have asked me that, what do you think will be that moment in time when you'll say, okay, fine, now I'm done.
Yeah.
I've done enough. I said, the day I die. And the day I die, everybody who's competed with me ever will say, thank God she's dead because we couldn't keep her down. So I think that if you live your life without, and legacies are never made with one success.
Yes.
Legacies are always, and legends are always made when you're consistent over a period of time.
Yeah, and resilient.
And not many recognize that with the advent of multimedia and technology, to stay relevant over 2.5 decades, to not only be resilient, but to be culturally, societally be accepted across generations. It's not an easy task.
Not at all.
And media and politics are two of the toughest arenas, let alone for women, but even men. And to be a cabinet minister, I'm not even 50 yet, but to be a cabinet minister, a 3-time MP, handling 5 different portfolios, and to be an actor in the #1 show over 8 years. Now that is something which is nothing short of a blessing.
Absolutely. And you deserve all the applause in the world for that. And ma'am, you specifically, there is a brand that you created for yourself, and that never happens strategically, or it always just happens on its own. Like when people told you, like, have you created this kind of brand equity for yourself? And I always say that it is something that happens that is part of your personality, your achievement, your ability to be resilient and to constantly conform with the times, adapt to our circumstance. And also in your profession, as an actor, as an artist in the media, there have always been like people where you're always on a hot seat, where you're always asked, you're questioned, there are complaints, or there are questions, or there is criticism. It's never an easy place. So for you to manage to kind of always go through those hurdles and obstacles is a daunting task and a daunting reality, but you've always done it with so much elegance, articulation, as well as grace. And how have you always maintained your sanity through it all?
And that's because I've been dirt poor. So everything that happens post that is nothing but a plus in life.
Yeah.
Now, when I began my career, and the lady, and I think Mr. Agarwal knows, Ritu is a part of his entire industrial ecosystem. Ritu was an intern with my father 32 years ago.
Oh, wow.
The lady who has helped build this ecosystem under the tutelage of Mr. Agarwal. And I was a 17-year-old kid who had just $200 in my pocket. So when you come from $200 in your pocket, and when your first job is selling cosmetics on the streets of Delhi, it is overwhelming, I think, part of your life when in that same New Delhi, you also go and stand next to the President of India, and you realize that you've come from the streets and you will go back to the streets. The issue is, do you have the tenacity then to go back and then spring right back up?
And start again.
So if you've seen abject poverty, and I tell everybody, if you have not seen that, maybe you don't know how much that we can push back, because there's nothing which fires you up than a hungry stomach.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
If you've done that, if you have people like that in your life, you're genuinely blessed, because the resilience from there is a resilience that nobody can teach you.
Is this deeply rooted in your childhood years?
Yes, because I was too poor to seek validation. And by the time I became somebody, I didn't need anybody's validation. I mean, you've been a witness to my journey as a professional in the media business. You have never seen me on any get-togethers, parties, which includes ektas, because for me as a professional, it was very important that I get measured on my outcome or my output as a media professional. I know that friendships are very rare. I know friendships are at times very, very cosmetic, and I did not have the wherewithal of time, because I understand how great it is to just have that opportunity.
Right.
So I wanted to live from one opportunity to another. I did not want to live from one cosmetic relationship to another. So I never had the time, never sought validation, so life is easy. So when I never sought validation from my own colleagues, from my own professional ecosystem, there was no need for me to seek validation from anybody else. Nowadays, they're elegantly called trolls.
Yes.
I'd never had the need to seek anybody's validation. But there is also a huge sense of responsibility and gratitude towards people who have made you what you are by sheer support. There are people I've never met in my life. I met one legend who was downstairs, who met me at the elevator, Sudha Murthy. She said, I need to come back up. And is she here? I don't know. Yeah, so Sudhaji said, I need to come back up. And she said, I need to come back up and hear you, Smriti. Now, I've barely met Sudhaji like 4 times in my life, that too socially. But to have that grace shown to you, Barkha covered me in my first ever election. I don't know where she is right now. And she saw this tenacious, I fought my first election when I was 27 years old.
Yeah.
And for her to witness my journey.
Yeah.
So I think that you have a sense of gratitude, overwhelmed. This kid here in the second row, he's a podcaster. He showed me a photograph with him when he was a kid.
But how amazing is that,
So
ma'am?
those are the stories, those are the people that I genuinely value.
Yeah.
Because they're there even when the lights are dim.
And what does Smriti Irani stand for today?
Me. I don't know why I need to stand for a cause. I am a sword that you unleash when you think you're most troubled.
Wow. I think that there is literally not, I think there is not a line that, and I know it comes from within, but I think that you are a walking, talking clickbait headline. Like everything that you say is not only inspirational, motivational, but it's so darn clever. Always. And you're so smart and so eloquent. And I've always said there are
That's
very
exactly what my husband tells me. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, he should be very privileged to be your husband because to have
I
somebody
think we
to
don't
articulate your
realize-
thoughts and
I-
emotions the way
I-
you do, it's an art form.
I don't think people realize the people they see as celebrities and public figures have families who help them get where they are at.
Yes.
Maybe not family, but people who love them, who will support them unabashedly, irrespective of their flaws. So I think that the credit is and the applause is as much theirs, and the failure is only mine.
Yeah. That's how we have to look at it. Is there somebody that Smriti Irani idolizes?
I know men and women are made of clay. I've lived enough
Yeah.
to know that human beings ultimately disappoint when you love, when you adore.
Yes.
So instead of having somebody that I idolize, I realize that what you miss the most is a parent when you lose them.
Yeah.
So instead of idolizing the world, care for people who mean a lot to you. So every time I leave home, every time I get on a flight, it is the parent that I will message. They seem cantankerous when you're young, but you, trust me, will miss them when they're gone.
And
So I want to celebrate when they're there.
And I also believe that when you lose a parent, you gain a God. Because that's what happened with me when I lost mine, that I feel like that was the face that I prayed to. I felt I gained a God. You know, it's not that I have anything against, anyone's religious practice, prayer, or belief, but very strongly I believe your parent, when you lose them, you also gain that God, who becomes the guiding light.
There is a definite part of your journey where you will lose your child, not because they will leave planet Earth, but because they will leave to build their own families.
Yes, yes.
That hurt will be distinct.
Yes.
There is a time when you will lose a parent and you'll never hear their voice again. There is a time where you will meet friends and you'll never shake that hand again. So while they're there, just celebrate them. Be grateful for them.
In many ways, ma'am, I mean, not that I mean to departmentalize or compartmentalize our lives, but in many ways, you are in the 2.0 version of your life. It's the way we look at it. Our lives, I believe, professionally and personally get divided into two halves. One, when you've achieved everything as a mother, as a wife, as a professional, and then you go into your self-reflective mode, which is your 2.0 version. Are you in that 2.0 version?
No, because you can never achieve perfection as a mother, as a wife. You're fundamentally flawed because you're human.
Yeah.
So if you were perfect, you'd be God.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not just perfection. It's also like, is there a zone now that you feel you're in that is different from when you began?
Yes.
And what do you think has changed?
The fact that I have financial security.
Right.
It may not seem much for people who are gathered here today, but it means a lot from people who can't afford 2 square meals a day. So I tell youngsters who come from affluent families that you will never know the abject panic when you don't know whether you'll get next month's salary or not.
Absolutely.
So I think I am now at least released from that panic. But I also believe when you talk about the new version of me, I have zero expectations now. So if you ask me, what do I want for myself 2 years, 1 year, 10 years down the line? Nothing. And I think that takes a lot of people aback. Because people presume that life's journey is nothing but an ambition. An ambition maybe for a new office tag, a new car, a house. But can you imagine when you're so satiated in life that you want nothing?
Before I wrap this, and I know...
Sounds like a very philosophical conversation, not a very Karan Johar type of conversation. My apologies.
Everything that you have said has been profound, philosophical, but so true. And before Barkha is going to come on stage and, of course, engage with the audience, but before she does that, I have to end with my quintessentially asked rapid-fire round.
Oh, Bhagwan.
It will not be controversial. Lord knows.
No, I've gone through your rapid fire
Yes,
once
Lord,
on
Lord
the couch
things are different, ma'am,
coffee
today.
with Karan.
We are not in the era that we were then. We were saying a lot of things that we shouldn't be saying today.
I didn't do that. He did.
Yes. There is something called digging a hole and jumping into it, and I've done that many times. I refuse to be in that situation.
No, don't worry. I'm
not
somebody
for you,
who'll
but for myself. I worry for myself. So I'm going to make the most PG-13 rapid fire with you. But it's questions that I know that I'm sure you will answer very easily. If your life were a song, a Bollywood Hindi film song, what would that song be?
Well, the score would move from a Kuch Kuch Hota Hai to an Agnipath. That's all I know.
Oh, like starts with deep romance going into revenge. What are you avenging?
I am avenging possibly every kid who never had an opportunity.
Well said.
Who never had an opportunity to equally compete. And avenge is too strong a word.
Yeah.
But I think
But fight
Agnipath,
for.
the original version, I'm sorry, but I am a fan of
Yes.
the original one. It was about a son trying to fulfill a desire for a mother.
Yes.
The gore, the glory, I think the basic human emotion in it was a son who felt a mother has been met with injustice. And I always felt that for my own parents, for my own mother, because she was made to leave home when I was 7.
Right.
Because she could not have a son.
Right. Oh dear.
So for me, that was Agnipath.
Yeah.
To get my mother back and give her a roof over her head. So the Kuch Kuch Hota Hai, possibly, but yeah.
The reality is more Agnipath. What makes Smriti Irani cry?
Nothing.
Well done.
Nothing.
Nothing. Nothing.
Nothing.
All right.
I dread the day where I will lose a parent. Possibly that is the only time I will break down and howl. But nothing before that.
And what makes you laugh?
Nothing.
Nothing makes you laugh and
It is
cry. It's
very
not Kabhi
dangerous
Khushi
when
Kabhi
you see
Gham.
me laughing. There is something which has gone so awry that I am laughing my head off. So what makes me laugh? Possibly in a hypothetical world, there is possibly an actor called Bharti.
Yes.
Maybe she'll make me laugh in
Yes.
a hypothetical situation that you have projected.
Fantastic actor. Who are the people you would associate with the following words? Motor mouth.
फिर से बोलना?
Motor mouth.
फिर से बोलना?
Cinematic legend.
Yash Chopra.
Absolutely.
The Yash Chopra got you or the motor mouth got you?
My next thought got me.
Okay.
Where I was trying to again ask something and I stopped myself. And I was like, this is going online. All right. A person, when I say need of the nation, if it were a person.
Well, the nation has the man it needs in the position that he should be serving at.
All right. And lastly, if there was a person that embodied hope, who would that person be?
Many. We are blessed to be a part of a country where there are many stories of change and hope. I have been extremely privileged to work with men and women who are the harbinger of that hope. The first CDS of our country, General Bipin Rawat, I had the privilege of calling him a senior colleague.
Yes.
The current NSA, Ajit
I had the pleasure
Doval.
of meeting him before he...
Yes, Ajit Doval.
Yes.
He's a legend at work. I've had the pleasure of working with him. So I've worked with men and women in uniform. And I think that those are the legends, many unspoken, many unwritten, but they have the gratitude of the entire nation. We owe them a debt.
Ladies and gentlemen, Smriti Irani, absolutely a powerhouse, a force of nature, a substantial woman, has broken every glass ceiling and is now about to break the ratings if what I hear is true.
Hypothetically.
Hypothetically speaking, we're not allowed to officially say it, but I think I let some cat out of this bag. But I have to thank Barkha for that. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for always being such a pleasure to be in conversation with. Thank you. Barkha, the stage is all yours.
Wasn't that an incredible conversation? It really, really, really was incredible. And just before both of you go, I would like to invite on stage somebody we would like and to request her to honor Miss Irani. She's such an achiever in her own right. Where did we lose? To my left, Sudha Murthy. The amazing legend herself, Sudha Murthy, a philanthropist, a storyteller, and now a parliamentarian. And she's going to be our next speaker, but I thought that in this sort of, you know, where else would you get a stage where you had Karan Johar, Smriti Irani, and Sudha Murthy together? I think we just need to get Karan into politics as well, and then everything would be perfect. And ma'am, may I request you to do the honors and present Miss Irani with our Changemaker Award. Can we have a big, big, big round of applause? Louder, louder. Would you like to say something? I know your session is next, but about women in public space, about Smriti ji.
Of course,
yes.
She's the woman with courage. She's a great fighter and fantastic actress. I want to tell one thing about Karan. Though you were asking rapid fire, you know, I was thinking which is the most memorable song in Bollywood. Suraj hua madhyam chand dalne. It's a fantastic bowl. Very beautiful bowl.
Thank you, ma'am. That means the world to me. Thank you so much. I'm sure Shah Rukh Khan will also be very happy to see that.
And of course, Kajol will be happy.
Yes, of course.
Well, we are going to take a 10 to 15-minute break, and Sudha Murthy, the amazing Sudha Murthy, is the next speaker. Before we let them off stage, a wonderful, loud round of applause for all our wonderful speakers. Okay, hi everyone. Are we all set for our grand finale session? Okay, whoever is not sitting, I need you to sit down now. I know there's lots of you in the hall. It's a house full, which is great for a first event for We the Women in London. But I'm just requesting everybody to try and get a seat at this point because we do need to start. Okay, guys, I'll need the doors closed for me to start. There are people standing. Okay, so I just need, can I place some in the first row? Oh, I see. But, no, but I just need everybody to settle down before we start. I can't have people standing here. Guys, there's seats at the back. Why don't you just grab them? Huh? Can you just grab the seats that there are there, please, ma'am? Come on, just grab the seats that there are so we can get started. Rachna, I can't start. Everybody is waiting, standing here. There's seats everywhere. Please grab the seats. I need everybody to settle down so we can start. There are seats in the middle here on the right side. Please take the seats. So let's use these. But we can't help it at this point. You won't be able to start if we... I don't know, but you... So why don't you... Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for your patience. I apologize to anybody who couldn't get in, who had a bit of a struggle to get in. We have had more than a house full. So it's a problem of plenty. And I apologize. Thank you. Thank you, Anilji. I apologize to anybody who had a bit of difficulty getting in. We were trying to give everybody a spot. Thank you so much for showing us so much love and so much support and so much interest in We the Women. Welcome back, everybody. How are we doing this evening? So let's start on a happy note, because we've had a happy day. So let's have like a round of applause just for ourselves. Right? My next guest is a woman of so many parts that I sometimes wonder, is there anything that Sudha Murthy cannot do? She is today a member of India's parliament, but she's a prolific best-selling author. I'm not sure how many of you know that her 10,000 rupees was the first investment in Infosys. She was the first female engineer to be hired at Tata. She's a philanthropist. She's an incredible human being. She wears her wealth and her achievement very lightly, even when she has been the mother-in-law to the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. So she has a special London connection. Please put your hands together to welcome Sudha Murthy on stage. We can give her a rousing welcome. Let's give her a big applause, because she's been waiting a long time to meet all of you, and I have tested her patience, so apologies for that, ma'am. So many people here to meet you, so we had to take a little bit of time to get everybody in. Can I request you to take the mic, ma'am? Yes. So, Sudha, ma'am, what is it that Sudha Murthy can't do? I have lost count of the number of things you have done. Engineer, philanthropist, storyteller, parliamentarian, I'm losing count.
Many things I can't do.
Like?
I can't cook very well. That is the reason my husband has maintained his weight.
Does he cook?
He's better than me.
Okay. What else can't you do?
Well, I can't swim because I grew up in an area where there was a water scarcity. So I never learned swimming. And when my children were young, they wanted anything from me. They said, Amma, you get in, they said, okay, I'll get you into the swimming pool. That is the best way to scare me. I'm not good in, I'm scared of swimming.
Even now?
Because I'm not used to that much water. Okay.
Tell everybody about why you sent J.R.D. Tata a postcard accusing him of discrimination and how you ended up being the first female engineer. It's a story about you that some of us know, but not everybody knows. First female engineer at Tata's, and this is after writing a letter to J.R.D. Tata.
I think it's on the website of Tata. Everybody knows.
But you tell us, no.
Okay. From the horse's mouth.
Yes.
I was young and I was academically very good. I have written an article, actually, How to Beat Boys. Because I joined engineering college, I was the only girl in the university. And boys wouldn't talk to me. It was way back in 1968, and I come from a small family known as a Brahmin Madhva family. We are very a small community where women can become either teachers or college professors, sometimes doctors, not more than that. So it's a great difficulty. I did my engineering, and it was in the year 1974, in the month of April, I suppose. I saw an advertisement in Indian Institute of Science, which is popularly known as the Tata Institute.
We have some of your old pictures up, by the way, on the screen. Yeah.
Yeah, that is when I was young. Once upon a time. I saw an advertisement on the notice board saying that Tata's require Telco, Tata company requires young, bright engineers with a very good salary, stipend, etc., hardworking, etc. they gave. And at the end, they wrote, lady students need not apply. It is like, when you have a cigarette pack, it is written there, this is a great cigarette, but at the end, it's injurious to health in a small way. I was very upset because I was young. I get upset if somebody says girls cannot do.
Yes.
I said, why women cannot do? What is that women cannot do? What women can do, men cannot do, according to me. Yes. Like women can deliver children. Women can deliver children, men cannot. I said, okay, let me write a letter to them saying that they are wrong. I used to see J.R.D. Tata once in a year, who used to come to Indian Institute of Science for the Jamshedji's birthday, 15th of March. And from a distance I used to see, because I'm a small town girl. I'm not from a big town, not from Bombay, Delhi. I came from a small town known as Hubli, with hardly 2 lakhs population. In that time, it was 1 lakh population. I used to see from a distance, and I always felt how handsome he is. He had blue eyes, and he had a French mother, actually. Yeah. Very handsome. And no courage to go and talk to him, because he was the company's head. So I thought, let me write a letter to J.R.D. Tata, because it is something wrong.
Yeah.
And why there's a gender discrimination. So I took a postcard. In those days, you used to get a postcard for 5 paise. Now 5 paise are not even there. I wrote, Mr. J.R.D. Tata, I was surprised that there's a discrimination of gender in your company. Tata company is ahead of time. And your company established iron and steel, locomotive, Tata Salt, and many other things. If somebody else would have done this one, that I understand, but not you. And please remember, in a society where women are 50%, and you say women need not apply, that means you are not harnessing, you are not unleashed the potential of 50% of the population, and how such country can progress. Okay? And I signed, my maiden name was Kulkarni, Sudha Kulkarni. I signed, and I did not know his address. I was so innocent and simple. I said, what is his address? I don't know. Mr. J.R.D. Tata. And which company wrote this one? Telco company. Telco Bombay. That's all I posted. It was the entirely wrong address. The real address was it was not even a J.R.D. Tata. The chairman of the company was Mr. S. Mulgaonkar. S. Mulgaonkar, chairman, Telco, 24 Homi Modi Street, Tamarind Lane, Fort Bombay 1. This is the correct address. I just posted. But it is Tata, The postman went and gave that letter to J.R.D. Tata. He read that and he was very upset. He called all the people, who were in HRD. Did you advertise like that? They said, yes, we did that. Why did you do that? They said, sir, we have to have a training of that person in Jamshedpur, Bihar. And there is no lady other than Indira Gandhi who inaugurated the Jamshedpur plant. For 1 hour, she came and inaugurated. How can we have a girl who doesn't, where she can stay, how she can work in shift? So we have done. He said, no, you call her for an interview, you test her technically, and if she is not good, then we will talk about it. Actually, I wrote one step to him, one line to him. There's always a 10,000 li journey. Yeah. But there's always one step to start. It is Huenat Sangh who wrote in 629 AD that there's always one step to start new things. So he said, the girl has written this. Whosoever that girl, call for an interview, and then we will see. Then they called me for an interview. In those days, in ladies' hostel, there was no phone, because they used to think girls will talk to boys. Okay? Otherwise also they will talk, they never knew. So we used to get a telegram that Kulkarni should come and attend the interview. And thus I attended the interview. All my hostel mates said, we'll give you 30 rupees each. You get a sari in Pune, they're very good. So go and get some 7-8 saris. I go there, and then I saw the interview panel. I was the only girl who was interviewed. I had a very good technical interview, and I passed out. And then he said, Kulkarni, why we don't want to take girl? These are the following reasons. I said, one or other day you should start. You cannot give reasons. You make a girls' hostel, or you make a special arrangement for a girl until many girls will come. But this is not the reason. Then they said, fine, we will we'll let you know. But what happens to a girl when she gets a job and we give her a training for 2 years and she gets married, our training will be a waste. I said, wait a minute. You train a boy for 2 years and he gets under 500 rupees more somewhere else, he will leave and go. So you cannot say that one. And they said, you are selected. I came back. I got admission in America to do my PhD. And I told my father when I got down and told him, no, from a train, he came to meet me. He said, Dad, I wrote JRD Tata a letter. They called me for an interview. All these stories. I thought my father will appreciate. He said, you don't have brain. He told me first thing. How can you write a person like JRD Tata a postcard? You have to do in a band lifafa. Second thing, he told me, are you going to take up this job? I said, no, I'm not taking this job. I'm going to US. He said, I'm really disappointed. They had their policies. They made their offer. You talk to them, you should take it's not fair. They have given you a chance to make it fair, and you will run away. He said, I'm so sure I will give in writing if you go to America. You'll do your PhD. You'll meet somebody there. You'll marry and you won't come back. And then why did you talk this? I always brought up my children, what they talk, they have to walk. You have not done that. And however, decision is yours. It took 2 days for me that I should go to America or take up this job, yes or no. Today they say, I want my space. And I said, I want my time to think. I took 2 days' time. Then with tears in my eyes, I tore the admission letter of US. And I joined Tata's because I asked them why you should not. And when they gave me a chance, I should work like any other person. I never showed my card, I'm a female, I cannot do. No, I always worked like any other person, except when I was carrying Akshata. That time I told, sir, I want the meeting in the ground floor. Other than that, I never showed my thing that, oh, I'm a female, I can't do. No.
Did you, it's an extraordinary story, but did you feel bad that you could not go to America?
Well, when I was young, once upon a time, I was young, I felt I should have done. Once I went to US first time in 1979, I saw MIT and I said, what a great place. I should have done this one. For a few hours, I felt bad. But, later I realized it is not the institute or anything. It is you can make the change. You are the person, you are responsible for your life. Atma hi atmano bandhur, atma hi ripo atmana. That's what Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita. Who is your best friend? You yourself. Who is your worst enemy? You yourself. So ultimately, if I want to do anything in life, I am responsible and I will make it.
Your 10,000 rupees that you earned as a Tata engineer, making history as the first woman engineer to be employed, is what you give to Narayan Murthy and his friends as they want to start a company called Infosys. Did they ever thank you enough for those 10,000 rupees?
Well, actually, you asked me what I'm not good at it. I'm not good as an economist. I'm not good in, investing money and all. I'm really not good at it. I know how to spend, but not how to invest. That's the last thing I do in my life because I don't have inclination for that. So Mr. Murthy told me, he said one day, he told me, he's very smart. He told me, my grandfather was a history teacher. So we always grew up with history. He said, when there was the industrialization in India, that time we did not get the benefit of it. Today, the software is going to be the next next thing which is going to change India's future. Look at the past. If you want to be legally, ethically rich, this is the one way you can do this, start a software company. I said, the words look great, you can start. But he said, I want money. I said, I don't have that kind of money. He said, whatever you have, you at least give me that money and I will start my company. I thought of it. I didn't say immediately yes. I thought of it. Women think more than men, Actually, men think they are smarter than men in this room. They should excuse me. Women are smarter than men. I always notice. Because nature makes her smart. She is a mother. She is a mother-in-law. She is a daughter-in-law. She is a daughter. She is a sister. She has so many human relations. And she has to manage all, and that makes her very smart. When I got married, my mother told me a word, without your husband's knowledge, in a middle class family that is taught, in your life, without your husband's knowledge, save some money, keep it separate, and husband should never know about it. And this money should not be used for ornaments or silk saris or anything. It is for emergency. Okay, 911, that kind. Okay,
911.
When and otherwise you should not talk about it at all. I thought about it. I said, what Murthy is asking? Some money. And what he is asking, not for any other thing. It is not that he is wasting money, buying something. He wants to start a company. And it looks nice, but I'm not sure the company will take off or not. But it is better to be in life, better to, think regret is worse than trying new things. I said, in case I don't give, then he may not start. If he doesn't start, throughout his life, he will have regret. I wish I could have done. I said, let him not regret. It is a kind of adventure he's starting. And it was Thursday morning at 7 o'clock. I said, I had 10,250 rupees. And
you still remember this so many years later?
Yeah, I gave only 10,000 rupees.
What did you do with the other 200 rupees?
250, I kept it. By the time my daughter Akshata was born, I said, in case there's any medical emergency, anything, let me have 250 rupees. That's the way how a finance person should look after the family. Then I told Murthy, look, you have good experience. It is like a circus, from one wing of the circus or one end of the circus, you jump to the other end. But there is always a safety net, because that is in your mind. I'll be your safety net and take this 10,000 rupees. I gave. But I'm the best investor probably in the world, because I got it maybe how many times, I don't know, you people know in the press, I got it that much money back.
Amazing story. Now, Mr. Murthy started a big national debate with his belief that when you want to build something, you have to work very hard. Sometimes you have to work 70 hours a week or more. How many hours a week do you work?
Well, Murthy worked maybe 90 hours or 100 hours a week. I don't even know. And now I definitely work more than 90 hours a week.
More than 90 hours?
A week at this age also. Because I have a lot of commitment. And one of them is like, in Parliament, I study the questions. I make research, and then I will ask questions. Then I also write, you know. And for writing also, I do research. Plus, I have my own constituency. I have to go and sit with them and find out. I have to travel to villages. I work very hard.
And what would you say to younger people today who say they say to me also, you people are just obsessed with your work, you don't have any other life. What would you say to them when they say that?
Actually, there is no shortcut to success. Please remember, you have to work very hard. You should have resilience. And still you can manage looking after the family. I have done that one. Like Murthy used to work 90 hours or 100 hours. He used to travel 200 days, 220 days in a year for many years. We never had a holiday in 20 years of our marriage at that time. After that, once we went to Greece or something, because I love history. After that, we hardly gone in 47, 48 years.
You've been on one holiday?
Only one. That is also on a study holiday. Like I wanted to see Greece, Murthy wanted to sleep. Okay. But by and large, no. But I don't have regret. See, we come from a middle class family. We don't have any connection, nor money, nothing of that. When you want to build a world-class company like Infosys, we don't have a magic wand of Cinderella. So how you can do? You can do only with hard work. And that a wife should understand. My husband is working 18 hours, 16 hours a day, and I should look after the family. I was the mother and father for my both children. Murthy came only for the convocation. But I used to go for a PTA meeting, talk with the teachers, how they do well, they don't do well. Yes, it is your duty, because your husband is doing a great tapas for a betterment of your family.
But what if it's the other way around?
Behind every successful woman, there's an understanding man. Because now I work like that. I'm just not there. Either I'm in a constituency, or 4 months in Delhi, or I'll be writing something, and Murthy does the same thing. He always supports me. When I became member of the parliament, I asked Mr. Murthy, he's 4 years older to me. You are 79. My sister is with me. She's 77. I'm the youngest, 75. Okay? Baby in the family. Okay? I said, you two are old. Do you agree if I go to Delhi and stay 4 months in a year and constituency I have to look after, I have to work hard if you agree? Murthy said a very beautiful sentence. For sake of our country, you know, many people have become shaheed. Bhagat Singh gave his life, he was 23 or 22.
Yeah.
When our country, we got independence with a great price. And God is kind to us. There are flights from Delhi to Bangalore.
Yeah.
Of course, there's roadblocks in Bangalore. You know, all those things are there. But there are flights are there.
Yeah.
You can come weekend, and remaining life of yours, it should be dedicated to the country. So we will stand behind you. If you have understanding in marriage, you can do work-life balance. If you have understanding in marriage, it is not number of hours you spend with your wife or husband. You may and quality time you should have. You may get a lot of time with your husband and you may fight with him. It is better you have good understanding of your husband's work and he should understand his wife's priority. Then it is possible both of you can achieve.
Did you give your children, Akshata and Rohan, equal freedom and equal opportunity, or did you bring them up differently?
Equal, because my father brought us equal. Poor my father, he was a doctor and a professor. When I joined engineering college, there was no girl in the whole university. That's the reason they said girls will, number one, girls will not come, even though the girl comes, the courses are so tough. And they used to talk like this, can you ever imagine a girl becoming engineer in 1968? So they never built a toilet for a girl. Because they said it's a waste of money.
Yeah.
And my father sends me to engineering college because I say, I want to do engineering. And in India, what you get free is advice. Everybody came and said, Dr. Saab, your middle daughter does not have bheja, or no, this portion is vacant. She's a teenager. She says she wants to do engineering. Can you ever think a girl doing engineering? No. Like any time, do you know a man can give birth to a baby? No. Similarly, a girl cannot become engineer. That's the way how people used to think. And don't believe her and send her to engineering college. She may run away with a boy. They never knew there was Narayan Murthy across the river. I will marry him after 7, 8 years. Yeah. So they always felt a girl will not complete. She will fail. And your 3 daughters, the middle one is doing like this. Other 2 girls will not get married because nobody will marry. Such thoughts were there. And my father said, no, my daughter is doing legally, ethically right thing. And I will support. So my father always believed all children, 3 daughters and a son, all are equal. Same way I consider Rohan and Akshata, both are equal.
Amazing. And when your daughter became the wife of a man who became the Prime Minister of this country, did you worry for Akshata that, suddenly life will change, much more public scrutiny? You know how it happens. Everybody will have an opinion. And as a mother, you must have felt protective. And was that an odd feeling to be the sort of United Kingdom's mom-in-law?
No. See, I always felt the positions come and positions go. He is always my dear son-in-law, like a son to me. I dedicated one book to Rishi, my new son. Oh. Okay? So, it doesn't matter. Positions are not related to relationship. Second thing, I told Akshata, life will change. And it is going to be harsh. You should believe in yourself. And let people talk anything, you should not bother. It is hard because you are young. But I have learned in my life, let anybody talk anything to me. I will not bother as long as legally, ethically it is right. Yeah. Okay? People will always talk. In foundation, when I don't give money, okay, they said, look at that lady. Many people have talked. Narayan Murthy's wife is not bright, but because her husband has money, she signs a check. So she has become famous. People talk like that. I don't care. If you give money, they said, Sudha Murthy, you are so good. That also I don't care. Both are wrong. I do it because if the cause is good, I will give money. Let people talk whatever they want. And I will not live on people's opinion. I have never lived on people's opinion. Today you may say good, tomorrow you may say bad.
Correct.
What I am inside, that I am the same person. I know my defects. I know my strength. Why should I give my happiness in your hand and take it back and say, oh, Barkha told me I'm good, so I'm good. No. Yes. Well, if I'm good inside. If I'm bad inside and I want to reduce my bad qualities.
That's amazing, and I think it's the most brilliant advice to people. Just answer to yourself. Don't take both praise and criticism lightly. I have a last question to you. Has money changed you?
In some ways, people have changed with me. For example, everybody's expectation has gone up. For example, in my life, it has not affected me. Ghar ohi, angan ohi, for me. I eat the same food. And actually, I become a lot more conscious not to spend money on other things. Same money, I can give it as a scholarship to a child. That way, I think. But people's relation has changed with respect to money, with respect to me. If I go to any wedding, what gift I give, it is very important. She's so rich. She's giving us such a simple. I give good books, actually. They say, what? Yeah, she gives books. She should have given some gold thing, some silver thing, nothing. Not even a chain, you know.
So people have changed, Sudha Murthy has not.
I have not changed. Because I really believe certain amount of, I'm not Jesus Christ, I'm not Bhagwan Buddha, I'm not Mahatma Gandhi. We do require money in life.
Yes.
How much you require depends on you.
Yes.
For somebody, 1 crore is enough. For somebody, 10 crore is not enough. So my expectation in life is very low. So I have met my expectation. So the rest of the money, I always feel you should go in the service of the people, of the society of my country.
Amazing. Can we please give a big round of applause to the amazing, that's a standing ovation there for Sudha Murthy, which is amazing. And this festival is all about extraordinary men and women acknowledging other extraordinary men and women. So I could think of nobody better to honor Sudha Murthy than our next extraordinary guest. We are celebrating changemakers today. And may I please welcome on stage the incomparable, indomitable, unconquerable Kareena Kapoor. Come on, show us some love, guys. So I want to request Kareena to please honor Sudha Murthy with our Changemaker Award. Oh. And I want to ask you, because you're a big movie buff, anything you want to say to Kareena?
Well, I've seen almost all her movies, but I like Jab We Met. It's very nice. Chandani Bar also is very good. Many, I've seen almost all.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Big round of applause for Sudha Murthy.
Thank you.
All right, everyone, take your seats. We have a very, very special guest on stage. I don't know how many characters I can quote to describe her. Pooh, Geet, Chameli, Buckingham murders. I mean, there is nothing that Kareena can't do.
Well, Barkha's always the inspiration for all of us, right? I think that's
you.
it. There's nothing that Barkha can't do, and that's why she also inspires, and we're here together.
Thank you.
I just said, they just asked me at backstage that what I have to say about you. Of course, it's, I would, say it on your face. I think that what you have also done for the media and
thank you.
For, I think, journalism in general, I think that is just too powerful. To be in your company, I think, is a great honor.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And since she's been so lovely about me, can we show her some love and give her a proper welcome now? Honestly, the one word that comes to me when I think about you, you're just yourself. And that's something that's so difficult to say about most people, because most people struggle to be themselves. But you seem so comfortable in who you are. Is that how you look at yourself, and is that how you've always been?
I think I've always been like that, right from the time I've joined, I think, the industry. I think I've been as true as an actor can be.
Yeah.
Let's put it, like that. Because obviously there's always an image, then there's the personality, then there's what people think, then there's what the media thinks, then there's so much of all of that, that, I mean, I just decided that I just have to be the way I have to be. And I've also learned being in the industry because when I started at 18, I was also quite brash and immature.
18 you started?
18, yeah.
You ran away from school, no? Once?
Yeah, I mean, not run away, but I mean, I wasn't very academic. Let's put it at that, I mean, there was
this
always...
This was boarding school?
Boarding school, and then I did... I was the only Kapur to make it to Harvard, but only to summer school. So let's not... that's where it ends at.
Okay.
So, yeah, I mean, there was always that twinkle of wanting to be on the silver screen.
Yeah.
That was the most important. But I've learned over the years that being true is the only way, to be in an industry like this. And especially in today's time, there's no other way to be, with so much of... the limelight on you, like I said, so much of the digital age.
Everybody and their aunt has an opinion of you, right?
Everyone. So how, I mean, like, if I start getting influenced by that, which I never was, because I didn't I never really cared about what people thought.
Yeah.
But I guess in today's day and age, there's always that behind your mind, because today everybody's, like you said, giving their take. But yeah, I mean, I'm comfortable in my own skin. I want to do what I want to do. And that's exactly the way it's going to be.
Take us back to the early years, the schoolgirl Kareena. Honestly, what was the naughtiest thing you did then?
Oh, God.
The wildest thing that can be shared in civil company.
Yes, in the public domain.
Yes.
Well, I mean, I was very naughty. I was a naughty child. Because Karishma was the one who was more, The eldest is always the one who's like taking the responsibility.
I think we've got some young Kareena pictures up.
God, yeah. So I was very, very naughty. Yeah,
So tell us, what is the naughtiest thing you did?
In boarding school, jumping the walls, crossing the boundaries.
To meet some boy? Kidhar aisi?
No, boys no. Just basically wanting to just go and get some good khana, yaar, some good food. It was always about that. I don't want to eat that same,
Yeah.
In
Hostel
boarding schools,
food,
you have that,
school,
कि Monday ko wohi dal milegi, Tuesday ko wohi milega. So you're like, oh God, I can't do that, So normally it was just that. Yeah, it was never about going to see boys, even though I was in a girls' boarding school. I was at Wellams in Dehradun.
Yes.
But I actually went in crying that I don't want to go, and I hated my parents, and I left crying because I didn't want to leave.
That's right. That's the usual sort of journey in
so
boarding
that
school,
came a full
right?
circle, and I am so glad that I went there because I think it set me up for actually being so independent to taking on this journey in movies, which is, I mean, it's not always the way it is. You have to be independent, you have to be strong. It's going to be times that's going to be tough, it's going to be depressing, it's going to be low. So I think boarding school kind of prepared me. So I don't know, it just happened that I ended up there, and yeah, I think those were the best 3 years.
You spoke about the highs and lows. As a mom, as a parent, you've had to watch one of your babies being trolled just for his name. You've had a break-in at your house and see, oh my God, the vulnerability, how vulnerable that must have made you feel. And without asking you anything that invades your privacy, I want you to talk about that vulnerability of being a mom. One for, seeing Taimur being trolled, Jay being almost attacked. I know you haven't spoken about this much, and so whatever you're comfortable with. I'm just trying to understand what that does to a parent and what that does to a mom.
Honestly, Barkha, I mean, I think I'm still kind of struggling with what it does to, kind of see someone there in your child's room. Because back home, I mean, in Mumbai, you never really hear. I mean, of course, whether it's in America, you hear of breakouts, break-ins, burglaries. I somehow feel like in Mumbai, we've never really heard that somebody kind of, walks in and kind of attacks your husband and, he gets stabbed. So I think we've still not kind of come to terms 100%, I would say. At least I haven't, because of, just the fear.
Yeah.
But I do know that it's definitely made me a lot more... I was very anxious, obviously, for the first couple of months. Yeah. And it was very difficult to kind of sleep and very difficult to kind of get back to the person, and that kind of normalcy. Yeah. But somehow I kind of realized that it's, it kind of just the memory fades more and more. It's there in your, kind of gut.
Somewhere deep
it's always
inside,
there.
yeah.
It's like death, when you lose someone, you never really get over
Yeah.
it. That's what I've always perceived, that you never really get over that, but the memory just kind of fades day by day. And that's when the kind of healing sets in. So from the front part of the brain, it kind of takes its shift to the, little
It's like
more
loss.
behind.
It's like grief. You live with it in a corner of your body.
But somehow that fear, but I don't want to live in that fear for my children, because that's also wrong.
To them?
Just put that, stress onto them. So it's been a tough journey to maneuver from fear and anxiety to kind of balancing the fact that I am a mother and I'm also a wife, because at the same time, my husband did get stabbed. So it was a combination of, just so much of understanding that this is what I have to kind of deal with. I'm just really happy and blessed and thank God that we're safe.
Yeah.
And we're definitely stronger as a unit, because we've seen it. And I hope that my two boys will grow up being a different kind of resilient, because they've kind of seen their father being attacked. My little one still says that, but my father's Batman and Iron Man, he can take on anyone. That's the way he looks at it. So the good thing is that, in our eyes, definitely Saif is Iron Man, because he did take that beating. And so for us, that's it. And I can just thank God that my children are safe. And they've seen blood, they've seen everything. But that trauma, I somehow feel, will make Taimur and Jay a different kind of a man, is what I feel. Yeah. They've also been so sheltered, and then they've suddenly seen this. So somehow I feel it's an experience that has brought them out of that shelter and a little more into reality that this can actually happen. Of course, they shouldn't have seen it at 4 and 8.
In your own home at 4 and 8.
But I have to look at something out of it that's going to come. And I'm just hoping that that's what is going to come out of it.
Has it changed you as a parent and as a person?
I think as a parent, I'm trying to just, like I said, not put my stress and anxiety onto them.
Yeah.
But as a person, of course, it's kind of shaken me to the core. But that it's happened, and I have to kind of move with it. But like Saif said, that we can't, live in that fear. It's happened.
Yeah.
It's gone. Also, I think पंजाबियों में बोलती है कि बला टल गई है.
हाँ, बिल्कुल.
हाँ, तो हम तो वही सोच रहे हैं कि I hope that has happened, because that's what I pray. And we're just trying our best. But of course, it was very, very unfortunate. And I don't think any child or any husband or any father or any unit and family should ever see what they had to. It's truly been an uphill task. And 2025 as a whole, I have to say, is not exactly the most glorious year.
You lost a family member.
Of course. So, but I think in general, it's just somehow not been the most glorious year.
And we had a terror attack and a war and an air crash. And in general, it's been a bit of a depressing.
So I'm hoping that there's always a silver lining. But we have to look out for that,
So let's move on to happier
let's move
subjects.
on to the silver lining. Because that's what we're here for.
But can we just say thank you? Because I know it isn't easy to talk about. Can we just applaud her for the absolute... really dignity with which you've spoken about it. And just one last question before we move on to the silver lining. I was appalled by some of the media commentary about you. And I actually wrote a whole column on it because it made me so furious. Kareena, did that hurt you, or were you too distracted by what had happened to your kids and your husband to care about how cruel some comments were about you personally, that judgment of, oh, why was she here? Why wasn't she doing there? Why was it? Like horrible, speculative, absolute garbage. I'm just wondering if it hurt.
Of course, utter and complete garbage. It just makes me really, not even angry, because angry is just like a really bad kind of an emotion. And I never want to be angry, because anger is something that is, I don't think it's in me. I just feel really sad that's what humanity has come to.
Yeah.
That's what the human kind has come to, is to kind of is that the consumption that people really want?
Absolutely.
Is that what we're going to give
Disgusting.
them? Is that what, I mean, are you going to like just laud other people's grief? I mean, that is what saddens me. That is what I'm like, is this the digital age that we're talking about? Because that's not, I think, where we all belong, because humanity is much more than that, than just consumption.
Well, we want to tell you that in real life, all we feel for you is love and admiration, right? Absolutely. Silver lining.
Yeah, of course. That's
Food. What I love about you is the sheer passion with which, and this is I'm a Punjabi, so I get this. It's just that I can't look like you, but oh my God, the passion with which you talk about khana.
Khana.
Haan. And you know why that's so important? Because people look at, actors and stars like yourself, and girls start starving themselves. And I love the fact that you talk about food. Your eyes are lighting up like, oh my God. But I heard you talk recently, I think at Rujita's book launch about khichdi. I'm like, how can anyone be so passionate about khichdi? So what is it's just a Punjabi thing, or what is your relationship with khana? I want to understand this.
I think it's just like probably like a genetic thing. I don't know, I mean, I just feel it's not just, of course, Punjabis for sure, but I feel a lot of like Indians, we have this thing that, what are we eating at our next meal?
We are thinking about the next one while we're eating the first one.
Exactly, ना कि breakfast में सोच रहे कि lunch पे क्या खा रहे हैं, और ऐसे सोचा नहीं तो हम क्यों नहीं सोच रहे उसके बारे में? So what are we doing? I mean, काम भी कर रहे हैं, but उसके बीच में that kind of, it just kind of gives you that energy, that to kind of keep going, and also the idea for Saif and me is also that food is, of course, it's not about
the food
eating
only.
Also. It's about the company. It's about the whole idea of being together, like, with our friends, with our family. It's more about conversation, the joy. And food is, of course, part of that. But so it's the joy. It kind of brings everyone together at that table where, we talk about the world.
But what would you say to girls who are starving themselves? There's anorexia, there's bulimia. People are throwing up what they're eating because, they want to look like Kareena Kapoor. But Kareena Kapoor is eating slices of pizza. I have seen it myself, right? And I'm not advising like junk food all the time.
No.
I'm just making a larger point that as somebody whom people love, in particular young girls, what is it that you want them to understand about their bodies, about makeup, about how they look?
It is terrible because, this whole thing of young girls not wanting to, kind of just, I feel women in general, just not wanting to, go beyond or look beyond, like 18 or 20.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm just having the best time in like my 40s. I think it's like, I think I've never felt better, looked better, acted better.
Yes, absolutely.
And I think the kind of roles that I'm getting now, I mean, I'm acting with Meghna Gulzar now, which I feel is like, going to be one of my best films because it's just such a powerful topic which you will love.
Yeah. Tell us a bit more. Little bit.
Well, it's all I can say. It's a very sensitive subject.
Yeah, okay.
Because it touches upon rape.
And Meghna is a fabulous
And
filmmaker.
she's just fabulous.
Yeah.
Such an outstanding director. Yeah. So I just feel like everyone is, just, I don't know why they just don't want to age. So everyone is just like, skin treatments, not eating, starvation, doing this. I think it's exhausting.
It is.
To, just be 18. I
like
don't know.
Stuck at 18 when you're not 18.
Yeah, I think it's like just you won't mentally kind of also feel like you've grown. So I want to tell all those girls that, why would you want to do that? Because I think life just gets better, as you kind of understand what, it actually means.
Were you scared of growing older? In an industry where there's so much focus on, there is ageism. Let's not deny it. There is ageism.
There is, but I just feel like there are actors, and most of the biggest stars today are kind of married, I mean, the male actors anyway were married, and now most of the female actresses have also followed
That's a big
suit.
change, right?
That is a big change. And they're all in the big films that are being made. So I feel like with more and more acceptance from the producers like that, and the audience in general, I feel that has kind of, allowed us to also age and be more confident somehow.
But have you worried about, like, I don't know, wrinkles, bags? Do you worry about saggy skin? What do you think about cosmetic intervention, surgery, Botox?
No, I'm very against Botox. That I've been
Thank you
very,
for
very
saying this.
honest about.
Can we have a round of applause for that? Because it's really important. Yeah.
No, but I'm very for...
choice.
No, I'm for self-preservation.
Yeah, yeah.
In a sense, in a good sense.
Yeah.
Which is, you know, like being healthy, being feeling great, you know, natural therapies. Self-preservation also preserving myself and my talent. Because that is my weapon.
Yeah.
So preserving that, taking holidays, spending time with family, friends, engaging in different things apart from just being on set is also a form of self-preservation rather than the needles and, you know, going under the knife. So that's for something that I, you know, am all for. Because people are forgetting that that is so important to preserve your body, your mind, rather than, you know, the injectables.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more. But tell me, you look like such a happy camper. What do you do, which is like when you're not being a star?
Yeah.
What's like the normal stuff that you do? Other than eat parantha or khichdi or whatever, what's the normal stuff that you do?
Normal stuff that I do is like...
how do you keep yourself real, grounded, authentic?
Grounded, real is because I think I surround myself with people who kind of are not, you know, the typical kind of friends who are like, oh, you're looking fab and you're looking amazing or this.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, like after a point, it's not about that kind of social gathering.
Yes.
I mean, technically, I mean, even now it's my time with my family and friends here back home. We've come for the summer to London.
Thank you for dropping by.
No, but this is also something that is part of my life.
Yeah.
Because it's also being authentic and chatting with you. So I wanted to do that. So doing something like this is also engaging enough. You know, where I feel like I've, you know, like this is also part of, you know, me. But yeah, I mean, I'm also not like too much of a person to be out there, like whether it's on social media or whether it's like at parties. I'm more, like I said, I'm more into like being and rather hang out with, you know, 4 or 5 of our close friends who are not very film-centric as much. Because it's nice to kind of engage and know a little bit more.
You know, Karan was here on our program earlier, and he was getting really, like, he said, what is this stupid nepotism debate that everybody keeps bringing up? And I completely agree with him. And he said, you may get 1 foot in the door, but after that, you're either good or not good. But you're like pedigree, right? You're the Kapoor Khandan ki Kareena Kapoor. When people are, despite your extraordinary talent as an actor, when people will still say, oh, nepotism, do you just now let it be, is it water off a duck's back? Or does it irritate you?
Honestly, I just feel like, of course, there is a word like nepotism, but I just feel that it's wrongly used in this industry. But I do understand why certain people and feel like, oh, you know, so-and-so got a break or so-and-so is getting a film. But I just feel like, you know, you'll get that. You can be so-and-so's daughter or so-and-so's son. But after that, what? You know, I mean, like, you need to have that body of work and that talent for people to love you and want to watch you.
That's right.
So it's going to take a lot of, you know, dedication, perseverance to kind of push that. And above all, the truth, the biggest weapon for an actor is talent. Because if you don't have that, you're not going to succeed. You're not going to sustain more than a year. So वो एक picture तो आप कर लोगे, but
उसके बाद क्या?
उसके बाद क्या? So that is important, you know.
Growing up, your parents had quite an unconventional marriage.
Yes.
And talk a little bit about that, because I want to know how it shaped your idea of family and how you brought that experience into your being a parent today.
Of course, everyone's parents are the best parents in the world.
Yes.
And my parents are the best parents in the world. So whether it's my mother or my father, I mean, I think somehow they just, they individually just realized that, you know, this is the way they want to be for a couple of years, which was when they were apart.
Yes.
And now they've decided that they want to just spend their old age holding hands together because that's where their journey started. And that's where exactly they are together. And that is something that has come a full circle for Karishma and me, which is absolutely, it's like a divine kind of intervention which has happened, which has, and individually, I think both of them have been wonderful because I mean, my father has always supported, you know, whatever I wanted to do in my life. He's always wanted to, I mean, never really said, okay, don't do this, don't do that. Karishma also joined films, was one of the, I mean, the only Kapoor girl who technically started the journey in movies. So they were kind of like really supportive. But of course, you know, when you're like a primary parent and the primary giver as a mother, at that time, she's doing her best of whatever she could.
Sure.
And she jolly well did that.
Yeah.
But like I said, it's come a full circle. And individually, sometimes parents are always doing their best. They're always giving their best.
Yeah.
You know, not really knowing, now that I'm a parent, ke intentionally or unintentionally, are we like, when we're not obviously intentionally doing it, but I don't know, are we hurting our child? Are we like, nobody really wants to do that.
Yeah.
But they obviously in a way think that they're giving their best shot, you know, which they obviously did to us. And I think they've done a fabulous job, if I may say, because I think we've carried on the Kapoor legacy, which was only me and Karishma before Ranbir came in. So the two girls actually, like my mother says, they're not tigresses, they are tigers, because they did take the legacy forward. And my father, you know, he had to agree with my mother, and he said, yes, they actually did.
Yeah.
And actually told her that it's because of you,
That's
because you did such a fabulous job, and you know, kind of allowed them to grow. So I think I've realized that, you know, in a marriage, a man does realize that a woman is, you know, the mother is the primary caregiver. And if he does support the mother in a positive way, you can raise a couple of beautiful children. It does happen. But the men have to know that, you know, this is what all the mother does, and they have to give them the credit. They have to support them. And I feel I'm very lucky because, you know, Saif kind of understands that, you know. And he's also a working man, you know. We both kind of are actors under one roof.
Is he a hands-on dad?
I think he is, you know. He's different with all his 4 children, which is quite amazing.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
because you have 4 different children in different age groups. So the advice is different, you know, from like, you know, 30, 20, kind of 9, and then like, you know, 4. So, yeah, he should actually be the expert giving the advice to everyone on how, you know, father should be.
How's that been for you to have this sort of big, you know, sort of in the army you'd call it a paltan of people who are your family. Yeah. How is that?
I kind of think that because I've also come from a family where the Kapoor families love to kind of, we love to ghusso in each other. Like, you know, okay.
But you all fight?
No, Saif's like, but we just met your family like, you know, 2 weeks ago. Do we have to meet them again now? He's like, every time there's an occasion, chalo family dinner, chalo family party. So I said, no, we are like that, you know. So we're used to kind of, I enjoy the fact that, you know, the family's larger and bigger. And I mean, I generally like having people around.
I think we have the Paltans photo of some sort of, like, I don't know if we can fit everybody of the clan into one single picture.
I know, my God, this was like such a special moment because we were all like really excited. And obviously everyone wanted to be part of the picture.
Yes.
And you know, they did position everyone really like kind of well. So we all had our kind of moment with Mr. Modi. So it was really, really, obviously we were all nervous,
And
but it was lovely.
this was commemorating Raj Kapoor, of course.
Absolutely. Right? So it was such a big moment. And unfortunately, my father, because, you know, he can't travel, so he wasn't there, but actually he's the most special and the eldest matriarch of the family that should have been there.
So, you know, we've been talking all day that though this is we the women, there are a number of men who are part of this conversation, and how we bring up our girls is as important a conversation as how we bring up our boys. You're mom to 2 boys, and in another context, you spoke about resilience. But how have you and Saif sort of thought of parenting boys for this age and time? Learning, obviously, no parenting is identical. So how you were parented or brought up, or how Saif was brought up, is not necessarily how you're going to bring up your children. But what do you think of it? What kind of boys, like, I'm sure you've thought of this, what kind of boys do we want to raise?
I know, I think it's a really tough question because obviously the times that Saifu was brought up or I was brought up was a completely different world altogether.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I mean, today it's like every conversation is on WhatsApp or every conversation is on the iMessage. Everything is about, you know, I don't know, these weird, like what, F1 football games, or I'm also learning, like suddenly I'm just like, you know, talking about football players, or I mean, you know, like we were like homework here and we went down in our building, we played catch and coke or hide and seek and came back and ate bhindi and roti and went to sleep, you know. I mean, like we were excited to even go out or have like, you know, but now obviously there's, I mean, of course, life has changed, you know. I mean, we're in 2025 and I mean, they're going to grow up, I don't know how, in this whole digital age. So that's...
Do you worry about that? Like, do you worry about access to phones for your children? What's the right age? Should they have smartphones?
Of course, because the answer is completely, but Amma, you're on the phone all the time. But you're on the phone, you're doing this, you're on the iPad, you're reading a script on the iPad, you're doing this, I mean, they're watching you. So I feel, of course, parents also kind of, you know, I can't be hiding my phone or like going to the bathroom or doing that. I mean, it's always, it's with us. It's become part of...
It's like an extension, like an appendage.
So. Yeah. I mean, you know, it's part of your
totally. I like, if I
profession.
don't look at my phone for some time, like there could be a bomb attack. And this has actually happened. Like I have on one moment slept through like a war development. I'm like, I'm never sleeping. Like I now sleep with the phone next to me.
So
you know?
exactly. So how does this... I mean, they're seeing, no? They're seeing people, they're seeing us. So it is a very difficult kind of time to, I feel, bring up children. And it's not as simple anymore. But obviously, Saif and me try to keep it as simple as possible till whenever we can. And of course, then, I mean, it's their journey. And I will have to just, you know, each day is learning with them also, you know. Okay, are we supposed to do this? Are we supposed to do that? You know, like, it's just balance. Everything is just about kind of, you know, balance. And that's what we're trying to do, you know. Because I'm really strict, so then he has to kind of, you know, be the one who's more like, kind of talking to them.
You're a strict mom?
In fact, this question Saif asked both the boys yesterday, and both of them were like, nah, no. Because I'm always like trying to fire them, and then I'm like, oh no, why did I fire them? You know, so it's just such a... It's really, really tough, you know. And they're of this very tough age because they're also so lovable that, you know...
You can't be angry with them. Are they naughty?
Yeah. I mean, I think my younger one, obviously, because he's just 4, 4.5. So he's obviously very naughty. But what I like about both of them is because we've been very honest in our parenting approach. So if there is something on their mind, that is one thing that they'll just directly come and tell us because we've always been so close with them. And that is something that at least kind of gives me reassurance that, okay, whatever, just, you know, they're telling me, they're talking to me about it. So I hope I can keep that conversation going, you know, that's what we can hope for.
Absolutely. Now, I just want to end by asking you, is there an unfulfilled dream, something you wanted to do always? If you weren't an actor, what would you have been? A chef?
No,
Can you cook?
No, I'm a really bad cook. I mean, I can barely boil, like, I don't know, an egg. I don't know. I tried to do a couple of cooking classes.
I see Sudha Murthy ma'am sitting in the audience and she was saying, I said, ma'am, is there something you can't do? And she said, I can't cook. So now
well, let's take it. I think it's a compliment because I think that then bright and intelligent women, maybe we can't cook. I don't know. Are we poor cooks? I don't know. I'm hoping. But
really, any regrets, any unfulfilled dreams? What next for Kareena Kapoor? Like 5 years from now, where do you want to be?
Oh God, 5 years from now.
Okay, 5 days from now, where do you want to be?
Well, somewhere in London.
Okay, fabulous. But 1 year from now, 2 years from now?
You know, there are no plans. The plan is to just, you know, kind of be happy, be healthy, do what you want. You know, spend time with loved ones. That's what I've learned, you know, over the last...
Is what matters.
Is what matters. And if I wasn't an actor, I don't know what I'd be because...
This is what you were meant to.
Acting ke siwa kuch aata nahi hai, to kya kare?
Aur kya acting aata hai, right? I just want to say a big thank you. We love you. Let's give it up for Kareena Kapoor.
Thank you. So lovely.
Always such a pleasure. That's a standing ovation there.
Thank you.
But we're not going to let Kareena go before we honor her as a changemaker of 2025. And to do the honors, may I call on the stage our finale speaker, Dr. Shashi Tharoor. Can we have a big round of applause for Shashi? Is he there? Oh, there he is. Hello. Thank you. Good to see you. Just off the side, I'm just waiting for the trophy. And there it is.
This conversation will be very interesting to watch both of you. Huh?
Oh. But can we have a big round of applause? Before she goes, there's a cricket connection here. I know you're a cricket lover. Saif's father, Nawab of Bataudi. Yes, you want to say something there?
Yeah, no, I'd met him. I was a great admirer of his. The first test match I saw, he was captain. So it goes back a while. But, when you asked her whether there was any unfulfilled ambition, I was hoping you'd ask me that.
What is yours?
When I was a kid, I really wanted to play cricket very badly. And that's exactly what I did when I grew up. I played cricket very badly.
Well, thank you, Kareena. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, please take your seats. Could we just help her out, please? Oh, my. I think we need someone to... Yeah. Okay, Shashi, sit. Rachna, we have a bit of a scam. Could we help Kareena out? Kareena, I suggest you hop off, otherwise you'll be here forever. Guys, I have to ask you to settle down. Everyone going backstage has to come front of stage if you want your seat now. If anyone is giving up your seats, there are people outside waiting to hear Shashi, so I'm going to let them in. So if you want to sit, grab your seat quickly.
Yeah, I was, I'm afraid, assailed by a lot of very unhappy young women who said that you turned them away.
I mean, I'm so sorry to anyone who's outside. If anyone's still outside, can we see if there's space? No? No space.
And I gave them selfies instead, as a small compensation.
I'm grateful to you. I'm grateful to you.
Anyway, here we are.
Okay, hi everyone. Can you please take your seat? This is our grand finale, and I want to tell you all that Shashi Tharoor has just come straight from the airport, and I requested him to wait an extra hour. I'm really in trouble with him and with all the people who couldn't get in to listen to him. So can we please show him some love and give him a really grand welcome?
Thank you. Thank you.
You can
one better.
Can you hear?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, everyone
All right,
can.
great. Well, great to be with you, and thanks for coming.
So how many hours in a plane this week?
I've lost count because I was in Moscow at the beginning of the week and came back, and then I had 1 day in Delhi, 1 day, not even one full day, but a half a day in Ahmedabad, and then flew here for you.
Thank you. Thank you. Again, really appreciate it and really apologetic for those who couldn't get in, but it shows how keen people are to hear you.
No, I'm delighted, Barkha, because honestly, the truth is that one of the most important things we can do is sort of get our message out, to talk to people about what matters to us and we hope will matter to them.
So can we talk a little bit about how you have become, in a way, the most effective, the most visible face of India's message on Operation Sindoor, traveling all around the world, first as a member of leading an all-party delegation, and then to all of these other countries, speaking in French in Moscow. I mean, I don't know what you've been up to. But how did you, we have some pictures of Shashi hitting, not even the pavement, but I don't even know what to call the air equivalent of the pavement. But my question to you is, you're an opposition member of parliament, and you have become India's and the government's most effective ambassador. Can you make sense of this?
Well, you're very kind to say that. I wouldn't claim such a label for myself. But as far as the opposition is concerned, don't forget that when Pahalgam happened, all the parties in the country rallied behind the government and behind, when Sindoor happened, behind the armed forces. And that, therefore, was my cue. I mean, that there was no real difference. We've often taken the view that our political differences have to stop at the borders. Sure. And I think that that's pretty much been my approach as well. There would be things that I would be prepared to say against the government at home that I tend not to say when I'm abroad. Largely because, we can fight our own battles. We don't need to take them outside. Even if the audience is largely Indian, as it often is these days with the strength of our diaspora, nonetheless, I think it's important that we preserve that distinction. Secondly, I've always been an advocate of bipartisanship in foreign policy. When I first became chairman of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, External Affairs, back in 2014, I said that, as far as I'm concerned, there's no such thing as a BJP foreign policy or a Congress foreign policy. There's only Indian foreign policy and Indian national interests. And to my mind, that's what my job was all about. I'm back in the saddle as chairman of the committee again now, but I don't think it was particularly because of a position in that committee that I was asked to go. The government decided, I think rightly, to send a message of unity through these delegations.
Absolutely.
I think all-party delegation is a difficult word to use because we have 41 parties in the Lok Sabha, but a multi-party delegation, 7 multi-party delegations. And strikingly, 3 of them were led by opposition MPs, Supriya Sule, Kanimoyi, and myself. And I think all of that sends a good message to the outside world that this is not a party political effort. This is a national Indian message. And I think it went across very well in that way.
And well done, and I completely agree with you. But you know what? A lot of people, and I totally take the point, I'm not sort of trying to bring politics here, that this was about India, this wasn't about party A, party B, government X and opposition Y. But a lot of people want to know what Shashi Tharoor will do next. And the reason we're bringing this up is you had a very cryptic post on social media. You had a little sort of slide, graphic slide, and it said you don't need anyone's permission to fly. Are you flying the coup? Are you leaving the Congress?
No.
And if not, why not? Because
listen,
they don't seem to appreciate you.
Number one, there's no point in issuing a tweet if the tweet can't speak for itself. So
it did speak for itself.
Exactly. I'm not amplifying.
It said you are not going to seek the permission or the consent of people to be yourself. That's what I understood it to be.
But that's always been the case with me, Barkha. Hasn't that been a problem for very, very people for a very long time?
It's both your most strong trait and gets you into trouble in politics sometimes.
I suppose that's partially true. I mean, one of the challenges of our system is indeed that we are very heavily linked to party process. It's a feature of the parliamentary system, but even within, say, the British parliamentary system here, individual MPs have far more more
sort of space to take positions.
Flexibility, to take their own positions. And you may remember that when they were discussing in Parliament the question of going to war over Iraq, not only members of the ruling party of the government, but even ministers dissented from the government's position. If I remember right, Robin Cook, I think, was the foreign secretary who objected to his own government's decision to go to war. So these things are possible in Britain. They're not in the Indian ethos. And perhaps that's partially one of the specific challenges we all have. And in any party, it's not about my party alone. In any party, you're supposed to sort of rigidly stick to a line, and that line is determined, unfortunately, by processes that are often considered opaque, even within those parties. And so at the end of the day, if you have a mind of your own, it becomes, you either have to stifle it, or if you're lucky, it happens to be exactly the view that your party is taking and you go along with it.
So at the moment,
on Sindhu,
you're not stifling yourself?
No, listen, I was given, as these other opposition MPs also were, a mission on behalf of the country.
This panel is called Man on a
fulfilled that
Mission.
mission to the best of my ability, and that's exactly what I went to do. And I must say that the message was well received, wherever we went.
Absolutely, and therefore my question, and this is really a genuine question. When I met you in Thiruvananthapuram, in the assembly election, you were on the in the Lok Sabha election, and you were on the campaign trail, and he's a 4-time member of parliament from Thiruvananthapuram. You said at that time, I said, what next? And you said, well, you know what, I don't know, but like the only next thing left to be is Kerala Chief Minister. We were chatting at that time, on record. I'm not quoting from a secret conversation.
Sounds like you might.
No, I have the camera clip. Then, now everybody says, hey, why can't Shashi just be like, no offense to Mr. Jaishankar, but foreign minister?
No, first of all, there's no vacancy.
But if there were a vacancy, if there were a reshuffle?
Look, first of all, as you all know, I mean, our system doesn't really make that kind of possibility terribly likely. I think this is not, frankly, a conversation I'm particularly keen on having, A, in London, and B, on a public platform, because we've just come back from these journeys. There's been a lot going on. I've landed here to take a breather. I thought we were going to be talking about women.
We are.
Good.
We are.
So let's talk about a woman foreign minister.
And men. So since you're not going to do us a show of cards on your next move, let us actually take a step back and talk about the women who shaped you. And I know your sister is, there she is.
My youngest sister.
Your youngest sister, Smita, is right here in the front row, and I'm going to go to her in a while. Talk about, I've met your mum, so that's two of them. I've met your other sister. So I've actually met three of the women who have had big influences on your life.
And I must say that in many ways it was very healthy growing up in a house of strong women. My father was a workaholic a bit, so he was very often running around. In addition to his office work, he also was extremely active in extracurricular activities, Kerala societies of various sorts in the cities in which we lived and so on. So Mom was the strong presence at home. And my own experience, which is not the same as my sister's, my own experience was a very tough taskmaster with impossible expectations that I was nonetheless expected to fulfill. So in some ways, trying to live up to the expectations of women, I think, has been instilled in me from a very young age. I'm only partly joking.
Yeah.
But Mom was a tough cookie. I mean,
Was she stern?
I was very good at taking exams. I kept coming first and everything, and even that wasn't good enough for her. You know,
what would she say?
She would say, "Oh, but that boy did better, and that's a boy in another class who also came first in his class." But I mean, how does she know he did better? I mean, But it's just one of those things. She never wanted me to be complacent, I guess. She wanted me to keep striving. And that's great. She's now living with me. She's 89. And our relationship has never been better. But growing up was a tough experience.
What do you mean by tough? Like, explain.
Well, look, I mean, I think some kids could have cracked up under that kind of thing. I
Really?
remember the one year that
what was the pressure? Just to keep performing?
The 1 year I didn't come first in class, 8th grade, I'll never forget it, came third. It was like there was a death in the family. There was a funereal atmosphere in the house. My mother could barely look at me. You know, she would turn her face away when she saw me. That was the kind of pressure. So it was a challenge. But on the other hand, I turned out all right, it seems, by and large.
We were just talking about, and I'll come back to the women who've shaped your life, about what you may have done if you hadn't been in politics. And before that, of course, you've been a UN diplomat, and you've had many avatars. You're a prolific author. Actually, I'm sure I'm going to miss something if I start counting your achievements. And then there are the Tharoorisms. There's who taught you this English? Can you please tell me? And does everybody in your house speak like this?
Well, you should talk to my sisters and you can tell. I mean,
I'm just going to, but
I think they're all right. I mean, the truth is that, frankly, we were all taught like this, Barkha. I'm sure that, okay, you're a bit younger than me, but nonetheless, there was a time when this was the English we were taught to speak. But I also had one advantage, or looking at it now as an advantage, is that I was an asthmatic child who couldn't go out and play and do all the things you wanted to, including playing cricket. Very often wheezing and stuck to bed. And those were the days when there was no television in the Bombay of my boyhood, or indeed, even when I got to Calcutta in high school. There was obviously no Nintendo or PlayStation, no mobile phones or laptops. Ultimately, the only thing available to you to distract yourself was books. And so I read widely and indiscriminately, and it's because of that reading that the words came. I wasn't some swot sitting up and mugging up dictionaries. I actually, I was reading books, by the way, that were actually not, because I was the oldest child in the family, so there were no elder brothers and sisters, the books I could borrow. So the moment I ran out of my own, or the books I'd borrowed from the library, it'll be my parents' books I had to dip into. So I wasn't even able to fully understand everything I was reading, but if I came across the same word in 4 different contexts, and 4 different stories, or 4 different books, I'd get the sense of what it meant. And that's probably why a combination of lack of other distractions, plus lots of time in bed with nothing else to do. And those days there were no inhalers or nebulizers or whatever. So
you just had to
a
stay indoors and read?
very strong tablet, which made your heart go thud, thud, thud like a drum. And you couldn't possibly sleep. In any case, if you lay down, you wouldn't be able to breathe. So I'd be sitting up in bed all night. What do? I read. So I became, as a result, I think, the sort of kind of person I became. I mean, there's something about overcoming illness or physical adversity of other kinds also that is character building. That's not just about the physical part. It's also, it instills habits of mind, a certain self-discipline, certain desire to get things done. Otherwise, you just succumb to feeling sorry for yourself, and that wasn't me.
No, you were clearly always, feel free to clap, please, everybody. You were clearly always meant for public communication, clearly. But did you actually ever think that you would be, and I'm not asking a political question, but more a question about you, in politics? Because, you know, somewhere that sort of noise and the narrowing sort of reinforcements of the party political space can be suffocating.
No, Barkha, to be honest, it's not because of that. It's because I thought that, you know, I wouldn't get an entry into a world that's very much a closed world.
That's true.
What the French call a chasse gardée, you know, a protected hunt, as it were. Our politics, I mean, there is a very distinct political class, isn't there? And there's a distinction between them and the so-called professional class.
Yeah.
And very clearly, I was supposed to belong to the latter. I'm the guy who took the exams and
you were the
got into
hard-working
the IAS or the IFS
yeah.
or whatever, which frankly was my ambition. I really thought that's what I'd do. But I did have a talent for appealing to people, persuading people. I got elected president of my college students' union.
My college also.
Your college students'
But at that time, they didn't have women.
That's right. And you know, when I ran, that might have been a disadvantage, but I still managed to win. Jokes apart, it was for me important, nonetheless, to be able to do that. And the fact that, you know, I didn't dream of running. People came to me and said, "We want you to be the candidate," and that's made me feel or believe in the possibility of all of that. And that continued. When I joined the UN, for example, I was the first universally elected president of the UN.
I think we have some old. Is that college?
No, that is college. That's my
college?
election victory, in fact.
That is
and
college.
that young man on the bottom, no, that's, the picture's gone now. But anyway,
Yeah,
that was the college corridor with them.
Yeah.
The young man on the
Yeah.
right became a foreign service officer, just retired as an ambassador. We've got some distinguished faces there. But anyway, college was a terrific time. And of course, I look back on that as the most important formative years.
I totally agree. I think they were just the 3 years that shaped me more than any other.
I totally endorse that. For me, it's what really made me realize who I was, what I believed in, what I valued, how I related with people. All the essential things about the adult I became were shaped in those years between 16 and a half and 19 and a bit when I was at St. Stephen's. And so the influence it had on me was so colossal that I've always stayed connected to college out of an eternal sense of gratitude. Yeah. But I will say that thereafter, I didn't really think of electoral politics. I joined the UN. But both at my graduate school in America, at the Fletcher School, and at the UN, I was elected by my peers to represent them. So I was a student representative at Fletcher on the admissions committee and so on. And I was the first elected president by universal vote on all offices around the world of the UNHCR Staff Council. Mm-hmm. So I had this, if you like, this desire to be a voice for a larger group of people than myself or my own interests. And that was always there. But when I came into Indian politics, it was almost with a bit of surprise that I was asked. I mean, I think perhaps the bid for Secretary General of the UN had got a certain amount of attention in India. And at that time, all the political movements in the country turned to me and said, "Would you like to join us?" And I must say that I don't really think I knew what I was getting into when I said yes. I was just so thrilled at the possibility of doing something that I thought was closed to me.
Yeah.
That I said, "Yeah, I will."
You just dived in.
I dived in, and what happened was that when I started doing it, I realized that this is the hardest thing I'd ever done, far harder than walking through minefields in Bosnia, which had been, the lodestar up to that.
Why is it the hardest? Because is it unforgiving in a way that nothing else is?
Yeah, I mean, there's so many reasons. I mean, for me, first of all, it was hard because it was unfamiliar. I'd never even participated in an election as a voter because I left India to go to graduate school in the States at 19 when the voting age was 21. So I hadn't actually voted or seen an election up close. I didn't know what I was in for. And that first election, I mean, I was put through a torture by some folks in my own party who wished I hadn't been given the ticket because they would rather have had it themselves. So it was like 23 hours.
You know that they'll still be feeling this.
There were 23-hour campaign days and things like that. Literally, you would come back at at 4 a.m. and be up again at 5 a.m. kind of thing. It was madness. But anyway, so that was one part of it. The second part of it, frankly, was the fact that I was not a particularly welcome interloper into this closed world. And when you come into a profession from the outside, if somebody came into your profession, I dare say it wouldn't be much different.
Yeah.
If you come in at a senior level as an outsider, everybody else has reasons to resent you. And I got more than my fair share of that. So I ended up with lots of stilettos in my back in the course of my very first year. You remember, I even had to resign my ministership, on the basis of absolutely nothing at all. But I plugged away. I didn't quit and run away back to New York as people thought I would. I decided to stick it out. I'd earned the trust of the voters, and I was going to repay that. And it became a very good constituency MP, even if I say so myself. I delivered a lot of goodies to my constituency in the remaining years of my first term. And I was re-elected in the middle of the Modi wave. So
yeah, it's an extraordinary win, and I reported on that campaign myself. I want to spend a few minutes taking questions because I think people are going to clobber me if I don't allow them a chance to ask a few questions. But can we start, please, with Smriti Tharoor? Can we have you up on stage? Because I think it's a rare chance to actually get to know the person behind the persona. And you have a mic there. Oh.
There's a mic. There we go.
Hi. Hi. So how many years apart are you guys?
6 years.
And did he bully you when you were young?
No, not at all, actually. He was just getting on with his life. And in fact, if anything, I think I was fairly demanding. When I was 6, he was 12.
She was the spoiled baby of the family.
Yeah.
So.
Youngest child.
The youngest child. So he could be 15 and he might be having a friend to play in his room, and then I would go and rain on their parade and say, oh, I want to come and play with you too. And of course, I had no clue what they were doing or whatever they were playing at that point. So I was kind of interfering all the time. No, he didn't bully me at all.
Yeah.
No, he wouldn't even know what that means.
Tell us something about Shashi that his public persona does not convey, and that only those who know him would know, and maybe this audience would be surprised to hear.
The truth is, Shashi is completely honest, authentic. And what you see in public is what you actually see at home. He is genuinely an honest, truthful, kind, non-judgmental person. He works very, very hard at it. He really does. And that's how our parents brought us up. All three of us. We work on that. My father, he changed his surname. The surname that we have is Tharoor, as you know. And the reason we have that is because he did not want people to know about our Nair caste. He didn't want, he wanted us to be accepting, liberal, and non-judgmental. In our building, there was somebody who was gay. He never said at any point to Shashi or my sister or me, oh, that man is gay, or don't go to his house. So that's his sexuality. What's the big deal? Religions, you name it, any single religion, any caste, any creed, were at home playing with us. So,
and they never mentioned, my parents never mentioned the religion or caste of anyone who came home. And only later I realized, as we became conscious of these things, how very, very, very diverse our group of friends was.
I think it really is. So I'm sorry I don't have any nugget to give any of you about Shashi, because what you see is what you get. He genuinely is.
Do you feel like a protective younger sister when you see some of the, right now Shashi is like sort of the darling of India, and I'm not saying he hasn't been that before, but he's been through his share
he certainly has.
Of just awful media commentary by some of my own
I've
colleagues,
been with him at the time,
right? I have been dismayed and appalled and disgusted by some of that media commentary.
Absolutely.
And he's been through that. And I'm just wondering, as a family member, as a sister, what has that been like for you to watch him go through
It's
that?
really hard. And protection is absolutely right, Barkha, because both Shobha and I, Shobha is my sister, she's 21 months older than I am. And Shobha and I have been protective with capital P and flashing lights, because if the two of us are not there to support him, protect him, yell at him, hey, come on, Shash, you don't have to accept everything. You should have gone to your hotel and gone to bed tonight.
No.
No,
but I hear you.
But you see where I'm going with this.
Yeah,
and so the whole idea of, if we are not there for him, then who is? We're his siblings. We're the closest to him, other than his two sons. And of course, we wouldn't put the pressure on our mum.
Yeah.
So, Shobha and I are constantly involved. She lives in California. I live here in London. And we work extra hard to be part of his life on a day-to-day level. And you might think, oh God, those bloody sisters, they're nagging me
No,
again.
I don't. I don't think that at all. I'm very grateful to have them. We're in touch every day.
Yeah, we
And
have
what
a
is
sibling
more
group
is
that
that-
goes
Do you have a
on fire.
WhatsApp group?
Oh God,
Yeah, very much.
Are there lots of fights that in my sister's
there's a lot of
WhatsApp group? We
telling
have a
off
lot
of the
of
older
jhagra.
brother.
Huh? There's a lot
There's
of
a lot of telling off of the old.
Yeah, no, I rarely get my way with these two, I can assure you. but you know, now that my mom is getting older, they also take turns to come and spend time in India with her and me.
Yeah.
So I see much more of them, and it's great. So the presence of the women in my life has continued.
Well, okay, I think we have time for maybe a couple of audience
Okay, I'm
questions.
gonna go back and sit
I
down.
see you here. Could you get to the mic? Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Bharat again. Thank you, Barkha, for the opportunity. Dr. Tharoor, I just want to say that I don't think anybody in this audience is possibly going to dispute that we're very proud of you and what you've done for the country and also as part of the parliamentary delegations that
Thank
went
you,
globally.
I think we can show him some more love. He's just got off a flight for us.
But if I may just ask, you know, obviously this was done because there was a sense that perhaps India fell short on the narrative battle. And you've done this, you've come back. I just wonder if you can tell us what we should expect from this, you know, in terms of an outcome, because it seems to me that the gentleman in the White House, it hasn't prevented him from having lunch with the man who's appointed himself a field marshal either. So maybe if you can tell us a little bit about what the outcome
I don't
was.
think you can judge any country's diplomatic effectiveness by other countries' attitudes to a third country. I mean, the truth is the US
That's fair. I was just
Pakistan
making a joke on
relationship
that,
has a dynamic of its own. And there are, I mean, I had conversations. I didn't meet Mr. Trump, but I met Vice President Vance and pretty much everyone who met her on down, both formally and informally. I will tell you that I was extremely pleased that we got all our messages across, that they were understood and repeated with understanding and support by everyone we met. And there were moments when our ambassador in Washington and I would look at each other and say, the other guy's got hold of our talking points according to what he's saying, you know?
Yeah.
So we really got our messages across. I can't tell you how very pleased we were with the effectiveness. In a place like Colombia, for example, the government, which is a reflexively leftist, peace-loving government, had issued a statement expressing heartfelt condemnation and condolences for the victims in Pakistan when we launched Operation Sindoor. And they had not said anything at all in defense of India. When I came and explained the position, both publicly and privately, I'm very pleased to say they withdrew that statement. And they subsequently issued remarks of support. So I think these delegation visits serve the purpose of getting our message across, either where they hadn't been heard properly or when there was a need to challenge their conventional thinking or their conventional wisdom on some issues. Not everywhere was it hard. In a country like Guyana, we were pushing out an open door. They already love us. 40% of Guyana is Indian, including the president. Different story there. And in some ways, it was the way we started. It gave us a chance, as it were, to sort of feel the love and feel the confidence thereafter to go on. But then we hit Panama, Colombia, Brazil, and finally the United States. And there was a different set of challenges and emphases in each of these places. And I must say it went well. Many, many places, because everywhere we were meeting not only government officials, we were also meeting our equivalents as parliamentarians, legislators, senators and congressmen, the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, the House Foreign Relations Committee in the US, and the equivalents in all these other countries. Speakers of the House in many cases themselves met us, the presidents of the National Assemblies. So we wanted a representative cross-section of opinion to know what our concerns were, why we had to do what we had done, and put across very firmly, this is not India versus Pakistan. The tendency of people to say, oh, India versus Pakistan, they've been fighting each other for decades, or as Mr. Trump famously said, for thousands of years. We wanted to get away from that narrative and make it very clear, this is not about India versus Pakistan, this is about India versus terrorism. And it's got nothing to do with anything else. And in fact, linked to that was the fact that our first strikes on the night of the 6th, 7th of May very specifically avoided any Pakistan government sites, even any Pakistan military sites. We only hit known terror bases, terror training camps, and terror headquarters of organizations listed by the UN Terrorism Committee and on the designated terror list of the US State Department. So no one could accuse us of just randomly doing something. It was a very precise, calibrated action on the part of the government of India, which worked, I believe, in an exemplary way. And I've had very senior people, it would not be fair for me to reveal names, but very senior people in all these countries, including the US, saying, we understand and respect the restraint and responsibility that India showed in its actions. The other thing we had to convey, particularly when we got to Washington, and I wasn't going to say this earlier, but now the Prime Minister has made it public, so I can do so, was that we wanted to make it very clear to them that they shouldn't be talking about mediation, because, number one, we didn't need anyone to persuade us to stop. From the beginning of the first strike, we had signaled to the world that we were merely actually taking an act of retribution against terror. We were not launching the first salvo in a protracted war with Pakistan. And we said, if Pakistan chooses not to retaliate, it's over, we're done. If Pakistan does retaliate, then we'll have to hit back. It's as simple as that. And every day the message was clear, even from the publicly recorded briefings that you could see. They were saying to Pakistan, through the world and through the media, if you hit, we hit back. If you stop, we'll stop. So no one needed to persuade us. The day the Pakistani DGMO called saying, let's call it off, our guy said yes. There wasn't even a debate on the matter. We didn't want to prolong it. Second most important issue is we really have bigger things to do. We are not a country that is focused on conflict. We are a country focused on development. We're a country focused on growth, on technology. We don't want to be distracted by these petty issues. And frankly, if they leave us alone, we're very happy to leave them alone. It's not for us at all that we have any ambitions, any territorial aggrandizement, whatever. And finally, the message to them was also, listen, when you talk about mediation, you're implying equivalence. There is no equivalence between terrorists and civilian victims. And there is no equivalence between a country from which these terrorists come and where they have safe haven and where they're financed and armed and equipped and trained and dispatched, and a country that is merely exercising its right of self-defense. So if there is no equivalence, there's no mediation.
Completely agree. Okay, one or two more questions because he's really, really tired. Yes, sir, please go ahead. Yeah.
Sorry, my immunities have been down from all this running around.
Good evening, Mr. Tharoor. Don't you think this was, the sending the delegation was the same thing what P.V. Narasimha Rao ji did, sending Atal Bihari Vajpayee Saab?
There are three kinds of precedents. There is certainly the fact that that in '71, in the lead up to what became the Bangladesh War, Indira Gandhi sent some of her major critics out, including J.P. Narayan, as an emissary, as emissaries to foreign countries, to explain to them what India was going through with the refugee influx and the Pakistani genocide in Bangladesh. Second, P.V. Narasimha Rao asking Vajpayee Saab to lead the delegation to Geneva, where the UN Human Rights Commission was having a discussion on Kashmir. And the third example is 2008, after Mumbai, parliamentary delegations were sent out by the Manmohan Singh government as well. So it is, in that sense, not unprecedented to do this. But this was the most extensive and ambitious venture of this kind. We sent out a total of 58 MPs to 7 different regions. Each delegation went to at least 2 or 3 countries. In my case, my delegation went to 5. And, you know, it was in many ways a good way of showcasing our unity and our diversity, political as well as other. I had 8 in my team, including a retired ambassador. Of the 8, we had 8 different states, 5 different political parties, and 3 different religions. And that too is a message in itself.
Absolutely. Okay, no, sir, I need to give a woman a chance to ask a question because both have been from men. Is there a woman somewhere? Yes.
Lots of women's hands.
A lot of hands. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh,
did you have a Vixki Goli? Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Sarah. And since we are here on Women Talk, I wanted to ask you about the women's safety in India. that is one of the gray area that is not being touched upon, and I wanted to know what are we doing about it.
Okay, can I take one more question from a young woman? And yeah, there. Go, come.
Hi, Shashi sir. I'm really excited to be here and see you like in flesh. You know, we see you like, your passion is like, you can see it across the screen. So thank you for being here, firstly. My question's more so, you've obviously seen, I think, so many different kinds of people in your life, and especially youth. What's like some qualities you want to see in the youth, especially as a Brit Indian, I guess? I've had a mix. So I really want to know what you think are some qualities you want to see in the youth to progress further. And also to like really endorse humanity, not like any religion or anything else.
Wow, okay. On safety of women, I think honestly you'll get a better answer from Barkha.
Yeah.
I don't think it's pretty good. I mean, there's nothing much I can say because there are too many incidents every single day. And not only in sort of dark alleys, you're having horrible incidents in medical colleges, in university campuses, yesterday in a law school. It's just, it's as if on the one hand, our men seem to be unable to control their baser instincts, and our authorities don't seem to be able to create institutional structures to protect women enough. So I'm as a man, deeply ashamed to see all of this. Of course, there can never be 100% foolproof security in any country in the world, and there isn't anywhere else either. But I think we need to get our act together better. There can't be a one-size-fits-all solution because law and order is a state responsibility. So you can't get a central government directive on all of this. But state governments, I think, really need to give this greater political priority. And perhaps when we have more women in politics with the 33% reservation bill and so on, they will make it more of a priority.
I really wish for that to be a reality in our, in the near future, not in the distant future.
Yeah. So it really should be a priority. Now, this is not to imply that India is as some countries I gather have been saying, women should not travel in India, and so that's silly. It's never that bad. But whatever is happening is bad enough for us as Indians and Indian women who have to live
Can I
there.
just add a sentence there, though? I do feel that these are universal battles. Of course, this happens. A lot of us have, experienced this. And sometimes there are better institutional structures at something in some country and some other dimension in some other country. But really, gendered violence is a universal battle. I really feel it's not about country A versus country B. That's just what I wanted to say.
No, I agree.
Now it's back to you.
I agree with that. And as to the young lady, I tend not to be much of a preacher, but I will say that I hope the young are driven by a combination of things. I'm not going to give you one quality, but rather a combination of qualities that I think are extremely important. First is, of course, you've got to know yourself. There is know who you are, what you value. It may take some time to get to that, but then be firmly anchored in that that's who I am, and I'm not going to, my own authenticity, my own integrity is not up for sale to the highest bidder. That's very important for every young person who steps out in life. Secondly, have values, principles, and convictions that are consistent with your sense of who you are. Whatever those may be, and different people will have different values, principles, and convictions, but you must have your own. At the same time, be receptive to others' views. I mean, this is the way I grew up, in that I never approached anything with a closed mind. I knew what I believed in, I knew what I liked, but I was always willing to listen to the other point of view. And at the end of it, I may walk away. One of the great worries I have about the 21st century social media era is the extent to which people are stuck in silos, where they're only following people who agree with them already, where they're all stuck in one particular point of view. That lack of sort of cross-pollination, that lack of receptivity to other ideas can really damage societies as well as the people themselves. I think those are all very essential. So if you can then be the best version of yourself that you can be, and nobody else can be you, right? So just be the best you that you can be, and I think you'll be fine. And so will the world.
Okay, so just before, we have a little surprise for you, but just before that, what's the one quality you like least about yourself and one quality you like most about yourself?
Well, the one I like least about myself, because my sisters tell me this all the time
that
as
you
well.
can't say no.
I can't say no, exactly. Including to you, Barkha.
Well,
that's why I'm here.
I'm grateful for this quality you don't like in yourself.
And the quality, I don't know that I like most of myself. To some degree, it's sort of come over time is a certain resilience that I would not have told you as a young man that I possessed. I acquired it through battling through adversity.
And just by living through it.
Living through it, the highs and the lows, the turbulence of my life, which has often been more than I expected, bargained for, or even thought I deserved, but nonetheless. And I think just, I'm pleased to have found, to have realized for myself that I had that inner strength, as it were, to cope with it.
What word would you use that best describes you? In Shashi Tharoor's thesaurus, what's the word that describes Shashi Tharoor?
I'm the least qualified person to answer that question, Barkha, really. I would rather you did it. You tell me what word you would use to describe me.
Renaissance man.
How
Two
nice.
words.
Well,
multifaceted.
Yeah,
I do think
that's been true, but that can also be a disadvantage. I
Why do you say
I
that?
remember years ago, for example, the Washington Post reviewing one of my books, and the reviewer said, "If only this guy would just do one thing, you know, he'd be."
But you excelled at it all except cricket, I guess.
Yeah.
Sorry to be mean.
No, I mentioned the cricket myself, so not mean at all. Yeah, but in some ways I do stretch myself too thin, and perhaps I tax myself overly in the sense that I'm trying to do the best I can in everything.
At the end of it, you do enjoy most of it. Not all of it, but
That's
most
true.
of it.
I try and enjoy most of it, otherwise what's the point of doing it?
So here's my question to you. Without telling me anything political, tell me where you think you'll be 5 years from now.
Haven't got a clue, but
Where would you like to be?
Ideally playing with my grandchildren is what I'd like to say.
Okay. This has been... What? What? Oh, word of the day. You have to do them a word of the day.
You know, the truth is, whenever I'm asked this, and I know especially this comes out of schools and colleges, I say, honestly, the best word I can instill in people is the very old, simple, short word, read. And if you read, and it almost doesn't matter what you read. I have young parents coming to me saying, oh, our kid is not interested in reading. He thinks books are only for schoolwork and so on. So I say, what is he interested in? He's interested in football. I said, get him a book on football. Make him read about it. So it doesn't matter what they're reading, but get them into the habit of engaging with the printed word on the page. Another problem about 21st century, so much of today's entertainment and transmission of information as well is passive. You're just sitting there staring at a screen. Yeah. At least books are interactive. They oblige you to engage. They oblige you to think. They oblige you to imagine from what you're reading. Yeah. Those qualities are being lost in the digital era, and I do worry about that. I have to say that if we can get all of those things fixed, we will do very, very much better. So, word of the day, the year, the month, whatever, the decade, the century is read.
So now we have a little surprise for you because we've put you through the grinder and coming straight to us from the airport. There's a young girl who has been waiting the whole day to meet you. She was born in Thiruvananthapuram, which is your constituency, which is Shashi's parliamentary constituency, and she's a child prodigy singer. She started singing when she was 5. She's opened every session of ours, except this one, because we wanted her to do a special song for you.
How lovely.
And you will recognize the song, and please, the words are very loaded. It's called The Winner Takes It All. May I please welcome Souparnika Nair on stage. Let's put our hands together for Souparnika. And there she is, that side. So you have to sit and enjoy her song, and then you have to present her an award.
I will.
Go for it.
Delighted. Looking forward to hearing you, Kanika. Yes.
I don't want to talk about things we've gone through, though it's hurting me. Now it's history. I've played all my cards, and that's what you have done too. Nothing more to say, no more race to play. The winner takes it all, the loser standing small. thinking I belong there. I figured it made sense, building me a fence, building me a home, thinking I'd be strong there, but I was a fool, playing by the rules the gods made through a dance. Their minds as cold as ice, and someone way down here loses someone dear. The winner takes it all, the loser has to fall. It's simple and it's plain. Why should I complain? I don't want to talk if it makes you feel sad, and I understand. You've come to shake my hand. I apologize if it makes you feel bad, seeing me so tense, no self-confidence. But you see, the winner takes it all. The winner takes it
Fabulous. You can be heard. You can be heard.
What a voice. Wonderful.
She has waited all day. And where are Souparnika's parents? I don't know where they are. They have waited all day. Can we please have the award on stage that Dr. Tharoor, Dr. Nair, if you're here, you can jump on stage. I know how keen you've been to meet Dr. Tharoor. So come on up. Come on up. And she's been singing since she was 5. Come on, you can come into the frame.
What a talented
You
daughter
wanna say
you've got.
something?
Yeah, what a talented daughter you've got.
Thank
what
you.
What an amazing voice and what range.
Thank you. She had the privilege of you sharing her music once when she was semi-finalist of Britain's Got Talent
Oh,
in
that's-
2020
Oh my gosh.
on
yes,
Facebook.
She was before then.
she was 10 years old.
That's right.
And they're from your very own God's own country.
From God's own country and from the capital of God's own country.
That's right.
To be my constituents.
Thank you so much. Let's have a big round of applause for Souparnika. Thank you. And finally, we're not done yet. Sit down. Can I request you to come off stage? Do you have your award? Yes. Thank you so much. And here you go. Souparnika, your music. Your music. And finally, we do have to honor Shashi Tharoor as the Changemaker of the Year. I think no single other person has done more to advocate for India on the global stage. I'm extremely grateful to him. I've capitalized on years of friendship and cajoled him and persuaded him to come straight from the airport here and then wait for all of us. A lot of people could not even enter the hall. There were so many people here to meet him, and I apologize to everybody who's outside. But from all of us, may I please request Anil Agarwal to come on stage and present Shashi Tharoor with the Changemaker of the Year award. And please, you all have mics. Everybody can be heard. Sir, but first, can we have the trophy? Can we have?
What an honor.
Both of these are dead, I'm afraid.
They're working.
They're working?
I'm being told again and again, don't do the Indian thing.
Don't
of
do the
doing
Indian
this.
thing, sorry.
They're working.
Okay.
Very nice.
Anilji, if I may ask you to do the honors.
Pleasure and honor. Pleasure and
If
honor.
I may. Can we give it up for Shashi Tharoor? Louder, 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 louder. Come on. I think he deserves a bigger round of applause.
No, this is our.
Anilji.
Yeah, it was our.
Okay.
It was our.
Shashi ji, you rock, and Anilji.
No,
Anilji,
but-
baithiye, please. Shashi, let's just sit for a few more minutes as we give Anil Agarwal ji the closing words. Yes.
Oh, it's for me, it's an honor Shashi has been our icon. We've been proud of him for 10 years, 20 years, whatever you talk about from you and time. He never valued himself. One person I always find, he never valued for himself. It is amazing, but apart from that, what has happened today, what Barkha has done is amazing, what she has done, beautiful. I got this chance, Shashi. I got this opportunity to acquire beautiful Anil Agarwal Riverside Foundation. It's just few months back. And it is something which we have to bring the culture. Beatles came here, Beatles grown from here. Another Beatle will come in Riverside. Yes. Whatever happened is a mixture of culture. East, West, anybody want to perform, anybody want to come here, is amazing talent in all over the world is there. It's most welcome. And the biggest thing has happened, the local society, the way they have come up to me, it is a very, very 100% English society. They have welcomed this immensely. They were open hand, they have come and says, please bring East and West together. I'm looking forward Indian premiere or worldwide any movie to be. We had a couple of premiere in this area. We have a beautiful 2 theater, 2 cinema hall, an amazing studio to film. No Indian movie has been ever shot. Yeah. No Indian movie, the first movie came just 10 days back and it was a premiere. I'm looking forward the Gujarati theater to come in, looking Marathi theater to come in. I'm looking French, the Europe. This is the hub of the culture. London represents to the world the platform of culture. All the Europe come in the morning, they stay in the night, go back because of this culture. And whatever I can, this is for non-profit, whatever we can add to this, to bring our India also the flag high. And Shashi, you have come, you made it great.
Thank you.
So thank you, everybody. Please enjoy, please support whatever you can support. And open hand, please use this as much as you can. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anil.
Thank you.
And a big hand to Barkha for pulling off We the Women.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
What she has done.
Thank you.
I can't believe. One man show what she did from since morning to evening. Flawless.
Thank you.
Amazing.
Thank you. And once again,
put the women on the top of the world.
Thank you,
Put the
sir.
women. I have 3 women in my life. I just lost my mother a few months back. My mother, my wife, my daughter, and the granddaughter.
Yes.
Granddaughter. She is the hub of everything. So it's all up around the women and women. Without women, we could not have survived.
We wouldn't be here.
Thank you so much, everybody. You've been a great audience. A big shout out to the entire crew that has been working through the morning and day backstage. To the producers, Rachna, Shirali, Ria, a whole team of people who you don't see up front. A big thank you to our director who's been in my ear all day, Nick and his team, and to Bobby, to Anil Agarwal ji for supporting this, for Shashi Tharoor for coming from the flight, straight from the airport, jet lag, tired, with a cold, and to all of you, above all, for being the best audience ever. Thank you so much. Thank you. A big round of applause for all of you. Thank you.
Very, very important people. One is the person who is in charge of the
Ritu.
entire thing. No, Chris.
Chris and
Chris
Ritu
is
both,
the one
yes.
and the Ritu.
Yes,
overall
absolutely.
supervise.
Absolutely.
What they have done is amazing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks, everybody. See you soon. Bye-bye.